World of Martial Arts. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 26, Maintaining World Peace is left to me. When Lin Xiaodong arrived at Beibaotang, Lin Ming was already waiting. Brother Ming, what are you buying? Have you sold the remaining 3 inscription talismans? Lin Ming smiled and said, I'm lucky. I sold them all. No way. Lin Xiaodong shouted exaggeratedly. Who is this sucker? It's too easy to cheat him, he said with some concern. Brother Ming, if we sell so many, if someone comes to our door in the future, we brothers may not be able to defeat them. Lin Ming said unhappily. So you think the inscription techniques I drew are all scams? I didn't say that, and I didn't mean to lie to you. I was just thinking, what if it doesn't work? 100 taels of gold per piece. If we spend all the money today, we won't be able to afford the compensation then. Lin Ming smiled and shook his head. Don't worry, there will be absolutely no problem. Let's go buy things. As Lin Ming said this, he walked into Beibao Hall. Lin Xiaodong was stunned when he saw him. He thought they were just meeting here and then going to a small place like the market to buy things. Unexpectedly, Lin Ming went straight to Beibao Hall. The things sold here cost hundreds or thousands of taels of gold. It was one of the largest and most luxurious shops in the entire Xianan city. Brother, my dear brother, you are not going to buy something here, are you? Yes, it's here. Lin Ming had already walked into the store. While he was talking, the shopkeeper saw Lin Ming at once. The shopkeepers in the store had some ability to recognize people. In addition, Lin Ming was dressed in ordinary clothes and was young, so he was a little conspicuous. Therefore, the shopkeeper only thought for a moment and remembered that Lin Ming was the young man who came to sell inscription talismans a few days ago. Suddenly, the shopkeeper became a little impatient. He said to Lin Ming, why are you here again? I said that we will not accept your inscription talismans. Lin Ming naturally remembered the shopkeeper of Beibaotang. When he first entered the private store, the attitude of the shopkeepers he met was not good. These shopkeepers were not actually the owners. The behind-the-scenes bosses of the big stores were either rich or noble people. They rarely appeared in the store. They would hire some shopkeepers and clerks to be responsible for the business of the store. Of course, their salary was linked to sales performance. Therefore, these shopkeepers naturally bowed and scraped to the rich young men who could bring them performance commissions, but they were indifferent to people like Lin Ming. Lin Ming said, my inscription runes have been sold. I came here to buy things today. Sold? The shopkeeper's eyes revealed a hint of contempt. According to his experience, those inscription runes were not worth much money. After deducting the cost of purchasing, the profit could be dozens of taels of gold at most. This country bumpkin had never seen the world and thought that a few dozen taels of gold made him rich. It was really ridiculous. Of course, although it was ridiculous, the shopkeeper did not drive him away. After all, Beibaotang did not explicitly stipulate that people without money were not allowed to come in. Lin Ming looked all the way. The dazzling array of goods on the shelves of Beibao Pavilion was indeed amazing. For example, the 100-year-old blood ginseng that Lin Xiaodong bought last time could only be considered as medium and low quality here. Others, all kinds of rare elixirs, materials, master level inscription runes, and even treasures worth thousands of taels of gold were all available. Lin Ming casually said, Xiaodong, don't you want to buy anything? Lin Xiaodong smiled bitterly and said, Brother Ming, what are you talking about? Although it's free to look around here, didn't you see the way the shopkeeper outside looked at us, as if he was a bumpkin, which made me feel uncomfortable. Lin Ming said, he's just a villain, don't pay attention to him. If you don't want to choose, I'll help you choose, or you can buy a piece of soft armor. Lin Xiaodong shook his head like a rattle. Brother Ming, don't make fun of me. If we order something in Beibaotang without paying, we will be beaten. By then, you can run fast, but I can't run with my fat body. Lin Ming was speechless. When have I ever made fun of you? Come on, you've always cheated me. As an honest man like me, you'll always cheat me. Lin Ming smiled, so he had to slightly open his clothes. to reveal part of the gold bills in his arms, and said, "Here, isn't this money?" Lin Xiaodong was stunned for a while when he saw the stack of gold notes. He looked at the big red seal on the gold note, his brain went completely blank, and his eyes were completely dull. United Commercial Bank, 1000 taels of pure gold. It was actually a gold note of 1000 taels. Moreover, judging from the size of the gold notes behind, they seemed to be gold notes of 1000 taels as well. There must be tens of thousands of taels in such a stack. Tens of thousands of taels of gold. What does this mean? Lin Xiaodong felt that his brain was not enough. Brother Ming, did you go robbing? No, with your kung fu, you can't get so much money even if you rob. Hearing Lin Xiaodong's mumbling, Lin Ming's forehead was full of black lines. He said helplessly, "I said it was the money earned from selling the inscription runes. You didn't believe it." Inscription runes? Are you talking about the 3 toilet paper like inscription runes you sold? How much did you sell each? 3000 taels of gold each. 3,000 taels? The fat on Lin Xiaodong's face began to tremble, but although shocked, he still lowered his voice, afraid that others would hear. You sold each for 3000 taels? You mean, you practiced the inscription technique for a month, and the inscription runes you drew can be sold for 3000 taels? Lin Ming nodded. Lin Xiaodong was his good brother. He didn't want to hide it, and he couldn't hide it. He wanted to send money back through Lin Xiaodong, and he also had to repay Lin Xiaodong's favor. In the future, he might come into contact with Qin Xingsun, Mu Yi and other high-level people in Xianan City, so it was impossible to keep it a secret from Lin Xiaodong. "You are simply insulting my IQ." Lin Xiaodong shouted exaggeratedly, "You can draw such an inscription symbol after practicing the inscription technique for a month. Even if you grow a cabbage, it will take several months to harvest. You can't fool a 3-year-old child like this." Lin Ming shrugged. "The facts are right in front of you, and you don't believe it. I can't do anything about it. Boss, Brother Ming, stop teasing me, tell me what's going on." Lin Ming sighed and said, "Okay, I'll tell you, but you swear not to tell anyone." "I swear." Lin Xiaodong promised immediately. "Well, it's like this. Actually I have master. When I was 12 years old, my master appeared and said that I was gifted and had amazing bones. He thought that the task of maintaining world peace was handed over to me and forced me to be his apprentice. As a result, I followed him to learn the art of inscription." Fuck. Lin Xiaodong felt like he had eaten a fly. "Brother Ming, can we talk about something serious?" Lin Ming said, "I'm not lying to you. I really have a master." "Come on, you can get so far with a master. You have learned the art of inscription for N years, and you still ask me what the art of inscription is?" Lin Ming said, "My master only taught me skills, and didn't pay me. As for the art of inscription, although I have been learning it, I don't know what it is used for. Until you told me, I knew it can be used to make money." Damn. Lin Xiaodong felt that this world was too crazy. It was like picking up a kitten and raising it. After raising it for a few years, it turned into a human and told you that she was a royal princess who was cast a spell. Okay, let's go shopping." Lin Ming pulled the bewildered Lin Xiaodong and continued to chew soft armor. Lin Xiaodong had no ambitions and didn't like practicing martial arts. He just wanted to keep the name of the direct lineage in his generation. Lin Ming thought about choosing a soft armor for Lin Xiaodong to save his life. "What material is this soft armor made of?" Lin Ming asked. The shopkeeper looked at Lin Ming impatiently and said, "The introduction of the items in high-end stores is on the note behind the display stand. Just look for yourself." In his words, he was naturally mocking Lin Ming for not having been to a high-end store. The shopkeeper had been doing business for so many years and had his own skills in recognizing people. In the past, he had also encountered some wealthy people wearing cheap clothes to enter the store. When he was unsure of the situation, he always greeted them with a smile. However, the Lin Ming in front of him was not only dressed in ordinary clothes, but also a few days ago, he was selling a few straw paper inscriptions that he had found from somewhere. This kid naturally couldn't be a big shot, so the shopkeeper was of course impatient. Lin Ming turned to the back of the soft armor and saw the description. This soft armor was made of more than 10,000 6-foot long Qianxue hemp and thousands of golden wood silkworm silk. It was woven through more than 20 complex processes and was priced at 390 taels of gold. This kind of fine soft armor is not a treasure. It is generally very effective in battles below the 4th level of physical training. If it exceeds the 4th level of physical training, it can be easily broken by a single blow. Lin Ming himself does not need it, so he can buy one for Lin Xiaodong. Continuing to read, Lin Ming saw something that interested him again: curcuma deer placenta pills and Juan pills. Before this, Lin Ming had never eaten pills because they were too expensive. Pills are made from herbs and herbs from beasts. The effect is many times better than using herbs alone. Moreover, because they can be matched according to the prescription, they can often achieve effects that herbs or beasts can never achieve. However, the alchemist who makes pills from herbs is also a profession that burns money. The number of alchemists is not necessarily much more than that of inscription masters, so pills are not affordable for ordinary people. This turmeric deer fetus pill is very precious. It is made from the fetus of a 100-year-old turmeric deer and supplemented with various herbs. There are not many turmeric deer, and most of them live in deep mountains and forests. It is also very difficult to get pregnant. It is conceivable how difficult it is to get the fetus of a turmeric deer. Because the turmeric deer fetus pill is made from deer fetus, it contains rich qi in blood, and it is not contaminated with acquired turbidity. Therefore, it can remove impurities from the body, promote the integration of true essence and body, and increase the physical strength of the user. This kind of pill, the size of a soybean, is worth 200 taels of gold. The Juan pill is also made from various precious medicinal materials. The value of its main Juan fruit is no less than that of a 100-year-old blood Ganoderma. The main effect of the Juan pill is to gather true essence and speed up the practice of warriors. The price of this kind of pill is also 200 taels of gold per pill. Even the children of aristocratic families only need to use it very sparingly. Lin Ming did not continue to look at it. He basically found all the things he wanted to buy. He said to the shopkeeper, "Pack this golden wood silkworm soft armor for me. In addition, I want 6 turmeric deer placenta pills, 10 Juan pills, and the materials on this list. 1 copy each." Lin Ming said, and took out a list that had been prepared long ago. It listed various materials. These were all used in the inscription technique. He just took a rough look and basically bought everything at the treasure pavilion. Chapter 27 Breakthrough. After hearing Lin Ming's words and seeing the list, the shopkeeper got a little angry. Does this country bumpkin think that Beibeotang is a place where he can play around casually? Such a large amount of things, at least several thousand taels of gold. My goodness, this kid's tone is like buying cabbage on the street. Thousands of taels of gold. Even if the children of aristocratic families come here, they have to carefully weigh the purchase of so much. He slapped the list under his hand and said impatiently, "I warn you too, don't be considered as deliberately making trouble when you order things in Beibeotang. Beibeotang will never let those who make trouble off easily. Warn your mother's head." Lin Xiaodong slammed the table fiercely, and this slap hit the shopkeeper's fat hand. The shopkeeper was just a businessman and had no talent for martial arts. Naturally, his kung fu was mediocre. After being slapped by Lin Xiaodong, he screamed, "You!" The shopkeeper couldn't believe it. This kid actually dared to hit someone in Beibeotang? You are the kind of person who looks down on others with a dog's eye. My brother has plenty of money. Lin Xiaodong said as he took the gold note out of Lin Ming's arms and slapped it on the counter with a slap. He slammed it with a force of over 100 kilograms, shaking the counter. With the gold, Lin Xiaodong's confidence soared. He had long disliked the shopkeeper. How could he miss the opportunity to kill someone with money at this time? The shopkeeper was stunned when he saw the gold note. With his eyesight, he estimated the total amount of Lin Xiaodong's stack of gold notes in an instant. A stack of gold notes worth 1,000 taels of gold must have a total amount of no less than 10,000 taels. And he was sure that these gold notes were all genuine. As long as they were taken to the money house of the United Chamber of Commerce, they could be exchanged for real gold immediately. The shopkeeper was completely stunned. He looked at Lin Ming and then at Lin Xiaodong. These two little guys were definitely not children of aristocratic families. Moreover, they were very poor a few days ago. Otherwise, they would not have come to sell talisman paper door to door. How could they have so much money so quickly? Could it be from those talisman papers? Impossible. An apprentice level inscription rune can't be sold for so much money. Too Navo-rish. I don't know how they got lucky to find a treasure, and they are arrogant here. The shopkeeper was extremely depressed, but money makes the world, so he had to take the slap in vain. He rubbed his almost swollen fat hands, put on a smile, took the list on the table, glanced at it. The materials needed in it were all very valuable, plus the previous things. He quickly calculated in his mind that this business might be close to 6,000 taels. This is equivalent to the price of 2 treasures. I can get 120 taels as commission alone. This is not a small amount. Although he felt aggrieved, he didn't want to go against the money, so the shopkeeper bowed and said, I really don't know what I'm worth. Please wait a moment, I'll go and prepare it right away. As he spoke, the shopkeeper, who was a little bloated, ran away like a gust of wind. The materials Lin Ming wanted were many and messy, but the shopkeeper's brain was very useful and his hands and feet were quick, so he prepared everything in a short time. Then the shopkeeper presented the things with a smile and said, please check, the total is 5,800 taels of gold. Seeing the neat things, Lin Xiaodong asked Lin Ming, are the things ready, Brother Ming? Lin Ming said, yes, that's it. At this time, Lin Xiaodong smiled slyly and said, sorry, I want to change the shopkeeper to settle the payment. The smile on the shopkeeper's face rose. A large store like Beibeotang naturally has more than one shopkeeper, and whoever sells the things will naturally be counted as his performance. In this way, his commission was gone. Lin Xiaodong understood this, and wanted to play a trick on him. Quickly notify someone to come in. Why are you standing here like a wooden stake? The shopkeeper knew that he was being played on purpose, and was a little angry. If the children of aristocratic families were playing tricks on him, he would certainly have to bear it. However, how could he let these two upstarts with no background boss around here, and order him around? His voice suddenly turned cold. I'm responsible for the first floor of Beibeotang. I'm the only shopkeeper. Who do you want me to replace? Stop lying to me. Hurry up, or I will complain to your boss. Please. The shopkeeper sneered in his heart. Boss, can you meet the boss of Beibeotang whenever you want? He was about to say a few more harsh words, but at this moment, he suddenly saw a purple gold card sandwiched between the gold notes. This card was the purple gold VIP card that Mu Yi gave to Lin Ming. With it, he could enjoy a 10% discount in all the big stores under the jurisdiction of the United Chamber of Commerce. The purple gold VIP card of the Marshal's mansion and the royal family. For a moment, the shopkeeper's heart skipped a beat. This was specially issued by the United Chamber of Commerce to please the royal family and the Marshal's mansion. So far, the total number of issued is less than 100. The people who own it are either members of the royal family or influential figures in the Marshal's mansion. People of this level can kill themselves with just one finger. It's over. These two little guys must be from a prominent family. Could it be that the ignorant little princes ran out of the palace in disguise to seek excitement outside? I'm not so unlucky. The shopkeeper was overwhelmed for a moment. Two young masters. I deserve to die. I deserve to die. I'll find another shopkeeper for you. You adults don't care about my mistakes. Just treat me as a fart and let me go. The shopkeeper slapped himself twice while saying this. Although the hand was not heavy, it was still loud when it hit the fat. For a moment, Lin Xiaodong was also dumbfounded. Why did this guy suddenly take the wrong medicine? The shopkeeper was terrified and asked other shopkeepers to settle the bill. He apologized repeatedly and finally assigned a carriage to send Lin Ming and Lin Xiaodong back. Back to Lin Ming's residence, Lin Xiaodong didn't know that it was because of the purple gold VIP card. He just thought that the 10,000 taels of gold shocked the snobbish shopkeeper. He was in a good mood. Haha, it's great to have money. Damn it, I want to laugh when I think of the shopkeeper's terrified look just now. Brother Ming, you are too careless. If it were me, I would complain to the upper level of their Beibeotang and let this guy pack up and leave. Lin Ming saw clearly that the shopkeeper's face changed drastically when he saw the purple gold VIP card. He couldn't help but sighed that the prestige of the marshal's mansion in Qianxue City was probably no less than that of the royal family. He said, small people have their own way of survival. Flipping and flattering are things that life forces them to learn. There is no need to cut off their livelihood. Xiaodong, this soft armor and these 3 curcuma placenta pills are for you. Curcuma placenta pills can remove impurities from the body. The first one is the most effective, and the effect is halved thereafter. Generally, 3 pills are taken, and more is a waste. As for the Juan pill, there is no limit on its use, but it is only suitable for people who practice hard. Lin Xiaodong basically does not need it. 3 turmeric deer placenta pills plus a piece of soft armor. The total value is nearly 1000 taels of gold, which is a huge sum of money for Lin Xiaodong. He was a little hesitant at first, but thinking of Lin Ming's ability, 1000 taels of gold is just a drizzle. Thinking of this, he simply accepted it and laughed. Then I won't be polite. Brother Ming, you will be my umbrella in the future. Haha. Lin Ming laughed. Brothers don't have to be so polite. In addition, Lin Ming took out another 3000 taels of gold. Next time the family messenger comes to Qianxue City, you can help me send this money back to my parents, so that they can buy the restaurant. Lin Ming's parents spent half their lives in that restaurant, so they naturally have a feeling for the restaurant. Lin Ming first thought about helping his parents buy the restaurant. Okay, leave it to me. After sending Lin Xiaodong away, Lin Ming returned to his room alone, and looked at the calendar. There were still 50 days before the assessment of the 7 Xuanwu mansions. In these 50 days, he wanted to be reborn. Neither the curcuma placenta pill nor the Juan pill directly increases the cultivation of the body. The former is to remove impurities in the body and make it easier for the true essence to combine with the body, while the latter is to gather the true essence and speed up the cultivation. As for the pills that directly increase the cultivation of the body, they can also be bought, but the true essence contained in this kind of pill has many impurities. Although the cultivation is improved quickly, it will lead to an unstable foundation. At that time, it will take a lot of time to consolidate the foundation. So Lin Ming did not buy that kind of medicine rashly. At this time, the moon was on the treetops, and Lin Ming began to take the first curcuma placenta pill. Although the curcuma placenta pill is precious, it is not a very precious body training pill in Lin Ming's opinion. Although Lin Ming knows how to use the inscription technique to increase the effectiveness of the pill, he feels that it is unnecessary to inscribe a curcuma placenta pill, and he can just eat it directly. Lin Ming put half a bucket of water in the big wooden barrel, took off his clothes and jumped in, and then Lin Ming took the pill, which melted in his mouth, and turned into a hot stream flowing into Lin Ming's body. Lin Ming silently recited the mental method of chaos true essence out in his heart, and began to circulate the true essence in his body, cooperating with the curcuma placenta pill to work. As the effect of the medicine took effect, Lin Ming felt a slight tingling sensation all over his body, which was a sign of the beginning of body tempering. The body of a warrior, since coming out of the mother's womb, will continue to be contaminated with acquired turbidity. This turbidity includes acquired breathing, eating grains, drinking rivers and lakes, etc., which is simply unavoidable. The curcuma placenta pill uses the innate energy of the deer fetus to neutralize the turbidity in the body of the baptized warrior to achieve the purpose of body tempering. Lin Ming sat there for a whole night, and a layer of light oil gradually floated on the water surface of the wooden barrel. This was the impurity in Lin Ming's body. If it was a child of aristocratic family, he would have experienced the process of body tempering as early as when he started practicing martial arts at the age of 12. Taking a medicinal bath was also commonplace. There were fewer impurities in the body, and it was easier to fuse the true essence. Therefore, even if he was also a third-grade talent, Lin Ming's cultivation speed would be difficult to catch up with those children of aristocratic families. Until the dawn, Lin Ming suddenly opened his eyes. The effect of the curcuma placenta pill had been completely absorbed by him, and the body tempering was over. Lin Ming once again practiced the chaos true essence art, and the true essence in his body and the body were indeed more closely combined. Moreover, Lin Ming found that, because of the second combination of the true essence and the body, the true essence had spread throughout the body. This was a sign of entering the second level of body training. Finally, the second level of body training. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 28. The assessment begins. Lin Ming let out a long sigh. He had already reached the peak of the first level of physical training, and was only one step away from the second level. Even if he did not take the curcumin placenta pill, he would have successfully entered the second level of physical training, but it would have been a little later. The first level of physical training is to train strength, and the true essence is mainly concentrated in the muscles. The second level of physical training is to train the flesh, and the true essence spreads to the whole body. Not only does the strength increase greatly, but the defense of the skin and flesh is also improved to a higher level. Although it is not invulnerable, if it was easy to be pierced by a sword before, then now, the same sword will only hurt the muscles, and the combat effectiveness has increased by more than a little. However, Zhu Yan had already reached the peak of the third level of physical training half a year ago, and he had just entered the second level of physical training. Even if the increase in the power of Chaos True Essence Art was taken into account, there was still a lot of gap compared to Zhu Yan. Moreover, Zhu Yan could not have stood still in the past 6 months. He himself was a 4th grade talent and his training speed was extremely fast. Although he had not slept all night, Lin Ming had just broken through and was refreshed. He did not feel sleepy at all. He immediately pushed the door open and went out, unfolding his body skills, and rushing towards the clearing in the forest of Dazhao Mountain. It was more than 10 miles from Demingsuan to the clearing in the forest of Dazhao Mountain. In the past, it took Lin Ming 2 incense sticks of time to run there. Now that he had broken through the second level of physical training, the time was shortened by half. This change made Lin Ming very happy. After finding the iron tree where he practiced boxing, Lin Ming casually threw his backpack on the ground. These backpacks contained medicinal herbs and bandages. All the medicinal herbs were valuable rare healing medicines. Even the bandages were soaked in the juice of blackbone grass, which could increase the healing effect. With such luxurious herbs, there was no need to worry about leaving hidden injuries. Lin Ming could practice to his heart's content. After taking a Juan pill that increased the speed of True Essence condensation, Lin Ming practiced Chaos True Essence Juan Chaos Gang Daojing. In the physical training method of Xiaonan continent, a force of over 1,000 pounds is a minor success in physical training. After that, the warriors go through a series of muscle changing, bone forging, and vein condensing, and finally the physical training period ends. The warrior's strength can reach 8,000 pounds. Among them, a few practitioners with natural divine power can reach 10,000 pounds. This is the limit of physical strength. Even for acquired masters, the strength will not increase anymore, but the true essence will be more condensed. After that, the innate realm, including the realms above the innate, will no longer cultivate the body, but will always cultivate the true essence and the soul, which is considered the right way of martial arts. In the records of Chaos Gang Daojing, a force of over 1,000 pounds is the starting point. A force of over 10,000 pounds is considered the entry, and a force of over 100,000 pounds is a minor success in physical training. As for the great success of physical training, it is impossible to estimate. After opening the 8 gates of Dunjia and the 9 stars of Dao Palace, the human body can borrow the power of heaven and earth, split the universe with its feet, and break the sky with its fists. That kind of strength is no longer something that can be described by 100,000 pounds or 1,000,000 pounds. When Lin Ming saw this, he couldn't believe it. If the difference was 1, 2, or even 10 times, he would think it was normal. After all, the divine domain had been passed down for tens of thousands of years. But if the difference was 1,000 times, he would think it was a bit outrageous. However, recalling the memory of that great man in the physical training sect where he was, even the Chua's disciples who swept the door and the medicine boy who watched the fire in the alchemy room had tens of thousands of pounds of strength. As for the real disciples, their strength was more than 100,000 pounds. Such a detailed memory scene made Lin Ming have to believe it. In other words, even Qianxue, the great marshal of their Xianan country, would probably not be able to beat a chore sweeping the door if he was placed in that sect. Of course, that stage of tens of thousands of pounds of strength was very far away for Lin Ming, because there was a hurdle from condensing the meridians to tempering the marrow, and the conditions to cross it were very harsh. From tempering the marrow to opening the 8 gates of Dunjia and the 9 stars of the Dao Palace, it was even more difficult. Not to mention Lin Ming, even the disciples of the physical training sect in the memory of that great man were stuck at this stage, which was more difficult than the warriors of Xianan country crossing from the acquired to the innate. Thinking of this, Lin Ming took a deep breath. It was too early to consider these things. What he had to do now was to practice the entry-level skills of the Chaos Gang Dao Sutra well, at least to practice strength like silk. Practicing strength like silk means that when a punch is thrown, the wooden stake is intact on the outside, but the wood inside is beaten into cotton wool. Unfortunately, the memory of the senior master was a little vague here, so that Lin Ming has not been able to get started so far, and can only grope. In the southeast of Xianan City, in the residence of the commander of the Xianan City Guard Army, a young man in brocade clothes with an exquisite longsword on his waist, stood in the corridor and looked around, as if waiting for something. After about an incense stick of time, a young man in armor appeared at the end of the corridor. He looked no more than 20 years old. Although he was not necessarily strong, he walked steadily and breathed long. He was a master at first glance. The brocade-clad teenager immediately went up to the young man with joy when he saw him. "Brother, you finally finished talking to father. How is it? Father must be very satisfied with your record in the frontiers these years." The brocade-clad teenager was all smiles. He was Wang Yagao, who lost 1,000 taels of gold to Lin Ming last time, and whose name was pronounced backwards by Lin Xiaodong. Speaking of which, Wang Yagao was also miserable. Although he had tried his best to suppress the matter and prevent it from spreading, his father somehow still found out about it. For this, Army Chief Wang was furious. He was not angry that Wang Yagao had made a bet with someone, but that he lost the bet. Not only that, he lost to a person who was at the first level of physical training, and even his name was pronounced backwards. It was simply a great shame. Army Chief Wang directly ordered Wang Yagao to be confined for 2 months, and he has just been released. 2 months of confinement was almost like a death sentence for Wang Yagao. He could not drink alcohol or eat meat, could not go to brothels, could not take his younger brothers everywhere to be domineering, and could only face a few martial arts classics every day and complete his daily homework. Wang Yagao blamed all this hatred on Lin Ming, and he couldn't swallow this anger. However, it was not easy for Wang Yagao to deal with Lin Ming. He had no real power in the military lord's mansion, and had no way to transfer people. As for the bad friends he knew, none of them were Lin Ming's opponents. Moreover, his father had blocked his finances, and he had no way to hire people. He could not do anything to Lin Ming. Until today, when his brother came back, Wang Yiming felt that the opportunity had come, so he had been waiting for his brother for so long to complain. Wang Yiming glanced at Wang Yagao. Both of them were the sons of the military lord Wang's eldest wife, with the same father and mother, so he naturally understood this younger brother. He snorted coldly and said, "You are waiting for me about the gambling fight." The military lord Wang had already mentioned this matter in his speech just now, so Wang Yiming knew it very well. Wang Yagao looked embarrassed. "Brother, you are very observant. You are powerful. You don't know, that kid is very arrogant. First he beat up my servant, and then he cheated in the gambling fight. Not only that, this guy insulted our military lord's mansion, saying that we..." Wang Yiming knew his brother was making up stories. As soon as he heard it, he said impatiently, "Don't try that. I don't know what kind of person you are. Do you want me to avenge you?" "Yes, brother is a hero. It only takes one finger to deal with that guy." Wang Yiming snorted coldly, "I'm a 1,000-man captain of the border army, and I took action against a kid who is only in the first level of physical training. Do you want to make a fool of myself?" Wang Yagao smiled and said, "Why use a butcher knife to kill a chicken, brother? Don't you have 4 great guards? Let them go. It will be easy to catch him. My father is the commander of the Xianan City Guards. The throne is changing. Now is a very sensitive time. You ask me to use the border guards to arrest people in the capital. You can think of such a ridiculous thing. I think your 2 months of confinement is too little. Wang Yiming said this and ignored Wang Yageo again and strode away. Wang Yageo was left alone, standing there with a face full of resentment. He didn't expect to be scolded by his brother. He clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. Damn it, I have never suffered such a big injustice in Xianan City. Lin Ming, if I don't cripple you, I won't be named Wang. The sun rises and sets, the clouds roll and the clouds disperse, and 50 days pass quietly. In Dazhao Mountain, a young man was boxing with his upper body naked. The mountain wind was whistling, but the wind of the boy's boxing overwhelmed the mountain wind, and the sound was heard. Bang! The boy punched the wooden stake in front of him. With a crisp crack, the specially made tough tree stump soaked in potion was broken into 2 pieces by the boy's punch, and wood chips flew everywhere. The boy retracted his fist, and before the wood chips fell to the ground, he kicked down with a whip kick. With another crisp sound, the half of the wooden stake on the ground was smashed to pieces by the boy's kick. Although I have never been able to find out the threshold of training strength like Silk, my Chaos True Yuanju has been cultivated to the first level of minor success, and my own second level of physical training has been very solid, and my strength is more than 2,600 kilograms. The boy is Lin Ming. For 50 days, Lin Ming practiced hard in the mountains, using the best medicinal materials, and ate 20 juan. Because of this large amount of economic consumption, Lin Ming had to sell another powerful talisman. However, even with so much consumption, Lin Ming still failed to break through the 3rd level of physical training, training the internal organs. The practice of chaos gang doujing focuses on a solid foundation, not just seeking speed. It's been 50 days. Tomorrow is the day for the assessment of the 7 Zuanwu houses. I will have no problem passing it. Lin Ming picked up his clothes from a big rock and scooped up the clear water from the river to wash his body. Under the sunlight, Lin Ming's muscles were well proportioned and strong. After being soaked in the spring water, they were even more shiny. He was like a nimble cheetah, full of the beauty of strength. Just looking at his back, it was hard to believe that this was just the physique of a 15-year-old boy. After washing his body, Lin Ming put on his clothes and rushed down the mountain. He unfolded his body skills, leaping up and down like a rabbit, as fast as lightning, and disappeared in the vast dense forest in just a few breaths. Chapter 29 Conspiracy. Every year at the beginning of autumn and the beginning of spring, the 7 Zuanwu mansions hold enrollment examinations. This day is also the most important day for young martial artists in Xianan country. For them, the 7 Zuanwu mansions are the Dragon Gate, and they can ascend to heaven in 1 step after crossing it. To enter the 7 Zuanwu mansions, resources are secondary, and the main thing is the inheritance of skills. The inheritance of skills is the summary of experience accumulated by countless martial arts predecessors over thousands of years. If you don't have these experiences, it's simply a fool's dream to slowly explore the martial arts by yourself. The inheritance skills sold on the market are all common goods, and the real boutiques are only hidden in the sects and the martial arts mansions under the sects. This situation occurs, firstly, because the sects have very strict control over the inheritance of skills. Once it is discovered that a disciple in the sect has leaked the skills, the lightest is to abolish the cultivation, and the worst is to be directly executed. Secondly, the inheritance of skills is difficult to copy and transcribe. The martial arts are mysterious and mysterious. Many of the insights, roots of practice, and techniques of gathering true essence cannot be described in words. Therefore, the real boutique skills are not recorded in books, and they cannot be copied. The carrier used to record the skills is usually a jade slip. A small jade slip contains all kinds of mysterious information. Even a demonstration diagram of a skill contains artistic conception that can only be understood, but not expressed in words. If you want to engrave the mystery of a skill in a jade slip, it is difficult for people who are not proficient in this skill and have mastered it. It also takes a lot of time and energy. People who have not mastered the skill cannot copy it, even if they get a jade slip. This is like the gold note issued by a bank. Although it looks like a piece of paper, no one can draw an identical one according to the gold note to spend. Therefore, there are very few jade slips recording fine skills, and they are completely extinct in the market. This is why there are so many young warriors who want to take the exam for the 7 Zuanwu Mansion. However, the harsh selection ratio makes a large number of warriors fail every year. Lin Ming himself possessed the top grade physical training technique Chaos Gang Daojing, so naturally he looked down on the inheritance of the 7 Zuanwu Mansion. However, he still wanted to enter the 7 Zuanwu Mansion, not for Lan Yunyu. For Lin Ming, since he set his life goal as pursuing the ultimate in martial arts, Lan Yunyu's affairs have hardly caused any waves in his heart. Lin Ming wanted to enter the 7 Zuanwu Mansion first, because he needed the cultivation resources of the 7 Zuanwu Mansion. The resources here are not elixirs or herbs, but some special training locations. These special training locations are arranged through formations, or are formed by nature. The strange environment makes people practice martial arts with half the effort. In addition, there are martial arts. Martial arts are extremely important for martial artists, and are directly linked to the combat effectiveness of martial artists. Lin Ming does not know any martial arts. The memory fragments he merged are just a little bit of the memory of the predecessor. There are very few memories about martial arts, only 3 or 4, and they are still incomplete. In fact, it is nothing to have incomplete martial arts. After all, it is the top grade martial arts of the God Realm. Even if it is incomplete, it is not comparable to the martial arts of the Xianan Kingdom. Unfortunately, Lin Ming didn't know what realm he needed to practice these 3 or 4 martial arts. The innate one was definitely unreliable, because in Lin Ming's memory, the weakest of these martial arts could split mountains and crack the earth at will. Not to mention using it to kill people, it would not be too difficult to destroy the Xianan Kingdom. This kind of martial arts obviously has nothing to do with Lin Ming now. So Lin Ming needs to pass this assessment and enter the 7 Zuanwu Mansion, and he must get a good score, because the top few in the 7 Zuanwu Mansion assessment every year have rich rewards, either elixirs or treasures, and these elixirs and treasures are often from the 7 Zuanwu Mansion's home, the 3rd grade sect 7 Zuan Valley, which cannot be bought in Xianan City, even if you have money. So even the children of the aristocratic families are salivating over this reward, and Lin Ming will naturally be tempted. In the past, he was weak, and he was thankful to pass the assessment, and naturally he had no chance of rewarding. But now, Lin Ming is determined to get this reward. On the day of the beginning of autumn, the square in front of the 7 Zuanwu Palace was already crowded with people. Because there were too many people, the assessment would start from early morning and last all day until sunset. Lin Ming and Lin Xiaodong did not enter the square because they felt there were too many people, but stayed on the official road. Although there were few people here, Lin Ming's ears were still filled with various discussions. It is said that there are many strong contestants in this assessment. Among them is Wang Yanfeng, who won the first place in the Yulu City Elite competition. He is 15 years old, has a 4th grade talent, and his cultivation has entered the early 3rd level of physical training. No way, so perverted, won't he be able to enter the 7 Profound Martial Palace for sure? Why didn't he come during the Spring Festival exam? I guess his goal is the Heavenly Palace. He enters the Heavenly Palace as soon as he enters the Martial Palace. How domineering. The Heavenly Palace is absolutely impossible. In recent years, except for Qin Xingsun, I haven't heard of anyone who entered the Heavenly Palace as soon as he entered the 7 Profound Martial Palace. The minimum cultivation requirement for the Heavenly Palace is the peak of the 3rd level of physical training, and the mainstream inside is the 4th level of physical training. Wang Yanfeng is not good enough. I think he has dragged it on for so long because he wants to get the 1st place in the assessment and get a reward. Heavenly Palace. Lin Ming murmured to himself. Speaking of which, ZHU Yan entered the Heavenly Palace with the peak of the 3rd level of physical training half a year ago. There is no doubt that ZHU Yan's strength is the best among the warriors of the same level, and he is definitely not comparable to a good for nothing like Wang Yagao. Lin Ming was thinking when he suddenly felt a pair of eyes from behind falling on him. Someone was observing him. In the messy crowd, there were many eyes falling on everyone. It was impossible for ordinary people to detect the intentional peeping of others. Since Lin Ming practiced the Chaos True Essence art, his perception was extremely sharp. Even in such a complex gaze, he still felt that there was a cold and different gaze. He pretended to turn his head casually. There was a blue cloth carriage where the gaze originated. When Lin Ming looked over, the curtain of the carriage was just lowered. Lin Ming snorted in his heart. Someone was plotting against him before the exam. At this time, in the carriage, there was a young man in brocade clothes and a gloomy young man. They were Wang Yagao and Zhu Yan. This guy won't find us. Wang Yagao was scared by Lin Ming last time. Although he kept shouting revenge, he felt guilty when he really faced Lin Ming. The defeat in 3 moves was a serious blow to his self-confidence. Zhu Yan said coldly, "Don't be suspicious. There are so many people here. Unless he has eyes behind his back, this guy has actually broken through the 2nd level of physical training." The gap between the 2nd level of physical training and the 1st level of physical training is not small. It is very difficult to reach it at the age of 15, especially since Lin Ming is from an ordinary family and has only a 3rd grade talent. I think this guy is probably practicing too much, otherwise how could he be so fast? Even I was only 16 years old when I entered the 2nd level of physical training. This guy's probably overdrawing his body and ignoring the hidden injuries left on his body. Humph, in this case, he will definitely be disabled in a few years. Wang Yagao cursed viciously. Zhu Yan looked down on this guy from the bottom of his heart. He had so many spiritual medicines to support him, but he had the nerve to say that he had only entered the 2nd level of physical training at the age of 16. Moreover, his combat effectiveness was extremely weak. If his father was not the commander of the Xianan City Guard, Zhu Yan would not bother to pay attention to him. Zhu Yan said, according to common sense, he can't reach this level. If he overdraws his body, he will be disabled sooner or later. However, if he has 1000 taels of gold to support him, it may not be the case. Hearing Zhu Yan say this, Wang Yagao's face suddenly turned red. He thought Zhu Yan didn't know about the gambling fight, but he didn't expect that he already knew about it. Damn it. It's really embarrassing. Zhu Yan ignored Wang Yagao. His face was a little gloomy. Generally speaking, if a teenager under the age of 16 has a cultivation level higher than the 2nd level of physical training, there is a possibility that he can enter the 7 Zuanwu mansion. Many disciples of big families entered in this way. For them, it is not too difficult with the support of high-level herbal medicine. The 7 Zuanwu mansion does not mind this. After all, family background is equivalent to talent and is part of the strength of a warrior. Whether it is a master who relies on real skills or a master who uses medicine, they are all masters and can enhance the strength and influence of the 7 Zuanwu mansion. Experts who have been trained with spiritual medicine have a certain hope of entering the 7 Zuanwu mansion. Moreover, Lin Ming's fighting power is obviously better than other warriors of the same level, so the possibility of entering is naturally greater. Zhu Yan absolutely does not want Lin Ming to enter the 7 Zuanwu mansion. He is not afraid that Lin Ming will surpass him. As a genius, Zhu Yan has absolute confidence in himself. Even if Lin Ming defeats Wang Yagao by leaps and bounds, it is no big deal in his eyes. After all, Wang Yagao has just entered the 2nd level of physical training, and his fighting power is originally poor. He is confident that he will always trample Lin Ming under his feet, but Lin Ming's entry into the 7 Zuanwu mansion will inevitably stir up waves in Lan Yunayu's heart. Lan Yunayu has always had feelings for Lin Ming. What will happen if he is allowed to enter the 7 Zuanwu mansion? Zhu Yan likes Lan Yunayu. This kind of love is half because he is impressed by Lan Yunayu's temperament and appearance, and the other half comes from his possessiveness of beautiful things. He absolutely cannot tolerate Lan Yunayu having another man in her heart. However, although Zhu Yan had some connections in the 7 Profound Martial Palace, because his family was royal relatives, the martial arts palace examination was public, and it was impossible for him to block Lin Ming from enrolling. In this case, there was only one way to prevent him from taking the exam. Chapter 30 Overthrowing the Heavy Cavalry. Zhu Yan groaned, touched the ring on his ring finger, and said, "Brother Wang, Qianan City is your territory. Do you know any masters? It would be best if they are at the 4th level of physical training, or even at the peak of the 4th level of physical training." Zhu Yan expected that even if Lin Ming had a solid foundation, He would not be able to deal with a master at the peak of the 3rd level of physical training. He would find a master at the 4th level of physical training and easily get rid of him. Wang Yagao said, I do know a lot of masters at the 4th level of physical training, but they are all my father's or my brother's personal guards. Because of the last incident, my father has already given orders, and none of them listen to me. People at the 4th level of physical training are not cabbages. Generally speaking, such people are already in their 30s and are either guards of important figures or hold important positions. With Wang Yagao's ability, it is not easy to ask them to deal with a 15 or 16-year-old boy. Zhu Yan thought for a moment and said to Wang Yagao, during the assessment of the 7 Zuanwu mansions, the one who maintains law and order is Zhao Mengshan, right? He seems to have been promoted by your father. Wang Yagao was stunned and nodded. That's right. Brother Zhao usually takes good care of me. The Zhao Mengshan mentioned by Zhu Yan is the captain of the Xianan City Constable Brigade. The Constable Brigade and the City Defense Army are two systems. The Constable Brigade is responsible for law and order, while the City Defense Army is responsible for maintaining the rule of the royal family and suppressing rebellions. Well, I know. I have a way to let you cripple Lin Ming and vent your anger. Zhu Yan lifted the curtain and stared at Lin Ming like a venomous snake through a small gap, saying with a gloomy face, the assessment of the 7 Zuanwu mansions is divided into 3 parts, namely the force test, the illusion test, and the exquisite tower. The first part to be carried out in the morning is the force test. Strength training is the first stage of physical training and the foundation of martial arts. If the strength training is not solid, it will be useless to talk about training meat, training organs, changing tendons, and strengthening bones in the future. Therefore, strength is very important for warriors, and the strength test is relatively simple. It only needs a tester, and a large number of applicants can be eliminated in a short period of time. Therefore, for so many years, strength testing has always been the first step of the assessment of the 7 Zuanwu mansion. The tester is a special stone tablet as high as a person, on which there is a light column made of sinew and stone powder. A punch hits the stone tablet, and the height of the light column is used to judge a person's strength. 1 inch height is 100 katis, and 1 foot is enough, that is, 1000 katis. Otherwise, it is eliminated. The symbol of the peak of the first level of physical training is 9 stones of strength, and a punch breaks iron and wood. In other words, the strength of a general warrior of the first level of physical training is at most 900 katis, and it is difficult to pass the assessment. Lin Ming's strength had exceeded 1000 katis when he was in the first level of physical training, and now his strength has reached more than 2600 katis. This is naturally brought to him by the Chaos Gang doujing. Strength is one of Lin Ming's advantages. He not only wants to pass the test, but also strive for the first place. In the square, before the test began, Lin Ming sat on the stone platform beside the official road to meditate and regulate his breath. At this moment, a sudden urgent voice sounded, "Get out of the way, everyone." Lin Ming opened his eyes and saw a man in his 20s galloping on the official road. He was wearing armor and holding a 2-meter long knight's lance in his hand, as thick as a child's arm. At this time, he was waving his lance to drive away the crowd on the official road, while waving his whip vigorously. The sound of clack 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 of horse hooves was crisp and pleasant to the ears. The official road, which was already a little crowded, was in chaos for a while. Lin Ming frowned slightly. On the assessment day of the 7 Zuanwu mansions, Xianan City would specially send a brigade of detectives to maintain order. How could they allow someone to gallop in the crowd? Soon Lin Ming noticed that, although this man was aggressive and the knight's lance in his hand was opened and closed, he did not touch anyone. It seemed that this man had good martial arts skills, and was also very skilled in riding. Lin Ming was sitting on the side of the road, so he didn't need to get up. But at this moment, he suddenly found that the man on horseback smiled sinisterly, shook the reins with his hand, and a warhorse under his crotch turned in a direction without leaving a trace, and approached Lin Ming faintly. Lin Ming's face sank, and he instantly understood that this man was coming for him. The horse was getting faster and faster. The man on the horse was not only wearing armor, but also the knight's spear in his hand, which was as thick as a child's arm, weighed more than 100 kilograms. With the power of the horse's sprint, a slash of the spear could definitely knock down a wall. When the man was less than 10 meters away from Lin Ming, the spear in his hand suddenly emitted a very subtle khaki light. Martial arts. You really look down on me, and even use martial arts. Lin Ming's eyes were cold, his right hand was slightly opened, and the chaos true Yuan Ju was running quickly. Lin Ming's perception was instantly raised to the extreme. In his eyes, the speed of the spear seemed to slow down suddenly, and the noisy horse hoof sound also disappeared. Just when the man was within 3 meters of Lin Ming suddenly jumped up from his cross-legged position, and then he made a move that the man on the horse could not expect. Lin Ming did not dodge, but stretched out his hands and grabbed the spear fiercely. 100 Jin spear, plus the power of the horse's sprint, can sweep a tree apart. He actually grabbed it with his hands. ? At the moment the spear fell, Lin Ming's true energy was poured into his fists and feet. His right foot suddenly stepped back, leaving a deep footprint on the stone platform, and then he used both hands to meet it. The power of more than 2,600 kilograms burst out instantly. Get up! Lin Ming shouted, grabbed the spear with his arms, and raised it suddenly. The man on the horse only felt a strong force coming, and he was actually thrown off the horse by Lin Ming with the spear. The man felt dizzy and the wind whistled in his ears. The next moment, he felt a sharp pain in his back. His internal organs seemed to be dislocated. He crashed into a big tree. The man felt a sweetness in his throat and spat out a mouthful of blood. Lin Ming threw away the 100 Jin spear in his hand and sat down again. This man only had the strength of the second level of physical training. Although he used the power of the horse, he was still a long way behind Lin Ming, who practiced the Chaos Gang Dao Sutra. Many people around saw Lin Ming's power and were secretly shocked. He threw the knight who was sprinting at full speed off the horse. This was simply a humanoid monster. Zhu Yan was also watching this scene from a distance in the carriage. His face became more and more gloomy. Wang Yagao was a good for nothing, and the person he found was also a good for nothing. He borrowed the power of the horse and was thrown away by someone else. Fortunately, he had expected this result, but he didn't expect Lin Ming's counterattack to be so clean and neat. At this time, a group of noisy footsteps sounded. What's going on? Beating people in the street? Lin Ming looked up and saw that it was Wang Yagao, who had rushed to the scene with a group of minions. He sneered in his heart. Obviously this was planned long ago. Wang Yagao looked at the man who was thrown out by Lin Ming, and his heart skipped a beat. This strength really made him nervous, but thinking that there was someone backing him up, Wang Yagao became more confident again. He gritted his teeth and looked at Lin Ming, saying viciously, "Lin Ming, you bastard, you hit my men again and again. I had already said that I would not bother with you, but this time, you went too far. Go. Come on. I'll take responsibility if you kill me." Wang Yagao waved his hand heroically, but no one behind him moved, including Wang Yagao himself, who gave the order. "You will be responsible if you are beaten to death." "Are you kidding? You will be responsible if you are beaten to death." Most of these minions were at the first level of physical training, with a few at the second level. Moreover, they were at the bottom of the same level of warriors. The scene of Lin Ming knocking over the knight just now was still fresh in his mind. Wouldn't it be courting death if he rushed forward? Lin Ming smiled faintly and said, "Why, after 3 months, these minions under your command haven't upgraded yet?" Chapter 31, Beating the Army Lord's Son. When Lin Ming mentioned what happened 3 months ago, Wang Yagao got angry. That was the greatest shame in his life. "Come on, or you'll be in trouble." These minions usually followed Wang Yagao and did things that bullied men and women. Wang Yagao was their umbrella of protection. If Wang Yagao kicked them away, not only did he not protect them, but he also found out their criminal records and sent them all to jail. Then they would have no chance to survive in Qianxue City. Thinking of this, a group of people rushed up with their heads held high. Anyway, that guy would not dare to kill them, and it would only be a little physical pain. Lin Ming's eyes turned cold, and he picked up the long spear on the ground with his right foot and reached out to grab it steadily. At the same time as the minions rushed up, Lin Ming held the tip of the spear and swept it with the spear shaft. For a moment, it was like a big stick sweeping a chicken. The 5 or 6 people who rushed up were directly blown away. For a moment, the miserable wails were endless. These minions were like clay. When they were touched, they lay on the ground and groaned, looking like they were dying. Seeing this scene, Lin Ming was speechless. He didn't use much strength in the sweep just now. Even if he was bad, it wouldn't be like this. However, although these minions were good for nothings and they were acting, Lin Ming's shooting down 7 or 8 people still shocked the onlookers around him. Some people began to pay attention to Lin Ming. In an instant, only Wang Yageo was left. Wang Yageo was a little panicked. Seeing Lin Ming coming over, he said in a timid way, "Lin Ming, what do you want to do? I warn you not to act rashly, otherwise you will die ugly." Lin Ming looked at Wang Yageo and said coldly, "Even if the leaves are rotten, its veins are clearly visible. As a warrior, how can I lose my backbone? You have hurt me again and again. I have tolerated you twice. If you tolerate it again for the 3rd time, what's the point of my martial arts?" As Lin Ming spoke, he moved his body and instantly came in front of Wang Yageo. Wang Yageo's hair stood up. At this time, he had only one thought in his mind. This Lin Ming, he is crazy. You even dare to hit yourself? Question mark? You dare. My father is. Ah. With a scream, Lin Ming punched Wang Yageo in the lower abdomen. He used hidden power in this punch. Although he did not reach the level of strength as fine as silk, he did achieve the unity of hardness and softness. The hidden power of this punch was transmitted to Wang Yageo's internal organs, and Wang Yageo spat out a large mouthful of blood. Then Lin Ming turned his hand, aimed at Wang Yageo's cheek, raised his hand and slapped him, hitting Wang Yageo's right face. Wang Yageo's body suddenly spun like a top, and fell to the ground with a plop, with stars in his eyes. One side of his lip was almost broken by Lin Ming's slap, and one tooth fell out with blood. You. Wang Yageo covered his mouth and turned over. He looked at his bloody palm with red eyes. He grew up in the military commander's mansion. Whenever someone dared to hit him, he stretched out his bloody finger and pointed at Lin Ming tremblingly. I will kill you. Kill me. I'm afraid you don't have this chance." Lin Ming took a step forward and shook the spear in his hand. The tip of the spear suddenly shook out a huge gunflower, and murderous aura was overflowing. Feeling this murderous aura, and looking at the gunflower less than half a foot away from his neck, Wang Yageo, who was originally fierce on the outside, but weak on the inside, had his confidence completely shattered. He rolled and crawled out, screaming, "Murder!" Lin Ming also knew his limits. In broad daylight, he could not kill the son of the military commander. Although the punch used hidden power, it would only take effect slowly, causing Wang Yageo pain, but it would not be fatal. As for the wound at the corner of his mouth, although it was very painful, it could be cured with herbs. At this time, a burst of hurried horse hoof sounds rang out on the official road. Lin Ming looked up and saw a man about 30 years old, with a mustache, wearing a constable uniform, with a big knife on his waist, riding a horse, and running all the way. Behind him, there were more than a dozen constables. Seeing these constables, Wang Yageo was like seeing a savior. He immediately shouted, "Help, someone is killing people." Then he rushed towards the team of officials crookedly. Lin Ming frowned slightly when he saw these constables. He immediately understood Wang Yageo's purpose of provoking trouble. In fact, he did not expect the man on horseback and the minions just now to hurt him, but wanted to provoke trouble and let the constables who maintained the order of the 7 Zuanwu mansion examination arrest him. Once arrested, he would miss the entrance examination of the 7 Zuanwu mansion at the least, and be sentenced to prison at the worst, or even be plotted against in prison. What's going on? The head of the constable was named Zhao Mengshan, 35 years old this year, 4th level of physical training, and the captain of the Xianan City Constable Brigade. After Zhao Mengshan asked this question, the minions who had fallen to the ground and were dying all got up alive and well. Then, Lin Ming had already guessed what was going on. They pointed at Lin Ming and said, "He hit someone. And he intended to murder my son. Sir, look at the wounds on our bodies. That guy hit us with the barrel of his gun. If I hadn't reacted quickly, I would have broken my bones." A minion lifted up his clothes and saw a large bruise on his chest. At this time, Lin Ming still had a spear in his hand, which was conclusive evidence. "Brother Zhao, you have to make the decision for me. Wang Yagao opened his mouth and spit out blood foam. This guy was the worst. He was not human at all. Zhao Mengshan hurriedly handed Wang Yagao the medicine for injuries. As the head of the constables, Zhao Mengshan always carried medicine for injuries with him, and it was a valuable medicine. Wang Yagao wailed while rubbing the medicine on his mouth. This medicine worked immediately after bleeding, and Wang Yagao's pain was finally relieved a little. Brother Zhao, you must seek justice for me. Wang Yagao looked at Lin Ming with resentment. He never thought that Lin Ming would dare to hit him. He was dead. As long as he was put in the cell, there would be many ways to deal with him. It would not be difficult to cripple or even kill him. It was completely possible to say that Lin Ming was trying to escape from prison. No, killing him would be too easy. He must be made to live a life worse than death. Wang Yagao's father usually didn't care about such things. The last gambling fight was because Wang Yagao lost someone. Even his name was read backwards, which was equivalent to changing his surname. Of course, Wang Qianxue was furious. As for this kind of bullying and crippling a few civilians, as long as it did not damage the family's reputation, Wang Qianxue usually would not care at all. He had no mind to care about such things, and there was no need. Thinking of this, Wang Yagao was secretly happy. Although he was beaten, it only hurt for a while. The most important thing was to vent his anger. Brother ZHU's trick worked. Although he couldn't call in a master, he could use the situation to suppress others. As long as he could make up a reason, he could use the hands of others to kill you. Zhao Mengshan had been a constable for so many years, so he was naturally not a fool. He guessed what happened just by looking at the scene. This unlucky young man must have offended Wang Xiao, who used his hand to punish him. This young man was really stupid. Not only did he beat Wang Xiao's men, he even beat Wang Xiao, and beat him so badly. He probably had to explain himself in this life. Being the chief constable requires dealing with various forces in Xianan City, and Zhao Mengshan himself is not a high-ranking official. He cannot afford to offend any force in Xianan City. Therefore, Zhao Mengshan has learned to survive in the cracks over the years. When a matter is put in his hands, he does not first look at who is right or wrong, but at the background behind them. Not to mention that Wang Yagao's father, Wang Qianxue, has promoted him. Even if he did not, he has to side with Wang Qianxue. Don't look at Wang Yagao, this yaman, who is not a big deal, and even in the Qianxue mansion, he is an unfilial son who is arbitrarily punished by Wang Qianxue. But if he goes out, it will be different. If he goes out, he will have to talk about face. Zhao Mengshan's decision today is a signal, suggesting whether he is Wang Qianxue's man. Knowing all this, Zhao Mengshan naturally made a decision in his mind. He waved his hand and a constable came out. He began to check the injuries of those minions, and then checked Lin Ming's spear. After comparing the scars, he said something that couldn't be more useless. Yes, the wound was caused by this spear. Zhao Mengshan nodded and said to Lin Ming, name. Lin Ming had roughly guessed what Zhao Mengshan was going to do. He stared at Zhao Mengshan intently and answered frankly, Lin Ming. Looking into Lin Ming's eyes, Zhao Mengshan vaguely felt the contempt in this look, which made Zhao Mengshan very uncomfortable. He said somewhat unhappily, now the evidence is conclusive. What else do you have to say? The evidence is conclusive? Lin Ming sneered. Have you ever asked passers-by? Are you only listening to Wang Yagao's one-sided story? Zhao Mengshan frowned, vaguely feeling that this guy might not be a fool. He seemed to have guessed the possible development trajectory of things as soon as he appeared, and now he is calm in the face of danger, as if he was watching a joke on himself. However, since this kid saw through it so clearly, why did he still impulsively beat Wang Yagao like this? Didn't he know that Wang Yagao's father was Wang Qianxue of the Xianan City Guard? Although Wang Qianxue did not indulge his son and even often punished his son, it did not mean that he could allow others to beat his son, which was equivalent to slapping him in the face. This kid named Lin Ming, wouldn't he be a big shot? But looking at his clothes, he doesn't look like one. And if he was really a big shot, Wang Yagao shouldn't be stupid enough to go against him. Zhao Mengshan said, of course I will ask passers-by. You go back to the yamen with me to record a statement first, and I will keep someone to investigate the matter carefully. Although the people should not fight with the officials, these passers-by, as long as they are not stupid, know that they should not talk too much, but there are all kinds of birds in the forest. If he encounters a fool, he will have a bad ending. Take him away. Zhao Mengshan waved his hand decisively, and his constables immediately brought a rope. Wang Yagao saw this scene and a grim smile appeared on his face. Fight with me, haha, see how you die. Seeing two constables coming over with ropes, Lin Ming shook his sleeves and said coldly, try to tie them up. Once they are tied up, it will be difficult to untie them. Chapter 32. Once tied up, it is difficult to untie. Seeing two constables coming over with ropes, Lin Ming shook his sleeves and said in a cold voice, try to tie him up. Once tied, it will be hard to untie him. Untie him, you idiot. You still want to untie him? Once tied, you can never untie him, ha ha ha. Wang Yagao laughed triumphantly when he heard Lin Ming say such stupid words. However, he soon remembered that as a victim, it was not good to laugh like this, and this sentence clearly hinted that he wanted to kill him in prison. Sure enough, Wang Yagao turned around and saw Zhao Mengshan looking at him with an unpleasant expression. Wang Yagao coughed dryly and said embarrassedly, Brother Zhao, you are handling the case. I just can't get angry. This kid is too fucking arrogant. Lin Ming patted the dust on his body and said to Zhao Mengshan, in the 7 Zuanwu Prefecture examination, you are responsible for public security. Someone was riding a horse at high speed on the official road and waving a gun to hurt people, but you didn't come. Then someone instigated his men to gather a crowd to fight and wanted to injure me, but you didn't come. I waved a gun to fight back and you came. You convicted me of assault without asking a word to the onlookers. You are so wise. Lin Ming's words were neither hurried nor slow, and every word was heart-wrenching. Even Zhao Mengshan, who had seen a lot of the world, felt a sinking feeling in his heart. This kid is quite courageous. He is still so calm at this time. What does he rely on? Zhao Mengshan looked at Lin Ming and felt that today's matter could not be delayed any longer. He said angrily, I'm acting. It is not your turn to comment. Tie him up. With his order, the rope was already around Lin Ming's neck. With Lin Ming's ability, he could not beat Zhao Mengshan, who had reached the 4th level of physical training, so he did not resist. At this moment, a voice came from the crowd. Get out of the way, everyone. Lin Ming looked up and saw a fat boy holding a lunchbox, squeezing in. This person was Lin Xiaodong. Lin Ming was meditating here just now. Lin Xiaodong went to buy breakfast and came back. When Lin Xiaodong saw that Lin Ming had a rope around his neck, he immediately got angry. Damn. What the hell are you doing to tie someone up? Zhao Mengshan didn't know where this fat guy came from. He was about to wave his hand to have someone drive this guy away. At this moment, a little light suddenly appeared in the corner of his eye. Looking back, he saw a little fire extinguished in Lin Ming's hand. Sound transmission? Zhao Mengshan's eyelids jumped. The sound transmission note can record a sound and then transmit it to a fixed point. It is used for communication. Obviously, this boy just recorded the sound secretly without his knowledge and then transmitted it. This guy. Zhao Mengshan looked at the boy again and felt an inexplicable chill in his heart. He offended him today and he will definitely take revenge in the future. It seems that it is really necessary to indulge Wang Yagao to kill him, otherwise there will be trouble. But, the key is who is he transmitting the sound to? The person Lin Ming transmitted the sound to was naturally Mr. Mu Yi. Last time, Lin Ming entrusted Mu Yi to keep the inscription technique secret for him. Mu Yi once said that with the Marshal's mansion, Lin Ming in Xianan City would be absolutely safe. As long as he encountered trouble, he could use the sound transmission note to notify him, and he also left the sound transmission note seal. Although Lin Ming was a man of blood, he was not a person who acted impulsively without considering the consequences. He had a plan in his mind before he hit Wang Yagao. He would not let a scoundrel dampen his pride. He owed Mu Yi a favor and could repay it in the future. Although Mu Yi is now a guest official of the general's mansion and the prince's tutor, he is not an official, but a person of the underworld. People in the underworld value loyalty. Mu Yi's words friends of different ages are not just a casual remark. He really regards Lin Ming as a friend. After hearing the recording of the sound transmission note, Mu Yi roughly understood what happened. He snorted coldly. He has always been disgusted with the court with many cliques and followers. Today, not to mention that Lin Ming is his friend of different ages, there is also an unfathomable master behind him. Even if the relationship between the two is average, he will intervene in this matter. Mu Yi rarely interacts with the bureaucrats in the court and doesn't know many people at all. The only person he can think of for such a matter is his student, the current Prince Yanglin. A sound transmission note was passed to Yanglin. Prince Yanglin always admired and respected his teacher. Naturally, he would do his best to do what the teacher asked him to do. So he personally passed the sound transmission note to the director of the security mansion. The sound transmission talisman used by the emperor and the prince is a unique purple gold color. At this time, the director was holding his concubine and flirting with her. When he saw the purple light flashing, the director almost fell off the chair. The sound transmission talisman from the prince. When the director learned the reason for the prince's sound transmission, his head was big. He just felt dizzy. The sentence not checking the people and not supervising them made his heart skip a beat. Of course, he knew who Zhao Mengshan was. On one side was the son of the military leader Wang, and on the other side was a kid who didn't know where he came from. You can figure out how Zhao Mengshan would deal with this matter with your toes. But, this kid turned out to be the prince's man. Zhao Mengshan, you fucking bastard, you actually caused such a big mess for me. Damn. What right do you have to kidnap people? Lin Xiaodong was still bluffing. Zhao Mengshan waved his hand in annoyance and pointed at Lin Xiaodong and said, you are obstructing public affairs and insulting the officials. Tie them up together. After Zhao Mengshan finished speaking, 2 more officials came and held Lin Xiaodong down. Most of these officials were in the second level of physical training. Their second level of physical training was not like Wang Yagao, who was a good for nothing. Their foundation was much more solid. Lin Xiaodong was only in the first level of physical training so far, so he naturally had no resistance and was held down tightly in a few strokes. However, this guy was the type of person who was hard pressed. He struggled and shouted, you dare to tie me up? Remember this. I will make you pay back with interest. Shut his mouth. Zhao Mengshan was a little furious. A Yaman runner took out a piece of cloth, rubbed it casually, and stuffed it into Lin Xiaodong's mouth. As a result, his original curse suddenly turned into an unclear sound. Take them all away. Zhao Mengshan waved his hand, and Lin Xiaodong and Lin Ming were pressed onto the horses. The horses trotted all the way and soon ran several miles. At this time, Wang Yagao suddenly laughed sinisterly and said, Brother Zhao, put them down and drag them away. He wanted to use the horse to drag the 2 people behind him, which must be very interesting. Before Zhao Mengshan could reply, at this moment, a ball of red light appeared in front of him without any warning, and then exploded into a ball of sparks. It was a sound transmission note. The sound transmission note will transmit the sound directly to the mind of the person being transmitted, and others cannot hear it. At the moment, when the sound transmission talisman exploded, Zhao Mengshan's mind rang with the roar of his immediate superior, the minister of the security bureau. Let him go. Do you know who is behind the boy you arrested? The crown prince. Are you going to rebel? You dare to arrest the crown prince's people? Don't you know how to write the word death? Don't drag me down with you if you want to die. Zhao Mengshan, I tell you, whoever makes trouble for me, I will take off his official hat. Zhao Mengshan was scolded by his immediate superior, and he felt his head explode with a buzzing sound. He was stiff on the spot, and his mind was blank. The crown prince? Question mark? Zhao Mengshan grabbed his horse and looked at Lin Ming with his mouth open. Lin Ming was also looking at him at this time. His eyes were still as calm and indifferent as before, like a superior looking at a clown. He remembered the sound transmission talisman that Lin Ming handed over before. It was for the crown prince. Question mark? What is the concept of the crown prince? He was just a small chief constable. When he heard this word, that he would never come into contact with normally, the shock in his heart could not be described in words. He finally understood Lin Ming's previous look. Brother Zhao, drag them away. Anyway, no one can see them now. It's okay. These 2 guys are good at kung fu. They can't be dragged to death. Wang Yagao said with a chuckle. Drag your mother. Hearing Wang Yigeo's nonsense at this time, Zhao Mengshan really wanted to draw a knife and chop him. If it weren't for this idiot today, how could he fall into such a dilemma? Get off the horse, let them go. Zhao Mengshan waved his hand violently. His men were stunned, and Wang Yigeo was also stunned. Let them go? Wang Yigeo was not a fool. He thought of the sound transmission talisman just now. Could it be related to it? However, Zhao Mengshan let him go without a word, and Wang Yigeo was still very upset. He was about to argue a few words, and at this moment, a ball of fire burst out in front of him. It was also a sound transmission note. When Wang Yigeo heard the sound of the sound transmission note, he almost collapsed on the ground. It was a sound transmission note sent by his father himself, with only one sentence: "Get back here immediately." Wang Yigeo could even feel the chill coming from his father's words. He had no doubt that his father would rip off a layer of his skin this time. Since the person behind one of the two parties was the prince, and the person behind the other was Wang Junsu, the ministers would naturally send a sound transmission note to Wang Junsu to explain the situation. Wang Junsu had never been so angry in his heart. The old and new thrones were replaced, and Wang Yigeo actually offended the current prince. Although he was just a small person who had no idea what relationship with the prince, many times, just because of a small thing, it was enough for the prince to exclude him when choosing the team. He really wanted to kill this useless son. Zhao Mengshan knew what had happened when he saw Wang Yigeo receiving the sound transmission note. Seeing his men still standing there in a daze, Zhao Mengshan got angry and said, "Why don't you let him go? Why are you standing there in a daze?" The men were scolded and hurriedly tried to untie them. However, when they tried to untie the ropes, Lin Ming sneered, "Catch him if you want, let him go if you want. I told you, once they are tied up, it will be hard to untie them." Chapter 33, Taking Advantage of the Situation. Zhao Mengshan looked at Lin Ming, and then he recalled what Lin Ming had said before. Try to tie them up. Once they are tied up, it will not be so easy to untie them. When you are under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. Although Zhao Mengshan values his reputation, compared with his future or even his life, his reputation is nothing. Zhao Mengshan changed his previous expression and said with a smile on his face, "It's really a flood that has washed away the Dragon King Temple. Brothers, why didn't you say it earlier? We are all family. What happened today is a complete misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. You guys, why don't you untie the two brothers?" Although the bandages were not untied at this time, the cloth strip on Lin Xiaodong's mouth was taken off. He didn't know what happened, but Lin Ming had given him a lot of surprises these days, and Lin Xiaodong adapted quickly. Could it be that the mysterious master behind Brother Ming, who was always elusive, showed up? For Lin Xiaodong, he had no idea how powerful that person was. Anyway, he was very powerful. With such a person's support, he was afraid of nothing. "We are one family, damn. Who the hell is your family? Get out, all of you." The Yamen runners who came up to untie the ropes were pushed left and right by Lin Xiaodong's fat body, and all of them were pushed out. "Do you think I can be tied up, or released as you say?" Lin Xiaodong was a man who could not bear to be wronged. Now that he was in power, he would not let anyone off. Zhao Mengshan was now speechless and could not say anything. He smiled and stepped forward in person. "Little brother, I'm short-sighted. What do you think about today's matter?" Lin Xiaodong tilted his neck. These officials usually did not have much salary. Although they had some illegal income, Lin Xiaodong did not care about this little money. It was meaningless to pay them money, so how else could he punish them? At this time, Lin Xiaodong happened to see Wang Yigeo riding a horse, walking away in a daze. Lin Xiaodong was immediately angry. "Stop, who the hell told you to leave? Get back here." Hearing Lin Xiaodong's words, Wang Yigeo almost fell off the horse. He was scared now. If his father really used family law, it would definitely be a nightmare. Now, he felt scared when he saw Lin Ming. Not to mention revenge, he wanted to avoid Lin Ming when he saw him again. Wang Yigeo was really scared, and he didn't know what kind of power was behind Lin Ming, but he was sure that this power was definitely much greater than his own. Having lost his only advantage, Wang Yigeo was now afraid to avoid Lin Ming. "You, what do you want? You just leave like that? How can such a good thing happen?" Lin Xiaodong suddenly had an idea and said to the Yamen runners around him, "You guys, beat this guy up and forget about it." Wang Yagao shuddered when he heard this request, and Zhao Mengshan looked even more miserable. He didn't know if he could keep this hat if he went back now. If he beat Wang Yagao again, he would be dead. Zhao Mengshan looked at Lin Ming, and there was already a pleading look in his eyes. At this time, Lin Ming said, "Forget it, there's no point in making trouble with these people." He turned to Wang Yagao and asked, "Let me ask you a question. When you came out to find trouble with me, I felt that there was someone in the blue cloth carriage in the distance who was spying on me. Was that person Zhu Yan?" Hearing Lin Ming's question, Wang Yagao felt a chill in his heart. Does this guy have eyes behind his back? He was completely afraid of Lin Ming. At this moment, Lin Ming in front of him became more and more unfathomable and terrifying in his eyes. He was timid and silent. Lin Ming took a step forward, staring at Wang Yagao with burning eyes, and said in a cold voice, "Is it true or not?" Wang Yagao's heart skipped a beat, and he nodded with gritted teeth. "Is Zhu Yan also in charge of today's matter?" Wang Yagao still nodded. "Okay, you can go." Lin Ming had already understood that Zhu Yan just didn't want to enter the 7 Zuanwu Palace. Wang Yagao was just a pawn being used, and he was scared. Lin Ming didn't need to bother with him anymore. Of course, this was also because Wang Yagao had a military leader as his father. Lin Ming also knew his limits. It would be fine if he beat Wang Yagao and left a hidden force to make him suffer a little. If he really crippled him, Mu Yi would be in trouble. Hearing that Lin Ming showed signs of loosening up, Zhao Mengshan felt relieved and hurried forward to personally untie the ropes of Lin Ming and Lin Xiaodong. Lin Xiaodong flexed his chubby wrist and glanced at the black man horse that Zhao Mengshan was riding. Lin Xiaodong had sharp eyes and knew at a glance that this horse was a top quality one. Although it was far inferior to the snow dragon horse that could travel 2,000 miles a day, it could easily travel 1,000 miles a day and its value would not be less than 500 taels of gold. "Okay, we don't need you to see us off when we go back. Just leave the 2 horses here. This black man horse is okay, I'll take it." When Zhao Mengshan heard what Lin Xiaodong said, the corners of his mouth twitched. This horse was his favorite. He gritted his teeth and said, "If you like, feel free to ride it, little brother." "Haha, then I won't be polite," Lin Xiaodong said, and jumped up, and his fat body landed on the black man horse. Go. After leaving the group of Yamen runners, Lin Xiaodong was in a good mood. "Damn, today is so cool. I have never been so happy in my life. Look at the King Gaoi who usually has his eyes on the top of his head, and he has to endure the beating. The head of the constables has a miserable look on his face. He obediently offered his beloved horse. Haha, this is called a happy life." Lin Ming smiled and said, "Today we are borrowing the power of others. To put it bluntly, we are just taking advantage of others. What's so cool about it? One day when we have our own strength, we can intimidate the world with our own strength and no one dares to bully us. That's what we call real fun. Intimidate the world. Haha, brother Ming, I don't have such a lofty ideal. It's not bad to borrow the power of others. I think this way, when you intimidate the world in the future, you can protect me, your brother. If anyone bullies me, I will report your name and scare them out of their wits." "Okay." Lin Ming smiled. Originally, the two were only taken out for 3 or 4 miles, galloping on horseback, and returned in a short while. The square was still crowded with people, and the strength test had just begun. Lin Ming inadvertently forgot to glance at the place where the blue cloth carriage was, but saw that the carriage was still there, and Zhu Yan, who was originally sitting in it, had already got off the carriage. At this time, he was holding a long sword and looking at Lin Ming with cold eyes. "You are very capable. I underestimated you." The next moment, Lin Ming heard Zhu Yan's voice. The two were obviously 20 to 30 meters away, but Lin Ming could clearly hear the voice ringing in his ears. True essence transmission requires a warrior to have a very high control over the true essence in his body. Just based on this point, it is understandable that he entered the heavenly palace of the 7 profound martial palaces with the cultivation of the 3rd peak of physical training half a year ago. Don't think that you have entered the second level of physical training and can surely defeat a few drunkards of the same level. There is nothing great. You said that sooner or later you will surpass me. Very good. I will wait for you. I will let you know the real gap between you and me. We are destined to be from different worlds. Are we not from the same world? Lin Ming looked at Zhu Yan and smiled. Indeed, we are not from the same world. Chapter 34 Strength Test. There were a total of 20 strength test sites in the 7 Zuanwu mansion. After the test began, 20 long lines formed, which made the square less crowded. 20 strength test stone tablets were erected at the gate of the 7 Zuanwu mansion. After a while, the numbers on the tablets would determine the fate of the candidates present. At this time, a beautiful woman in her 30s or 40s walked onto the examination platform. Hello everyone, I'm one of the examiners of the strength test. Now, I will announce to you the overview of the 7 Zuanwu Palace assessment. The assessment is divided into 3 parts. Passing all of them is considered qualified. At the end of the exam, the examiners will select the top 10 candidates based on the 3 rounds of scores, age, and talent of the candidates, and they will receive the assessment rewards. The first place reward for this assessment is a red gold dragon marrow pill. When the red gold dragon marrow pill was mentioned, the candidates in the audience, including the children of the noble families, were amazed and shocked. Some of the weaker ones showed regret and depressed expressions because they were destined not to get the first place. The higher the reward, the more depressed they would be. Some of the stronger ones were all shining with their eyes and rubbing their hands, as if the red gold dragon marrow pill was prepared for them. Lin Ming has also read some books about elixirs these days and has some knowledge of the red gold dragon marrow pill. This pill is only the size of a grape and is made from the dragon bone marrow of a red gold dragon mixed with various precious herbs. It can greatly improve physical fitness, improve cultivation, and even help warriors break through bottlenecks. The red gold dragon is of course not a real dragon, but just a kind of fierce beast with some sub-dragon blood. However, despite this, there is no weak beast that can be related to the dragon, and ordinary acquired masters are not opponents. There are not many acquired masters in Cheyenne country, and no one can refine this kind of medicine, so Cheyenne country does not produce red gold dragon marrow pills. There is no doubt that this medicine comes from Qianxue Valley. In order to select geniuses every year, Qianxue Valley will distribute some pills to major directly affiliated institutions as prizes to attract geniuses to participate in the assessment. Maybe for Qianxue Valley, the red gold dragon marrow pill is not too precious, but in Cheyenne country, it is definitely a priceless thing, and even the powerful people of the big families will be jealous of it. The beautiful woman did not give the candidates who were either excited or depressed time to discuss. She continued, the second and third place in this test can get a golden snake red gall pill, and the other 4 to 10th place can each get 10 Juan pills. The golden snake red gall pill is made from the gall of a 100-year-old red gold snake. This kind of snake gall is red gold in color, hence the name. Although the golden snake red gall pill is not as good as the red gold dragon marrow pill, it is definitely a rare and precious medicinal material. However, the Juan pill for the 4th to 10th place is a level lower. It's not that the Juan pill is bad, the key is to see what it is compared with. This Juan pill is 200 taels of gold per pill, and 10 pills are only 2000 taels, while the first 2 pills may not be bought with 10,000 taels of gold, or even tens of thousands of taels of gold. The generous rewards made the self-proclaimed genius candidates extremely excited, and each of them seemed to be eager to go on stage to try their skills. Looking at these eager boys and girls, a young man in brocade clothes and a jade belt around his waist laughed contemptuously. Next to this young man, there was an attendant also wearing silk. The attendant smiled flatteringly and said, "These people really overestimate their own abilities. This red gold dragon marrow pill is already in the pocket of the young master. Do they want to get their hands on it?" The young man smiled slightly, opened a folding fan and shook it twice, but did not speak. He was Wang Yangfeng, a genius from the Wang family in Yulu City. He had a 4th grade talent and was now in the early stage of the 3rd level of physical training. He once won the 1st place in the Yulu City elite competition. You know, Yulu City is a big city, and this 1st place is quite important. The beautiful young woman on the stage continued. Now we begin the first round of assessment, the strength test. Please use all your strength to attack the stone tablet. The light column on the stone tablet will light up. 1 inch represents a force of 100 kilograms. 1 foot represents a force of 1000 kilograms. Each person has 3 chances. Just 1 chance is enough. Now, please watch a demonstration. Lingson, you come. While the beautiful woman was talking, a thin man with a cold face walked onto the stage. This man was wearing a black battle armor and had a 3-foot-long sword on his back. Although it was broad daylight, the moment he stepped onto the stage, people felt that the surrounding temperature dropped by several degrees. It's Lin Ming, the eldest senior brother of the Qianxue mansion of the 7th profound martial mansion. This Lin Ming was obviously very famous. Lin Ming didn't know him, so he asked Lin Xiaodong, who was standing beside him, "Who is Lin Ming?" Lin Xiaodong didn't pay much attention to cultivation, but he was very keen on collecting intelligence and gossip. He clicked his tongue twice and said, "This Lin Ming is the eldest senior brother of the Qianxue mansion of the 7th profound martial mansion, and the most powerful one in Qianxue mansion. He is 20 years old, with a 4th grade talent and the peak of the 4th level of physical training. He entered Qianxue mansion last year, and then took the initiative to ask to fight in the border battlefield for a year. It is difficult to estimate his combat effectiveness now. Some people say that he will soon enter the 5th level of physical training." The 5th level of physical training at the age of 20? Lin Ming was a little surprised. Generally, it is very remarkable for a warrior to enter the 5th level of physical training and bone forging before the age of 30. Moreover, this Lin Ming was full of murderous aura. Obviously, he had killed many people in the border battlefield. Such a person must be a master among masters among warriors of the same level. Lin Ming casually walked to the force measuring stone tablet. He hated this kind of demonstration, but it was customary to let the senior brother of Qianxue mansion demonstrate in every assessment, in order to give these candidates who thought they were geniuses a warning and let them know that there are always people better than you. Lin Ming casually stood in front of the stone tablet without doing any warm-up. He waved his right hand, and with a bang, the force measuring stone tablet shook violently, and the light column jumped wildly, and finally stabilized at 4 feet and 9 inches. 4,900 pounds. There was a sound of astonishment and admiration in the field. It seemed that Lin Ming had not used his full strength yet. If he used his full strength, it would definitely be more than 5,000 pounds. Seeing this result, Lin Ming's eyelids also twitched slightly. This Lin Ming's strength was almost twice his own. Lin Xiaodong said, "Nothing surprising. He is one of the strongest people in the younger generation of Xianan City. It would be surprising if he could not achieve this result." Lin Ming said, "One of the strongest people in the younger generation? Could it be that Qin Xingxuan can't beat him?" Lin Xiaodong shrugged and said, "I don't know how strong Qin Xingxuan is, but Qin Xingxuan has learned a lot of skills, while Lin Ming specializes in killing skills. If it is a life and death fight, I don't think Qin Xingxuan can win. And don't forget that Qin Xingxuan is only 15 years old, while Lin Ming is 20. Hearing Lin Xiaodong say this, Lin Ming nodded slightly. In the 6th level of the physical training stage, the gap in strength becomes greater as you advance. The strength of a warrior in the condensation vein stage is about 8,000 pounds, and Lin Ming is still very far from this level. The assessment begins. At this time, the beautiful middle-aged woman on the stage issued an order to start the strength test. The young candidates were eager to try, rubbing their hands, but when they really touched the strength measuring stone tablet, many of them failed. 900 katas, 850 katas, 850 katas, 3 failures. Next one. 950 katas, 900 katas, 900 katas, 3 failures. Next one. Many of the candidates who were eliminated had barely reached the 2nd level of physical training. If they were in their peak state, they could also hit 1000 katas. However, they were not always in their peak state. In addition, when they were nervous during the exam, they could only hit 8 or 900 katas, and they would naturally be eliminated. 1000 katas passed. A qualified candidate was born in Lin Ming's team. The qualified candidate clenched his fist and shouted excitedly because of joy. In fact, he also understood that, although he barely passed, he would still be eliminated in the 2nd round. However, it was an honor for him to pass the first round of the 7 Zuanwu Mansion assessment at the age of 16. 1,300 catas passed. 950 catas failed. As the results came out one by one, the losers were dejected and left sadly, while the winners were either extremely excited or indifferent. For some geniuses, passing this test was a matter of course. At this moment, a group of people suddenly became agitated. Lin Ming looked over and saw a tall young man in a green hemp shirt standing in front of the force measuring stone tablet, gathering strength to attack. Lin Ming was curious about who this person was when he heard someone talking. This is Sun Ping from Dangshu City. He has reached the 3rd level of physical training and is very powerful. Before the discussion stopped, Sun Ping made his move. With a bang, the light column on the force measuring stone tablet suddenly trembled and stopped at 2 feet and 3 inches. 2,300 kilograms. It was the first time that someone had exceeded 2,000 kilograms, and there was a burst of exclamations from the crowd. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 35, Fantasy Level. It's been quite a while since Sun Ping entered the 3rd level of physical training, but he has only hit 2,300 Jin, and he is already 17 years old. He can't threaten me at all. Wang Yanfeng waved his fan and squinted at Sun Ping. In the final assessment, not only the assessment results are considered, but also the age and talent level. The younger the age, the higher the talent level, and the higher the ranking. So generally qualified warriors will participate in the assessment early, and 17 years old is considered late. Master, it's your turn. Yes. Wang Yanfeng put away the fan and handed it to his follower. As Wang Yanfeng walked to the stone tablet, someone soon recognized him. Wang Yanfeng from Yulu City. With this voice, the eyes of the candidates nearby were focused. Among this group of candidates, Wang Yanfeng was the most likely to compete for the first place, because he was not only powerful, but also young, only 15 years old. And the most important point is that Wang Yanfeng has a high talent. Wang Yanfeng is a 4th grade talent. In fact, 4th grade talents are also divided into high and low. This Wang Yanfeng is a 4th grade upper grade, which is very rare. Wang Yanfeng stood in front of the stone tablet and exhaled in one breath. His breath almost formed 2 long snakes, which was a sign of the 3rd stage of physical training and internal organs training. People around him couldn't help but admire. Wow, it's incredible. He can exhale like a snake. Just after entering the 3rd stage of physical training. He's only 15 years old. It's amazing. Well, the heart, lungs and 5 internal organs of the warriors in the internal organs training stage are all protected by the true essence, not to mention the strong ability to resist blows, and the powerful martial arts will not be unable to withstand the backlash due to the fragile internal organs. Moreover, the heart and lungs of the warriors who train the internal organs are strong. The blood is rich, the breathing is long, and the muscles are more powerful than a little bit under the long-term irrigation of such blood and qi. This Wang Yanfeng has already exhaled like a snake, but you can't underestimate him, just because he has just entered the internal organs training stage. While speaking, Wang Yanfeng had already punched, and there was a boom, and the force measuring stone tablet shook violently, and the light flashed, and finally stopped at 2 feet and 4 inches. 2,400 Jin. Generally, the strength of a person who has just entered the 3rd level of physical training and the internal organs training realm is 2,000 Jin. However, Wang Yanfeng has just entered the 3rd level of physical training and he is only 15 years old. He can reach 2,400 Jin, which is enough to surprise people. However, before people can recover from their surprise, the team on the other side exclaimed again. A very strong boy walked down from the force measuring stone tablet. He had just finished punching, and the light column of the stone tablet stopped at 2 feet and 4 inches. 2,400 Jin. Wang Yanfeng's record was tied as soon as it was born. Lin Ming looked at the boy who broke Wang Yanfeng's record and was slightly surprised. This person turned out to be the same as himself and was also a 2nd level of physical training. It is not surprising to hit 2000 Jin in the third level of physical training, but it is too exaggerated to hit 2000 Jin in the second level of physical training. At this time, Lin Ming found that, although the boy's face was still a little childish, his height was more than half a head taller than the surrounding boys and girls, and his muscles were stronger than those of an adult. Could it be that he was born with supernatural power? Many people are born with many times more strength than others. Such people are very rare. This sturdy boy is obviously of this type. Wang Yanfeng also saw the sturdy boy. He snorted and didn't care. Is he born with supernatural power? The battle of a warrior is not just about strength. Moreover, as the martial arts deepen, the true essence will become more and more important. A warrior born with supernatural power may not be much stronger. The test was carried out bit by bit, and several more 1800 to 1900 kilograms of the second level of physical training appeared. The 7 Zuanwu mansion requires candidates to be between the ages of 15 and 18. It is very difficult to reach the peak of the second level of physical training at this age. Occasionally, there will be older teenagers in the third level of physical training who can score more than 2000 kilograms, and several of them even reach 2500 kilograms. At this time, it was finally Lin Ming's turn. Lin Ming came to the force measuring stone tablet. The situation of this assessment was much more severe than he imagined. Although he was confident that he would not lose to Wang Yanfeng, his talent was far inferior to Wang Yanfeng. A 3rd grade versus a 4th grade upper class, Lin Ming would suffer a great loss in the final score. In every round of assessment, you must go all out. Lin Ming exhaled lightly, relaxed his body, and cleared all distracting thoughts from his mind. The chaos true essence art silently operated in his mind, and the true essence, that was several times more condensed than that of the warriors of the same level, began to condense into the muscles of his whole body. Practicing strength like silk, combining hardness and softness, Lin Ming silently recited the force-using techniques and the Chaos Gang Dao Sutra in his mind. Suddenly, his eyes focused, and his originally relaxed body suddenly tightened like a strong bow. He exerted force with his legs, and with his legs leading his waist, Lin Ming rushed out like a leopard. Bang! A punch hit the center of the stone tablet, and the light column suddenly rose up, and then it jumped violently, and finally stabilized at 2700 kilograms. Lin Ming's strength is 2600 kilograms, but if he performs well, it is not surprising to hit 2700 kilograms. 2700 pounds. What a guy. Wow, this is a humanoid beast. If it has a few 100 pounds more, it can catch up with the 4th level of physical training. No, this guy is only the 2nd level of physical training. Is he born with supernatural powers? People around were talking about it, and soon someone recognized Lin Ming. I know that guy. Half an hour ago, on the official road, he used his arm strength to swing a 2nd level physical training warrior who was holding a 100-pound knight's spear like a windmill, and he didn't move at all, like a diamond demon god. It turns out that he was born with supernatural powers. No wonder. But he seems to have been taken away by the government. Why is he back? Amid the discussion of people, Wang Yanfeng and the sturdy boy who scored 2400 pounds also looked at Lin Ming. The sturdy boy showed Lin Ming a friendly smile. He didn't expect to meet a warrior with supernatural powers in an assessment. There was a sense of mutual appreciation. Wang Yanfeng looked at Lin Ming and frowned slightly. He was born with supernatural powers. He was really annoying. Brother Feng, where did this kid come from? He stole Brother Feng's limelight again. A man next to Wang Yanfeng said. Wang Yanfeng said, it's nothing great. He has a good body and some brute force to achieve this result in the 2nd level of physical training. In a real fight, it's not just about strength. Although warriors with supernatural powers are very rare, there are not many who can achieve great success in the future. Wang Yanfeng was arrogant. He had already determined that he would take the 1st place in this assessment. He was extremely unhappy to be overshadowed by teenagers of the same age. Brother Feng is right. In the future, cultivation will rely more and more on true essence. The advantage brought by physical strength is only useful at the beginning. This kid can only be glorious in the next few years. Wang Yanfeng's followers echoed at the right time. After Lin Ming, it was Lin Xiaodong's turn. Looking at the force measuring stone tablet, Lin Xiaodong twisted his neck and waist in front of the stone tablet for a long time. When the examiner was getting a little impatient, Lin Xiaodong screamed and punched the stone tablet. Bang! With a muffled sound, the light column of the stone tablet shook a few times and then stopped moving. The examiner frowned and looked at Lin Xiaodong. 750 kilograms, 2 more chances. This result was really bad. Generally, warriors with less than 900 kilograms of strength would basically not come to sign up. No one wanted to embarrass themselves in public. However, Lin Xiaodong was obviously in a good mood. He didn't care about the contemptuous looks from others. He twisted his neck and waist again. The second time, bang, 700 kilograms. The third time, 750 kilograms. There is no doubt that Fatty Lin failed magnificently. But Xiaopang had a good attitude. He was only 15 years old anyway. His father's goal for him was to enter the 7 Zuanwu Palace before he turned 18. Lin Xiaodong had no intention of breaking through the condensation phase. His only ideal was to keep the title of the family's direct line. "Didn't you take the curcumin placenta pill I gave you?" Lin Ming asked after Lin Xiaodong stepped down. "I took it, otherwise I would have hit more than 600 kilograms. Lin Xiaodong shrugged innocently, and Lin Ming was speechless. But it was normal to think about it. Before he practiced the Chaos Gang Dao Sutra, his best result was only 850 kilograms. His hard work in practice was not comparable to Lin Xiaodong. It was good for Lin Xiaodong to hit 600 kilograms at that time. With a third grade talent, and not from a noble family, it was too difficult to enter the 7 Zuanwu Palace at the age of 15. Even the first round of assessment was difficult to pass. The force test lasted for a whole morning before it ended. After a short break at noon, the assessment continued in the afternoon. Because there was not much time to rest, Lin Ming simply ate something, meditated for a while, and then rushed to the square. The second test is the illusion level. It tests the heart of martial arts. To be a martial artist, you need not only talent and financial support, but also a heart of martial arts. Chapter 36 Jade Terrace. The so-called heart of martial arts is not about great loyalty, great virtue, great justice, and great righteousness. Martial arts have nothing to do with good and evil. The heart of martial arts is actually the determination of a martial artist to pursue martial arts. Practicing martial arts is to fight for life with heaven. There are all kinds of suffering, danger, and temptation. If one's mind is not strong, it is easy to lose the heart of martial arts and give up martial arts, thus wasting all previous efforts. Some people practice martial arts only for wealth and fame and sensual pleasures. This kind of heart of martial arts is nothing in the early stage of martial arts, but once they enter the late stage of martial arts, their motivation will be lost by half, because as long as they are in the condensation vein stage, they are already rich and beautiful, and have beautiful women. There are many warriors in Xianan country who, because of the decree of conferring a title in the condensation vein stage, have gone through untold hardships to break through the condensation vein stage, but they cannot resist the temptation of luxury and beauty, and stop here for life. The illusion level does not look at cultivation, but only looks at the heart of martial arts. Lin Ming has full confidence in this. Even if he does not get the magic cube, he has 120% confidence in passing this level. At this time, about half of the warriors had passed the first level. After the eliminated warriors left, the whole square became much more relaxed. Lin Xiaodong had also lost his qualification and could only stay on the official road. Lin Ming turned around and looked at Lin Xiaodong. Although there were many people, he still saw him at a glance. Lin Xiaodong also saw Lin Ming and gave him a thumbs up. Lin Ming smiled, and when he was about to turn around, his eyes froze. He found a dodgy girl in the crowd on the official road. The girl wore a goose yellow long gown and a swan feather hat that noble girls often wore on her head. She was quietly looking at him in an inconspicuous corner. Lin Ming instantly recognized the girl. It was Lan Yunyu. Lin Ming's eyes froze for a moment, and then he retracted them. He knew that, if he looked at each other, it would only increase Lan Yunyu's embarrassment. He just pretended not to see it. Lin Ming didn't blame Lan Yunyu in his heart now. After all, the two of them only had an agreement, and they were not at the stage of talking about marriage. Lan Yunai just made a choice that an ordinary girl might make. At this time, Lan Yunai, who was hiding in the crowd, didn't know that Lin Ming had already discovered her. She struggled for a long time, whether to come today or not. She really didn't want to see Lin Ming, but she was also a little worried in her heart, wondering if he was doing well. She felt a little sad when she thought of the scene 2 months ago when Lin Ming was selling a few pieces of inferior talisman paper in the store. She relied on a not-so-rich family to support her martial arts practice. She was not a stunning genius. Her meager savings had to be used for rent, food, and medicine. You can imagine how tight the situation was. She could only buy the iron wire grass that hurt her to the bone, and even this iron wire grass might not be affordable, so she would be left with hidden injuries. Thinking of this, Lan Yunai felt distressed. She really liked Lin Ming, liked his strength and persistence, and liked the feeling of touching and security that he brought her when he stood in front of a group of bad kids who were a few years older to protect her when he was weak as a child. However, these touches could not replace certain things after all. She was a beautiful girl with outstanding temperament and good talent. Although her family was not from an aristocratic family, it was also well off. Such a girl would inevitably have a sense of superiority, just like a noble peacock. She could not convince herself to settle for an ordinary life, marry Lin Ming, and become a restaurant proprietress. In just 20 years of youth, she would grow old and her most cherished face would no longer exist. She didn't want to. She really didn't want to. So, she chose Zhu Yan, because the Zhu family not only used the relationship of the royal family to let her enter the 7 Zuanwu mansion, but Zhu Yan also promised to get enough precious elixirs for Lan Yunai to let her enter the condensation vein stage. The temptation of the condensation vein stage was simply irresistible to Lan Yunai. Lan Yunai was a little absent-minded this morning. She didn't want to come, but she couldn't convince herself after all. She came in the afternoon. She thought Lin Ming would fail. She thought that, as long as he failed, Lin Ming should go home and live a peaceful life at home, so that she could breathe a sigh of relief and put her mind at ease. But she didn't expect that she saw Lin Ming standing in the team of qualified people. This surprised her and worried her at the same time. She was surprised that Lin Ming, with his third-grade talent and unremarkable family background, had broken through the second level of physical training at the age of 15. She was worried that Lin Ming must have made unimaginable efforts to achieve this. How many hidden injuries were left on his body? Would he be disabled at the age of 30? The beautiful woman who presided over the first level of the assessment in the morning appeared again. She roughly looked at the number of people and found that it was not too bad. It was still acceptable in the assessment of the beginning of autumn. Everyone, please follow me to the Jade Terrace. About 800 or 900 boys and girls followed the beautiful woman into the gate of the 7 Zuanwu mansion. The 7 Zuanwu mansion was built on the mountain. There were no tall buildings inside, but endless exquisite pavilions. These pavilions were carefully designed with smooth lines, which perfectly blended with the surrounding beautiful environment, which was amazing. The group walked for about a cup of tea, and a green lake appeared in front of them. The lake was as green as emerald, without a single ripple on the surface, and it was surprisingly quiet. The lake was surrounded by weeping willows. It was just autumn, and many weeping willows had dropped their leaves, but what was surprising was that none of the leaves floated into the lake. In the center of this green lake, there was a jade platform made of white marble. The jade platform was connected to the shore by a 9-curved stone bridge, which looked like a fairyland on earth. Lin Ming found that there was a pavilion in the middle of the lake a few dozen meters away from the jade platform. There was a stone table in the pavilion, and there were tea and dried fruits on the stone table. At this time, there were several middle-aged people, several old men and a young girl sitting around the stone table, looking at this place with interest. There were Qin Xingxuan and Mr. Mu Yi in it. Lin Ming was slightly startled. How could they appear here? Mu Yi found that Lin Ming was looking at them and smiled slightly, and Qin Xingxuan also showed a friendly smile. Lin Ming smiled in return. He felt that the other people accompanying Mu Yi were not simple either. Some of them were not necessarily weaker than Mu Yi. These people were all masters. Lin Ming was right. Some of these people were Mu Yi's friends and guests of the Xianan Kingdom. In addition, there were also elders from the 7 Zuanwu mansions. They would come to observe the freshman exams twice a year to see if there were any good candidates. They mainly looked at talent and martial arts heart. The talents of the candidates who registered for the exams every year were already attached to the information. There was no need to test them. They had already seen them. The talents of the candidates this time were not satisfactory. The strongest one was a 4th grade upper. The 5th grade talent was once in 10 years in Cheyenne Kingdom. It was normal that there was no talent. The 4th grade upper was very good. The other 4th grade talents were also okay. The 3rd grade was a little worse. There was nothing good about the first test of strength, so the elders of the martial arts mansions did not come. They had seen the talent. This time they came to see if there were any candidates with a particularly strong martial arts heart. Go up, keep your heart, sit still, and persist in the 5 levels, and you will pass. The beautiful woman spoke again. The candidates walked onto the 9 curved stone bridge in a line. They were all a little nervous at this time. They actually had a good idea of the first level of strength test. Generally, candidates knew their limit strength. Except for those who just made it to the line, they were nervous and afraid that they would not be able to perform at their peak level. The others already knew that if they passed, and if they failed, so they were not too nervous. However, they were nervous about this illusion test. Many of them had never tried this illusion before, and they had no idea what the scene was like inside. It was said that the elimination rate of this level was the highest among the 3 levels, reaching 90%. 1 out of 10 survives. You know, they are all the best among their peers. If they are from a small town, they may be the best warriors of the same age in the entire town. They have grown up hearing the name of child prodigy geniuses, but such a group of people will be eliminated in this illusion test. This level is terrible. Sit down on the jade platform. After 10 breaths, the assessment will begin, said the beautiful woman. Although they were far apart, her voice was clearly heard by every student. Her skill in transmitting true essence and sound was much more profound than Zhu Yan's. Lin Ming suspected that this beautiful woman was a warrior in the condensation vein stage. Walking to the jade platform, Lin Ming casually glanced at the crowd of onlookers in the distance. Sure enough, he found Lan Yunai among them. She was leaning against a willow tree, still looking at Lin Ming, not feeling that she would be discovered. Lin Ming sighed, stopped looking, and sat cross-legged on the jade platform. Chapter 37 Lin Ming's Martial Arts Heart. After sitting down, he found that, although the jade platform seemed to be made of white marble, it was not cold at all. Instead, it was as warm as mutton fat jade. Looking closely, he could find that there were various complicated patterns engraved on the jade platform. Obviously, these were array patterns. This large jade platform was an illusion array. It was said that this illusion array was engraved by several innate masters of the 7 mysterious valley of the major sect. The illusion was no different from the real scene. However, Lin Ming was not worried. After all, the illusion was an illusion. As long as he kept his original heart, he would not be moved, even if the illusion was boundless. At this moment, Lin Ming sat on the white jade platform, and his mind was clearer than ever before. As the 10 breaths of time came, Lin Ming only felt a flash of strong light around him, and all the candidates disappeared. As far as he could see, Lin Ming could only see himself. This was an endless grassland. Looking up, it was boundless. At this moment, a group of beasts rushed out from the tall grass as high as a person, and rushed straight towards Lin Ming. Dozens of beasts were actually first level beasts that Lin Ming had dissected before. When they ran, the grass debris shook and their momentum was rolling. Lin Ming remained calm and waited for the beasts to pounce. The beasts passed through his body, and Lin Ming was safe and sound. However, at the moment, when the beasts passed through his body, Lin Ming did feel a very strong sense of impact and pressure. Although he knew it was an illusion, he could not get rid of this feeling, as if it was a fear from the soul. Is this the effect of the illusion array? Knowing that it is an illusion, it is still easy to get lost in it, and once lost, you don't know that it is an illusion. In that case, the illusion becomes true. If it is a murder illusion, it can directly kill people in the illusion. When Lin Ming passed the first level safely, more than a dozen white lights lit up on the jade platform. In a blink of an eye, more than a dozen people were teleported out of the jade platform and fell on the shore. Those people were pale without exception, and their eyelids trembled. They were all lost in the illusion. Once lost, they would imagine that they were torn into pieces by wild beasts and eaten by broken bones. Then they became more and more afraid and finally lost their minds and were teleported out. The elders of the 7 Xuanwu houses in the pavilion shook their heads slightly when they saw the dozen people. The first level of the illusion was a test of courage. The road to martial arts was full of dangers. If you don't even have this little courage, what's the point of practicing martial arts? Mu Yi, the little guy you know is really good. He passed it in an instant. The people in the pavilion knew that Mu Yi and Lin Ming knew each other, but Mu Yi did not mention Lin Ming's achievements in the art of inscription. This was Lin Ming's request. Mu Yi just said that Lin Ming was an old friend, and this time he came to see how this young generation had grown. The beautiful woman who was in charge of the first level of the assessment also appeared in the pavilion in the middle of the lake. Because Lin Ming's performance in the first assessment was too outstanding, she also noticed Lin Ming. She found that Lin Ming only frowned for a moment, and then he regained his composure. On the other hand, some of the others gritted their teeth, and some had ferocious faces. Obviously, they had fought with those beasts in the illusion, and were now in a difficult battle. In the illusion, the more confidence and perseverance one has, the stronger one becomes. On the contrary, the weaker one becomes. Those who fought against the beasts were brave, but not as fearless as Lin Ming. He sat on the ground as steady as a mountain, letting the beasts pounce on him, sticking to his heart, and the illusion broke. No wonder you came to see this kid. His heart of martial arts is very good, comparable to Ling Senator. Another old man said. Mu Yi just smiled. He was not surprised at all that Lin Ming passed the first level smoothly. Qin Xingxuan was also secretly comparing. Although Lin Ming's talent was far inferior to hers, his heart of martial arts was surprisingly firm. It took her a lot of effort to pass the first level, but Lin Ming only took a few breaths. At this time, Lin Ming had reached the second level. At the second level, the scene changed drastically. Lin Ming instantly came to the battlefield full of murderous intent. There were mountains of corpses and blood all around, broken swords and broken halberds, and white bones. On such a battlefield, shouts suddenly rang out, and smoke and dust billowed in the distance. Two heavy cavalry units wearing heavy armor and holding long spears suddenly appeared on the left and right sides of Lin Ming. The two armies were actually about to collide, and Lin Ming happened to be sitting in the center of their charge. The momentum of the thousands of troops charging and shouting soared into the sky, but Lin Ming held on to his original intention and did not move. The first time he experienced the illusion was because he was caught off guard, and there was still a little fluctuation in his heart. This time he was well prepared and guarded his mind tightly. As a result, the thousands of troops turned into ashes before they rushed to the enemy, and the illusion was broken again. Broken again. Or not? An elder looked at Lin Ming, a little unbelievable. This kid didn't even frown. If he hadn't seen the faint light emitted by the array pattern when Lin Ming sat down, he would have thought that the illusion array had failed. This kid is not simple. I wonder how long it will take him to pass the level. If he can catch up with Ling Sen, it will be a surprise. It takes an hour for most people to pass the 5 levels of the illusion. The best result in the past 10 years is Ling Sen from Qianxue Mansion. He passed the level in an incense stick of time. This surprised the elders of the 7 Xuanwu mansions, because except for Ling Sen, the others basically took at least half an hour. Ling Sen himself has no desires, and is almost a cold-blooded killer. As the saying goes, no desires make you strong. Such people are the most terrifying when they practice martial arts. Ling Sen also verified this point. At the age of 20, he became the eldest brother of Qianxue Mansion with a talent of the lower 4th grade. Many people with the upper 4th grade talents were left far behind by him. It's hard to say now. The difficulty lies in the last 3 levels. An old man stroked his beard and said, Ling Sen's record is not so easy to break. At this time, in the illusion, Lin Ming had reached the 3rd level. The army suddenly disappeared, and the scene around Lin Ming suddenly changed. He came to a large room with carved railings and jade buildings. There were warm curtains and gauze everywhere, and the fragrance was intoxicating. In these pink gauze, there were a dozen young girls dancing. These girls were graceful and beautiful. They danced, smiled sweetly, and walked slowly towards Lin Ming. At that moment, Lin Ming did feel a sudden heat in his heart, and the blood flow in his body accelerated, but he quickly suppressed the heat, and stuck to his original intention again. However, the girls did not disappear immediately. Instead, they seemed unhappy, and retreated one after another with coquettish expressions. The surrounding scene changed, and became a warm living room. The living room was not large. There was a mahogany bed against the wall. Sitting on the bed was a woman wearing a red flowered cloth jacket, a silver velvet feather coat on her shoulders, and a jade carved hairpin on her head. The woman was about 25 or 26 years old. Just sitting there casually revealed a graceful and elegant temperament. Looking at her appearance, although she had a bit of mature charm, she clearly had the shadow of Lan Yunyu. Lan Yunyu. Lin Ming was shocked. Is this Lan Yunyu 10 years later? Be good, don't cry. Lan Yunyu hummed a nursery rhyme softly. There was a pair of 1 or 2 year old babies on the bed. They were twins. Looking at the appearance of the babies, they clearly looked a bit like Lin Ming. As if knowing that Lin Ming was looking over, the pair of babies opened their big dark eyes and smiled crisply. The innocent and fearless childish voice echoed in Lin Ming's ears, and went straight into his heart. Lan Yunyu also smiled and looked at Lin Ming, her red lips slightly parted. Brother Lin Ming, it's late, go to sleep. At that moment, seeing the smiles of Lan Yunyu and the pair of babies, Lin Ming's martial arts heart seemed to be shaken a little. A wife, children, a wealthy and warm home. Wasn't this kind of life what he wanted in the past? Now that he has it, he can stop. This thought suddenly came to Lin Ming, and he woke up suddenly. He bit his tongue hard, and the pain made his mind instantly clear. The surrounding scene suddenly changed, and Lan Yunyu and the baby disappeared. Looking at the empty darkness, Lin Ming pinched a cold sweat, almost lost. Thinking of the phantom in the dream just now, Lin Ming sighed lightly. It's over, it's over. Maybe, I once had such thoughts in my heart, but it's all over. Is it over? A vague voice came from behind him. Lin Ming opened his eyes, and saw a girl wearing a feather veil, and holding a long sword appeared behind him. The girl had an extraordinary temperament, and her stunning appearance was accompanied by a dashing heroic spirit. Qin Xingxuan? Lin Ming was stunned. This woman was clearly Qin Xingxuan, but she was a little older, probably in her early 20s. Since it's over, how about you and I practice together and explore the martial arts together? Qin Xingxuan said, looking at Lin Ming lovingly and slowly walking towards him. Chapter 38, Invulnerable to Evil. Such a proud girl stood naked in front of him. Even though Lin Ming was determined, his breathing was slightly stagnant and his blood was boiling. After all, Lin Ming was still a young boy who had never experienced anything in the world of men and women. At this moment, Qin Xingxuan had already sat in Lin Ming's arms, holding her warm and soft, and the fragrance of virginity filled his nose. This impact strongly impacted Lin Ming's martial arts heart. False illusion. Lin Ming closed his eyes tightly, silently reciting the Chaos True Yuanju mental method in his heart, and sticking to his original intention. Lin Ming, don't you like me at all? The gentle voice made people feel like spring rain. Lin Ming's eyelids twitched, but he remained unmoved. Ah. A soft sigh made people feel ecstatic. Qin Xingxuan stood up with some resentment and slowly left. Until then, the surrounding scene slowly disappeared and returned to calm. The third level was finally over. Lin Ming took a deep breath. His face flushed, and his heart beat fast, and his palms were already sweating. This third level is amazing. I was able to dig out his hidden thoughts. My martial arts heart is not without flaws. It seems that I'm too naive. It is impossible for a human to be without weaknesses. Well, this kid passed the test. It took him quite a while. Half an incense stick. An old man looked at the incense burner on the side. Most of the incense stick was burned. This kid is different from Ling Senator. Ling Sen passed the passion test in just a few breaths, but this kid took half an incense stick. He must have been thinking about the girl he likes. But in this case, I'm afraid he can't break Ling Sen's record. An old man said with a smile, and his smile was somewhat meaningful. Heroes have always loved beauties. It's normal. I still like normal, hot-blooded boys. Ling Sen is really unbearable to me. I feel cold sitting next to him. Several elders started to joke. Because of the difference in seniority, Lin Ming, a junior, naturally couldn't interrupt. She had been sitting quietly. At this time, she looked at Lin Ming, but suddenly a strange thought came to her mind. I wonder who the girl he dreamed of in the illusion would be. In the 4th level, Lin Ming fell into the Shura hell. It was grey and dim around him. Lin Ming's body was soaked in a sticky scarlet blood pool, and all around him were white skeletons floating in the sea of blood. With a piercing ghost cry, endless evil ghosts, with a shrill scream, rushed towards Lin Ming. Is he haunted by thousands of ghosts? Lin Ming sneered and practiced the Chaos Gang Dao Sutra. His whole body was shining with golden light, and a vast and pure true essence naturally emanated. The Chaos Gang Dao Sutra is a sacred book of physical training from the divine realm. It is said to be created by the fighting Buddha. It is extremely strong and masculine. Strengthen the original heart, break the evil, smash the illusion, and cut off all the inner demons. Lin Ming completely ignored the evil spirits that rushed towards him and practiced the Chaos Gang Dao Sutra to the extreme. My heart is upright, and all evil cannot invade. Bang! A golden light flashed, and those evil spirits turned into ashes and disappeared completely. Damn, I passed it just like that. There are 5 levels in the illusion. The 1st level tests courage, the 2nd level tests momentum, the 3rd level passes lust, the 4th level breaks the inner demon, and the 5th level strengthens the original heart. The first 2 levels are relatively simple, and the difficulty of the last 3 levels varies from person to person. At the beginning, Ling Sen was stuck at the 4th level of the inner demon. Perhaps because Ling Sen was bloodthirsty and had a serious inner demon, he fought in the blood pool for more than half an incense stick of time before he could barely break the inner demon. This Lin Ming actually has no inner demons at all. He has a pure mind, which is very rare. He passed 4 levels in a row, and the incense was only half burned. This is a good seedling. An old man praised sincerely. As time went by, more and more candidates were sent out. The 1st and 2nd levels were fine, but from the 3rd level onwards, the number of examinations sent out increased dramatically, and the light on the jade platform flashed one after another. Lan Yunyu, who was not far away, had been paying attention to Lin Ming. Although Lin Ming's expression was not always calm, it was always firm. He was completely different from other candidates, whose faces were distorted, pale, or hideous. At this moment, Lan Yunyu had an indescribable feeling. She knew that Lin Ming might pass the level. After passing this illusion test, there was only one last test left. In the last level of the illusion, Lin Ming did not leave hell. He was still soaking in the sticky blood pool, and the blood pool suddenly became hot. The temperature rose sharply. The blood boiled, and bubbles rolled up from the bottom of the pool, breaking and exploding. The blood pool seemed to have turned into rolling magma. At that moment, Lin Ming clearly felt the piercing pain of being soaked in boiling blood. Although he knew it was an illusion, the pain was so real that he almost wanted to die. The first 4 levels were all illusions. He didn't expect that the 5th level would be a real pain. Lin Ming gritted his teeth and persevered. He had endured the pain of the iron wire grass and the severe pain of being devoured by the ownerless soul. This little bit of burning was nothing. As Lin Ming thought about this, the blood pool suddenly caught fire. The black flames burned fiercely. The flames rushed towards Lin Ming. Lin Ming could clearly feel the waves of heat. Seeing the flames rushing, ordinary people would probably be scared out of their wits in an instant. Lin Ming suddenly shouted, "My martial arts heart is like a moth flying into a flame. What does it matter if I'm burned by thousands of flames? I couldn't ask for it." Boom. The flames engulfed Lin Ming. The next moment, everything turned into nothingness. Lin Ming stood up and looked around. He was actually back on the jade platform. The boys and girls around him were either grimacing or pale. Seeing Lin Ming suddenly open his eyes and stand up, Mu Yi was suddenly shocked. He looked at the incense burner and saw that there was still a small piece of incense left. Ling Han's record was broken. Lin Ming was also extremely surprised. She had also experienced the 5 levels of this illusion and knew how powerful it was. Although her talent reached the 6th level of Cheyenne country, which was unprecedented in the past, her talent was not very helpful in breaking through the illusion. Lin Ming used a full half an hour, while Lin Ming woke up in less than an incense stick of time. This was really unbelievable. Incredible. Incredible. This young man's martial arts heart is the only one I have ever seen in my life. By the way, how did he perform in the first level? An old man asked the beautiful woman in charge of the assessment. 2,700 kilograms. Lin Ming took the first place in the first round of assessment, and the beautiful woman certainly remembered it. Oh. The old man was moved. He asked eagerly, "What rank of talent?" Hearing the old man's question, before the beautiful woman answered, Mu Yi had already said, "Third rank, medium." "Only third rank?" The old man was startled, then shook his head and sighed. "What a pity. What a pity. Third rank talent is not bad, but it is considered the bottom in the 7 Zuanwu mansion, where there are so many talents." However, Mu Yi said, "Sometimes talent is not necessarily everything. You wait and see. Lin Ming must be a dragon among men." Mu Yi said affirmatively. When he first knew about Lin Ming's talent, he was also very surprised, and almost thought that he had made a mistake. However, thinking about the achievements that Lin Ming had made, it was already something that many people could not achieve in their entire lives. Since the senior chose Lin Ming must be extraordinary. Although Mu Yi said affirmatively, the others still shook their heads slightly in their hearts. Talent plays a very important role in the future achievements of a warrior. Even with a large amount of financial support, a third rank, medium talent, can only stop at the condensation vein stage at most. Lin Ming stood up from the jade platform and left. Lang Yunai looked at Lin Ming from afar, her eyes full of complexities. Although she knew that Lin Ming was determined, she did not expect him to pass the test so quickly. At the same time, she also knew that it was impossible for Lin Ming to give up martial arts. His determination was extremely strong. After Lin Ming left the jade platform, he was welcomed to the lounge. The last test was left Linglang Tower. Chapter 39 Linglang Tower. The Kibao Linglang Tower was also built by the masters of the Kixuan Valley. The materials were taken from outside the Xianan Kingdom. No one knows what they are, but the whole body is as crystal clear as colored glaze. The Linglang Tower has a total of 7 floors, and each floor is engraved with a sophisticated array, which is also an illusion array. However, this illusion array is different from the illusion array on the jade platform. The illusion array on the jade platform is just an illusion, while the illusion array of the Linglang Tower is an illusion killing array. The illusion killing array can kill people by illusion. People trapped in the illusion killing array think they are dead, and they are really dead. Of course, the Linglang Tower is just an assessment, and will not really kill people. Once you fail, you will automatically exit the illusion array. In the Linglang Tower, you cannot use treasures and armor, you can only use ordinary weapons, and everything depends on your own ability. As time goes by, fewer and fewer people stay on the jade platform. Rays of light flash by, and losers are reported one by one. The original 8 or 900 people have been eliminated by 6 or 7%, and even a martial arts triple warrior has been eliminated. When he was teleported out, the warrior who had reached the 3rd level of physical training looked dejected. This was his 3rd time to participate in the 7 Profound Martial Palace assessment, but he still failed. He was already 18 years old, and this was his last chance. It was not until half an hour later that the second person on the jade platform finally opened his eyes. The man let out a long breath, stood up with a pale face, and his back was wet with sweat. This person was Wang Yanfeng, who had a 4th grade upper level talent. After he stood up, he turned around and looked for the sturdy boy and Lin Ming who had overshadowed him in the first round of assessment. However, he only saw the sturdy boy with a distorted face struggling in the illusion, but not Lin Ming. Wang Yanfeng's mouth showed a proud smile. However, when he was invited to the lounge by the staff and saw Lin Ming who was already meditating inside, Wang Yanfeng's face suddenly darkened. He thought Lin Ming had been eliminated, but he didn't expect that Lin Ming had passed the assessment before him. This guy. Wang Yanfeng felt a deep sense of crisis. He did not rest, but left the lounge, found his follower, and whispered, "Go check what kind of talent this guy has." Lin Ming noticed Wang Yanfeng's hostility towards him, but this was too normal. The candidates were in competition with each other, and there was only one reward for the first place. Slowly, more and more people came to the lounge, and the second test was coming to an end. In the end, the number of people who passed the second round of the test was 92, and almost 90% were eliminated. Without giving these people who barely passed the test too much time to rest, the last round of the test began immediately. If you pass this level, you will be a disciple of the 7 Zuanwu mansion. If you don't pass, all your previous efforts will be wasted. The third level, Linglang Tower. A powerful voice sounded in the crowd. This time, the examiner was replaced by a thin middle-aged man. This person had an ordinary appearance, but he naturally exuded a palpitating momentum. Lin Ming only took a glance, and was sure that this middle-aged man was definitely a master, and he might have entered the acquired stage. This made Lin Ming sigh with emotion. Before coming to the 7th profound martial palace, he had never seen a martial artist in the condensed vein stage of the 6th level of physical training. Now, he has seen as many as 5 or 6 acquired masters. But this is normal. The place with the most acquired masters in Qianxue country is not the palace, nor the marshal's mansion, but the 7th profound martial palace. Most of the acquired masters here come from outside Qianxue country, and many are even disciples of the 7th profound valley. Follow me, the middle-aged man said, turning around and leaving. The 92 candidates followed, and some people who watched the assessment naturally followed. The second and third rounds of assessments were not for everyone to watch. These people were either princes and nobles, or students of the 7th profound martial palace. The middle-aged man's pace seemed slow, but it was like running when he walked, and the candidates had to use their body skills to keep up. After a full meal, everyone came to a valley in Dazhao Mountain. In this valley, there was a magnificent building. On the plaque of the building's gate were 4 big characters, 7th profound martial pavilion. Entering it, you can see a 20-foot high 7 treasures exquisite tower. It's so high. This was Lin Ming's first thought. He had never seen such a high building before. It was 20 feet high, but only had 7 floors, with an average height of 3 feet per floor. It would take several men stacked up to touch the top. The most magnificent temple in Qingsang City was only comparable to 1 floor of the 7 treasures Linglang Tower. Now, you can go in. There is no time limit. If you can pass the first floor, you will be qualified. If you can pass the second floor, you will be good. If you can pass the third floor, you will be excellent. If you can pass the fourth floor, you will be a genius. As for passing the 5th floor, the middle-aged man smiled sinisterly. After whetting the appetite of a group of people, his face darkened and he said, "It's impossible." Hearing the words of the middle-aged man, some young geniuses were a little unconvinced. Seeing these unconvinced people, Wang Yanfeng smiled coldly. A bunch of idiots thought that the Linglang Tower was so easy. The assessment of the 7 Zuanwu Palace has 3 rounds. The first round tests the basics, the second round tests the heart of martial arts, and the third round is the most important, which tests actual combat and genius level. The so-called genius level is to compare the comprehensive combat effectiveness of the warriors at the same age. The exquisite tower is a magic killing array. The strength of the enemies in it is determined by the bone age of the examinee, that is, the age. For every day older, the enemies inside will be stronger. Over the years, only one person from the 7 Zuanwu mansion passed the 5th level when he participated in the assessment. This person was not Ling Sen, the eldest brother of Qianxue mansion, but Qin Xingxun, who seemed to be as gentle as water. 6th grade talent. This is no joke. Many people don't know Qin Xingxun's cultivation, but Wang Yanfeng knows that she is at the peak of the 4th level of physical training. Her cultivation is equivalent to Ling Sen, but she is 5 years younger than Ling Sen. Although Wang Yanfeng is arrogant, he is not arrogant enough to think that he can compete with Qin Xingxun. He is satisfied with passing the 4th level. Looking at the 7 treasures exquisite tower, Wang Yanfeng felt a strong desire to fight. For him, the first and second rounds of assessments were virtual and could not reflect his strength. He felt that he had power, but nowhere to use it. The third round of assessment was a real battle. Strength, skills, body movements, and combat skills are all combined in it. Wang Yanfeng is confident that he will make a splash in this round of assessment. Go in. The strength of your opponent depends on your age. The middle-aged man waved his hand, and the door of the 7 treasures Linglang Tower opened. The arched door was filled with light. Lin Ming took a deep breath. and walked in slowly. At this time, Qin Xingxuan also came to the assessment site. She looked at Lin Ming's back from a distance and watched him disappear in the colorful door. Haha, Xingxuan, you are also concerned about Lin Ming? Being asked by her teacher out of the blue, Qin Xingxuan felt a little embarrassed. She said, Lin Ming's attainments in the art of inscriptions are far behind Xingxuan, but if it comes to fighting power, Xingxuan is still somewhat confident. Well, in terms of fighting power, Lin Ming is indeed not as good as you. Xingxuan, what level do you think Lin Ming can reach? Well, according to common sense, at the age of 15, with the second level of physical training, it is already difficult to reach the second level, but Lin Ming is very strong, and may be able to reach the third level. Qin Xingxuan thought about it and said so. This is already a high evaluation. To reach the third level, Lin Ming must at least have the third level of physical training. You are right, but I always feel that Lin Ming may give us some surprises. While Qin Xingxuan and Mu Yi were discussing, in an inconspicuous corner of the valley, Lang Yunai also looked at Lin Ming's back from a distance, her eyes full of complicated colors. As a disciple of the 7th profound martial house, Lang Yunai naturally had the right to enter the valley to watch the assessment. This was the last round of assessment. As long as he passed, he would become a formal disciple of the 7th profound martial house. And with Lin Ming's current state, he might really be able to pass the first level of the Linglang Tower. Unexpectedly, after only half a year of separation, Lin Ming would have such an amazing growth. Would he have to practice martial arts with Lin Ming in the same martial arts house? Lang Yunai felt that she didn't know what kind of feeling was in her heart. At this time, Lin Ming naturally would not think about other people's thoughts. He had already arrived at the illusion killing array. As soon as he entered the Linglang Tower, the other assessors disappeared, and Lin Ming could only see himself. He was in a black space, the sky was full of stars, and under his feet was black hard rock. At this time, not far in front of him, a group of grey light and shadow gradually condensed, and slowly turned into a warrior holding a long stick. Is this the enemy? Lin Ming judged at a glance that the other party's cultivation was the early stage of the second level of physical training. The middle-aged man just said that the strength of the opponent depends on one's age. He was born 15 years and 8 months ago, and the enemy's cultivation level is just entering the second level of physical training. Those older candidates will naturally face stronger enemies. It seems that for a 15-year-old boy, he will not be able to pass the test unless he reaches the second level of physical training. Lin Ming no longer wastes time, and his body rushes out like a nimble leopard. The chaos true essence art is running, and the true essence is flowing into the muscles. The first move is a killing move. Chapter 40, Unstoppable. There are still many levels to come. We cannot waste our energy. We must rush to the top in one go, and get the reward for the first place in the assessment. Red Gold Dragon Marrow Pill. Seeing Lin Ming coming back, the Phantom Warrior wanted to block with his long stick, but Lin Ming's speed was too fast. Before the warrior's long stick crossed his chest, he had already punched the warrior's chest heavily. Bang! The warrior's sternum collapsed, and he vomited blood and died. Lin Ming passed the first level easily. This is natural. Lin Ming's strength is much higher than that of warriors of the same level. What's more, the Phantom Warrior's cultivation is only at the beginning of the second level of physical training. The second level. It was still a dark space. This time, a fierce beast appeared in front of Lin Ming. Level 1 Fierce Beast. Level 1 Fierce Beasts are basically equivalent to warriors of the third level of physical training. The fierce beast in front of him is a unicorn rhino. Its strength is considered to be relatively weak among the level 1 fierce beasts, roughly equivalent to warriors at the peak of the second level of physical training. Although the strength of this unicorn is average, because the rhino skin is tough and has strong defense, even if the average warrior is stronger than it, it will take a lot of effort. Lin Ming now has to pass the levels one after another, so naturally he doesn't want to waste his energy. He flipped his hand, and a cold bone cutting knife appeared in the palm of his hand. The meridian structure of the unicorn appeared in Lin Ming's mind, and its various weaknesses were clearly shown. Familiarity with the weaknesses of the beast is Lin Ming's advantage. At this time, the unicorn suddenly roared, and rushed towards Lin Ming. Although it was an illusion space, Lin Ming could really feel the rumbling vibration of the ground. The illusion array is different from the illusion array. The illusion in the illusion array has no lethality, and it can only scare people. As long as you keep your heart standing still can make the illusion shattered, but the illusion array is different. Standing still is seeking death. Seeing the unicorn rushing towards him, Lin Ming suddenly jumped to the side. His jumping posture was very strange. His body was horizontal, and one shoulder was almost touching the ground. At the moment, when the unicorn's huge body passed by Lin Ming propped up the ground with one hand, and his body slid towards the unicorn's abdomen at an extremely fast speed like a swift flying close to the ground. Raise your hand and cut. Puff. The boning knife hit the unicorn's thigh half a foot away. This position is the softest part of the unicorn's abdomen, and it is also the location of the unicorn's abdominal aorta. As the knife cut, a stream of blood spurted out. The unicorn let out a painful howl, and its huge body trembled violently, almost falling to the ground. Seeing that his knife was successful, Lin Ming couldn't help but sigh at the realism of this illusion array. The body structure and weaknesses of this unicorn illusion were exactly the same as those of the real unicorn. It must be that the builder of the illusion array sealed the unicorn's animal spirit in this illusion array, so it would have such an effect. After a successful cut, Lin Ming retreated instead of advancing. Although it was not difficult for him to kill the unicorn, he had to save his energy. There was no rest time between the two floors of the Linglang Tower. The aorta was cut, and the unicorn lost more and more blood, and its movements began to slow down. At this time, Lin Ming saw the opportunity, and cut it with another cut. With a puff sound, the abdominal aorta on the other side of the unicorn was also cut by Lin Ming. At this point, the battle was no longer suspenseful. The unicorn rushed back and forth for the last few times, when it was on the verge of death, and finally fell down unwillingly. Lin Ming entered the third floor. Oh. Someone entered the third floor. Outside the Linglang Tower, several elders saw that the formation runes on the third floor of the Linglang Tower lit up. Obviously, the third floor had begun to operate, but they didn't know who had entered the third floor. It should be Wang Yanfeng. He should be the strongest in terms of the ratio of strength to age. Lin Ming's strength is mainly reflected in his natural power and martial arts heart. In real fighting, strength only accounts for a small part. Body movements, skills, and combat skills are not necessarily less important than strength. Most people are still at the first level. It is really good that Wang Yanfeng can rush to the third level. While these elders were discussing, another person rushed to the third level. This person was only 30 breaths slower than Lin Ming. He was Wang Yanfeng. Wang Yanfeng was about the same age as Lin Ming. The opponent he faced on the second level was about the same as Lin Ming. It was also a first level fierce beast, equivalent to the peak strength of the second level of physical training. Wang Yanfeng had just entered the third level of physical training, and he was the best among the warriors of the same level. Naturally, this fierce beast was no match for him, but the fierce beast had thick skin and flesh, and Wang Yanfeng still spent a lot of true energy to kill it. There was no rest in the Linglang Tower. Wang Yanfeng now encountered opponents on the third level, two warriors holding long swords, and in the early stage of the third level of physical training. Wang Yanfeng gritted his teeth and his face became serious. He could deal with two warriors of the same level, but he had to take into account the consumption of his true energy at the same time, otherwise it would be more and more difficult to break through the fourth level. He had no choice but to use all his true energy and prepare to use his family's unique trick 9 true words to fight quickly. At this time, Lin Ming also encountered opponents on the third level, two warriors in the early stage of the third level of physical training. The third level of physical training is to train the organs. I didn't expect that I would have to face such opponents at the third level, and there were two of them. The difficulty of the fourth and fifth levels can be imagined, and there is no time to rest. No wonder the middle-aged man said that it is impossible to pass the fifth level. While Lin Ming was practicing the chaos true energy art, he carefully stared at the two warriors in front of him. If the enemy did not move, he would be happy to recover his physical strength, although his true energy was originally consumed very little. However, the two warriors would not give Lin Ming this opportunity. They jumped out and attacked Lin Ming from the left and right. The speed of the two warriors was incredibly fast, and they cooperated well. One warrior swept his lower body with a long sword, and Lin Ming jumped up to dodge. At this time, the other warrior took advantage of the moment when Lin Ming was unable to turn around in the air and stabbed Lin Ming in the chest with a sword. Ha! Lin Ming shouted and suddenly kicked the warrior's wrist directly. Crack. The warrior's wrist was directly broken. However, the phantom warrior didn't seem to feel any pain at all. He shook his left arm and pressed down on Lin Ming with a palm. This palm went out and the phantom warrior's middle door opened wide. It was a move that only attacked, but did not defend, and both died. At this time, Lin Ming's old strength was exhausted, and new strength had not yet been generated. Seeing the opponent's desperate fighting style, the chaos true Yuan Ju was forced to operate, and he forcibly took out a mouthful of true energy, punched out, and intersected with the warrior's fist and palm, and faced each other. Bang! The warrior retreated several steps and spit out a mouthful of blood. Lin Ming's blood was just surging, and he easily suppressed it without any injury. However, even so, he was still secretly surprised. Although these two phantom warriors were not the best among the warriors of the same level, they were definitely not weak. Moreover, with their desperate moves and close cooperation, it was really difficult to deal with them. The key was that this was only the third level, and there were still the fourth and fifth levels. However, although he was surprised, Lin Ming's body movements did not stop at all. As soon as he landed, he instantly rushed back, and when the injured phantom warrior ran out of breath, he punched him in the face. However, at this time, another warrior rushed to intercept him. He swung the long knife in his hand and chopped it down horizontally from one side, trying to kill Lin Ming. Hey, I'm waiting for you. Die. Lin Ming's punch just now was just a feint. He suddenly turned around, and the boning knife in his hand was horizontal, directly facing the warrior's big knife. Bang! Sparks flew. The dagger resisted the big knife, but Lin Ming was not at a disadvantage at all, reflecting his amazing wrist strength. Defeat. After Lin Ming blocked the knife, he punched the warrior in the heart. Bang! With a muffled sound, the opponent's ribs collapsed, his heart was hit hard, and he died on the spot. After killing one, the other already injured warrior was naturally not enough. Lin Ming kicked the opponent's tibia with just a few moves, and then stabbed him to death with a knife. The third level passed. When the elders outside saw the fourth level of the magic circle light up, they were all shocked. Wow, the fourth level, it's only been half an incense stick of time. Chapter 41 Breakthrough to the fourth floor. When the elders outside saw the fourth level magic array light up, they were all shocked. Wow, it's the fourth level, and it's only been half an incense stick of time. This Wang Yanfeng is not simple. These elders had expected Wang Yanfeng to reach the fourth level, but they didn't expect it to be so fast. If this continues, maybe Wang Yanfeng can break through the fourth level and enter the fifth level. Of course, it's impossible to reach the fifth level, but this result is enough to be proud of. I just don't know how Lin Ming and Liang Tishan will perform. I guess their results won't be bad. Liang Tishan is a strong young man with natural supernatural power. He is also only 15 years old. At the age of 15, he has the second level of physical training and is born with supernatural power. The comparison of this strength and age is definitely not bad. However, in the eyes of the elders, if the two are compared with Wang Yanfeng, there is a gap. It is true that Lin Ming was born with supernatural power, but he was only at the second level of physical training, while Wang Yanfeng was at the third level of physical training. The symbol of the third level of physical training is to train the organs with true essence. A warrior who trains the organs has a strong heart and lung, a long breath, and much stronger endurance than a warrior at the second level of physical training. Wang Yanfeng is undoubtedly ahead in other skills, combat skills, and speed. Even if we only look at strength, Wang Yanfeng is only 300 pounds behind Lin Ming, and the gap is not very obvious. In this third round of assessment, if nothing unexpected happens, Wang Yanfeng will be the first. The third round of assessment accounts for the largest proportion. If Wang Yanfeng is the first, plus his talent is also better than Lin Ming, then the first place in this assessment will undoubtedly be Wang Yanfeng. However, at this time, Wang Yanfeng is actually still fighting hard on the third level. These two warriors are very difficult to deal with. Often, they fight with life-threatening killing moves. Wang Yanfeng took great pains to kill one of them, and he also suffered a little injury. Damn it, how could he be so perverted? He only killed one person after using his family's killer move, the 9 true words. If this continues, my hope of reaching the 4th level will become increasingly slim. Wang Yanfeng was anxious. He had already consumed 20% of his true essence. In this illusion, he could not use pills to replenish his true essence. He could only rely on the vigorous blood and ki of the Zhang training stage to replenish it bit by bit. When Wang Yanfeng was anxious about the consumption of his true essence, Lin Ming was also worried about it. He was not in the Zhang training stage, but in the 2nd stage of body training. His blood and ki were not vigorous, so his true essence was consumed faster. Fortunately, Lin Ming's Chaos True Essence art had reached the 1st level of minor success. When this set of skills was put into operation, it could continuously replenish the true essence in his body. Although it could not reach the point of endless life, it could greatly relieve Lin Ming's pressure. At this time, the opponents in front of him were 2 1st-level fierce beasts, iron armored bears. Level 1 beasts have strengths and weaknesses. The unicorn is relatively weak, only equivalent to a warrior at the peak of the 2nd level of physical training, while the armored bears are equivalent to warriors at the peak of the 3rd level of physical training, and there are 2 of them at once. Lin Ming's eyes were extremely solemn. Before this, he had never fought against an opponent at the peak of the 3rd level of physical training, and he was completely unsure, not to mention that this time it was a 1-on-2 fight. The most important thing was that he could not consume too much true energy, nor could he get hurt. Lin Ming took a deep breath and recalled all the information about the armored bears in his mind. The armored bears have a physical strength of more than 5,000 kilograms, a slightly slower speed, and are covered with hard bone armor. They are difficult to penetrate with swords and spears, and have no weaknesses. Although they have no weaknesses, it is only relatively speaking. In Lin Ming's eyes, the armored bears have weaknesses, which are the small gaps between the many pieces of bone armor on the bear's body. The gaps are often located at the joints, and the width is less than 1 finger. In the fierce battle, if you want to attack these places, you must have sharp insight, instant judgment, and precise shots. All of these were what Lin Ming possessed. Since practicing the Chaos True Essence art, his perception had been raised to a higher level. His judgment and precise attack were also abilities that he had developed through years of bone-breaking practice. If Zhu Yan had reached the peak of the 3rd level of physical training half a year ago, he should have been able to deal with these 2 armored bears easily. Moreover, after half a year, Zhu Yan must have made further progress. Naturally, I cannot lose. Lin Ming watched the 2 armored bears rushing at him, and his fighting spirit burned in his heart. An armored bear suddenly jumped up from the ground, and its thick paws slammed down heavily on Lin Ming. The armored bear's body weighed more than 1,000 pounds, and with the bear's own strength, the force of this smash would knock down not only a person, but even an elephant. Lin Ming's eyes condensed, and he did not retreat but advanced. His body flew forward diagonally like a big bird, and his eyes were fixed on the intersection of the 2 hard armors on the armored bear's abdomen, and he slashed it with a knife. Sure. It seemed like just a simple slash, but it was a slash that Lin Ming had practiced for tens of thousands of times. The blade slid accurately between the 2 pieces of bone armor. Although the speed of the slash was extremely fast, it did not get stuck, but was retracted at an extremely fast speed. In less than a blink of an eye, blood had already spurted out. Raw. The iron armored bear was angry. The slash was not fatal. It rushed towards Lin Ming more and more frantically. Less than 40 people were eliminated. There are more than 50 qualified candidates this time, which is not bad. An elder of the 7 Zuanwu mansion looked at the candidates who were sent out of the Linglong Tower and said slowly, "The Linglong Tower is a completely closed magic array. These elders are not innate masters, nor are they masters of formations. They can't see what happened in the Linglong Tower at all. They can only judge which level the candidates have broken through, based on the level they are on when they are sent out. If they are sent out from the 1st level, they will be eliminated directly, and those above the 2nd level will be qualified. Up to now, the assessment has been going on for a quarter of an hour. Those who are still in the tower have naturally passed the 1st floor, and some have even started to attack the 3rd and 4th floors. Now there are only 5 people left. As soon as an elder finished speaking, the Linglong Tower array talisman was cast, and 2 more people were ejected by the Linglong Tower. The location where they were ejected was exactly the third floor of the Lingang Tower. It was obvious that they failed to pass the third floor. Several warriors who had been waiting under the tower for a long time jumped up and picked up the two candidates who were almost unconscious. These two candidates were masters of the third level of physical training. One of them was at the peak of the third level of physical training. In the strength test, this person scored 2,300 kilograms. Unfortunately, the two were a little old after all. One was 17 years old and the other was 18 years old. In the end, they failed to break through the third floor of the Lingang Tower. However, this result was enough to be proud of. When the two people were ejected, Lang Yunai's beautiful eyes immediately looked at them, but she instantly distinguished that they were not Lin Ming. Of the 92 candidates, 39 have been ejected so far. Lang Yunai can see clearly that Lin Ming is not among them. This means that Lin Ming is still in the Lingang Tower. Lin Ming. Lang Yunai bit her lip slightly, with a bit of trance in her beautiful eyes. She knew very well that this meant that Lin Ming was passing, or even had passed the third level. If he really passed the third level, it would be a great honor. According to the school history of the 7 Zuanwu Mansion, those who passed the third level would basically reach the peak of physical training in the future, the 6th level of the condensation of veins. As long as a warrior in the condensation of veins stage serves the court, he can be directly conferred a title. Although the title is only a third class viscount, the title is different from the official position. The title can be inherited. Having a title means being a noble. In Cheyenne country, the title of noble is a symbol of honor, because the honor of one person makes the family noble, which is a matter of honor for the ancestors. At this time, another candidate was sent out, and he was sent out from the 4th level. This means that he has passed the 3rd level. This young man is tall and strong, with thick eyebrows and big eyes. He is Liang Tishan, who is born with supernatural power. He tried his best, and was seriously injured to break through the 3rd level. He was defeated in the 4th level without fighting. This Liang Tishan is a good seedling, and it is worth cultivating. Well, quite good. Now there are only 2 left, Lin Ming and Wang Yanfeng. It is not easy for Lin Ming to hold on until now. His strength is stronger than Liang Tishan, and his martial arts heart is also helpful in fighting, but it is still hopeless to pass the 4th level. Well, let alone Lin Ming, it is not easy even for Wang Yanfeng to think about it. Puff. Another nice slashed, blood arrow shot out. Lin Ming's body rolled out along the ground, avoiding the angry attack of the armored bear. At this time, the 2 armored bears had become blood bears. Each of them was hit by more than a dozen knives. These dozen knives were all cut at the intersection of their bone armor. Although the wounds were not fatal, the blood loss would be fatal. Now, the 2 armored bears have obviously slowed down their movements due to excessive blood loss. Opportunity. Lin Ming, who was dodging left and right, keenly caught the flaws of the 2 armored bears due to fatigue caused by blood loss, and jumped up like a cheetah. Roar. The armored bear stood up and attacked with its paw, but Lin Ming dodged it. At the same time, Lin Ming's boning knife pierced the armored bear's eyes. Blood splattered, and the armored bear roared in anger and pain. At this time, Lin Ming clenched his fist and punched the handle of the knife. The boning knife was like a spike hit by a hammer, and it directly nailed into the armored bear's brain. The armored bear died instantly. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 42 Lingang Tower 5th floor. It's been 2/4 of an hour. An elder of the 7th Profound Martial Palace said in surprise, looking at the hourglass beside him. The two have been on the 4th floor for quite some time. At this time, the magic array light symbols of the first 3 floors of the 7th Profound Martial Palace had gone out, and only the 4th floor was still lit, proving that the two were fighting on the 4th floor. It's getting more and more interesting. Wang Yanfeng was expecting it, but it's hard to believe that Lin Ming could hold on for so long. With a 3rd grade talent and the 2nd level of physical training, it's probably not just natural power that allows him to reach the 4th floor of the Lingang Tower. An elder stroked his beard, feeling that Lin Ming's fighting power was a bit too strong and inexplicable. At this time, Mu Yi spoke up, and he slowly said, "Mr. Sun, sometimes a person's fighting power cannot be inferred by common sense. A combat genius with extremely high comprehension cannot be measured by the talent stone tablets that test qualifications." Mu Yi did not say that Lin Ming had a master behind him. A master who was proficient in innate skills involved too many things. Well, what Mr. Mu Yi said is true. There are indeed some combat geniuses who have not cultivated deeply, and whose martial arts are also average, but they rely on combat skills and combat intuition to defeat the strong with the weak. However, this kind of combat skill advantage is ultimately limited. As the saying goes, one force can defeat 10,000 tricks. Relying on skills can at most increase one's strength by 1 level, but it won't work if it exceeds that. Mu Yi smiled and said, "Please read on, Mr. Sunday." While a group of elders were discussing, Wang Yanfeng was still fighting hard on the 4th floor. His own cultivation was at the beginning of the 3rd level of martial arts, but his real combat power was stronger than that of ordinary martial artists at the peak of the 3rd level of martial arts. But now he was facing 2 armored bears at the peak of the 3rd level of martial arts. Although the armored bears were clumsy and had a single means of attack, their terrifying strength and super strong defense gave him a headache. If they were touched, they would definitely end up with broken bones and tendons. Wang Yanfeng used his family's unique skills 3 times in a row and finally killed an armored bear. However, his true energy was almost exhausted. The strong defense of the armored bear faintly restrained his family's martial arts. Seeing the last armored bear rushing, Wang Yanfeng roared, jumped up suddenly, holding a long sword, and stabbed it fiercely into the open bloody mouth of the armored bear. The armored bear was covered with armor, with only 2 weak points, the eyes and the mouth. Wang Yanfeng stabbed the armored bear's throat with a sword, but at the same time, his wrist bone was also bitten off by the armored bear. Puff! Wang Yanfeng was hit hard in the chest by the angry armored bear's bare palm. He felt as if his chest was hit by a sledgehammer, and his internal organs were churning. Wang Yanfeng was thrown out like a chicken, fell to the ground and was dazed. He barely stood up, and spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with pieces of flesh, which turned out to be fragments of internal organs. If I hadn't reached the realm of refining internal organs and my internal organs were protected by true essence, this blow would have killed me. Although Wang Yanfeng was seriously injured and dying, the armored bear was not doing well either. Its throat was pierced, and its blood circulation was blocked. It would definitely not live long, but before it died, it was still possible to kill Wang Yanfeng. Wang Yanfeng wiped a mouthful of blood. I must pass this 4th level. Although I'm sure to get the 1st place with my current results, if I pass the 4th level, my status in the family will definitely be further improved. Even if I'm not the eldest son, the position of the head of the family will definitely belong to me in the future. And this result can also shut up those old people and stop them from interfering with the resources allocated to me by my father. When Wang Yanfeng thought of this, a trace of ferocity flashed across his face. However, when Wang Yanfeng was desperate, he didn't know that Lin Ming had used the tactic of bleeding to wear down the enemy and had pierced the brain of the 2nd armored bear. The 4th level passed. Lin Ming took a deep breath and finally reached the 5th level, which was also the last level that Qin Xingxuan passed. The level that the middle-aged examiner called impossible to pass. I didn't expect Lin Ming to persist to this step. At this time, outside the Linglang Tower, Qin Xingxuan looked at the flashing array symbol on the 4th level and was a little surprised. She had originally predicted that Lin Ming could only get through the 3rd floor at most, which was already a high evaluation. However, she did not expect that Lin Ming had stayed on the 4th floor for so long. At this rate, it was not impossible for him to get through the 4th floor. When I first entered the Linglang Tower, my cultivation had reached the 4th level of physical training. It was not too difficult to deal with 2 beasts on the 4th floor whose strength was not as good as the 4th level of physical training. However, if I was only at the peak of the 2nd level of physical training, it would be impossible for me to last so long on the 4th floor. Qin Xingxuan secretly compared herself with Lin Ming in her heart. She was able to get through the 5th floor of the Linglang Tower because of her profound cultivation. If they were at the same level of cultivation, she would obviously not be Lin Ming's opponent. It's been less than half an hour. Qin Xingxuan looked at the hourglass next to her. At the moment, when Qin Xingxuan looked at the hourglass, the 5th floor of the Linglong Tower suddenly flashed with light, and the formation runes as big as a bamboo hat lit up one by one, and the strong true energy fluctuations immediately spread out. Seeing this scene, Elder Sun almost dropped the teacup in his hand. The 5th floor. Wang Yanfeng is so powerful. In just half an hour, has the Wang family in Yulu City produced a peerless genius? This achievement is second only to Miss Xingxuan in the past 10 years. A middle-aged man glanced at Qin Xingxuan while speaking, but saw Qin Xingxuan's beautiful eyes flowing, and no one knew what she was thinking. Incredible, this boy's definitely not an ordinary person. He has a 4th grade superior talent, plus the great training of the Wang family. If he performs well in the 7 profound martial palace, and obtains superior martial arts, he may be selected as a core disciple of the martial palace, and enter the 7 profound valley in the future. This Wang Yanfeng is quite terrifying. As an elder spoke, the light of the 4th floor of the Linglong Tower suddenly trembled, and at the same time, a figure like a sack was ejected from the Linglong Tower. Elder Sun's eyes fixed, and he quickly ordered, Lin Ming is out, catch him quickly, don't let him get hurt. It was already half an hour, and the warriors in charge of picking up people under the Linglong Tower were inevitably a little tired and distracted, so Elder Sun reminded them. The Linglong Tower is an illusion killing array. Candidates will be ejected only after they are killed in the illusion. At this moment, the candidates will think they are dead, so they are unconscious. Each floor of the Linglong Tower is 3 feet high, and the 4th floor is 9 feet high. Falling down without any consciousness, even a master of condensed meridians can't bear it. The warrior in charge of picking up the person steadily caught the falling figure, helped him up, and saw that the man was already pale, his face was distorted, and his body was covered in cold sweat. Because his appearance was distorted a bit, the elders who were watching the test outside the Linglong Tower finally saw the man's appearance clearly, and in an instant, they were all dumbfounded. This person seems to be Wang Yanfeng. Several elders opened their mouths wide and looked up. The magic circle on the 5th floor was still lit. Could it be that Lin Ming was the one who entered the 5th floor before? The elders of the 7 Zuanwu mansion were all shocked, including Mr. Mu Yi, who had praised Lin Ming before. He also found it incredible. Lin Ming only had the cultivation level of the 2nd peak of physical training, which was half a realm lower than Wang Yanfeng. But he stepped into the 5th floor before Wang Yanfeng, and now he has persisted for dozens of breaths. Qin Xingxuan looked at the 5th floor of the Linglong Tower, her beautiful eyes flowing, and Lin Ming surprised her again. Could it be that even his martial arts cultivation would slowly catch up with her? At this time, in the corner of the valley far away from the Linglong Tower, Lang Yunai also stared at the still shining magic circle on the 5th floor. Her eyes were a little lost in trance. Lin Ming. He entered the 5th floor. Since the construction of the 5th floor of the 7 profound martial palace, only Qin Xingxuan has successfully passed it. There are a few other people who have reached the 5th floor, with an average of 1 every 1 or 2 years. Each of them is an amazing genius, and it is almost certain that they will enter the condensation vein stage in the future. Lin Ming. At that moment, Lang Yunai suddenly felt that perhaps even compared with Zhu Yan, Lin Ming was not inferior at all. Although he did not have the support of his family, he could be granted a title, as long as he entered the condensation vein stage in the future. At this time, on the 5th floor of the Linglong Tower, Lin Ming looked at the horrific scene on the 5th floor, but his face was full of bitter smiles. There were actually 2 level 2 beasts on the 5th floor. Although they were only the weaker of the level 2 beasts, their strength was equivalent to that of a warrior at the 4th level of physical training. Not only that, these 2 beasts also had 8 beast brothers, each of whom was equivalent to a warrior at the peak of the 3rd level of physical training. 10 ferocious beasts stood together, with hideous bone armor, bright red eyes, and sharp claws, and teeth that seemed to be stained with blood. All of them carried a murderous aura that soared into the sky. When a warrior with poor strength saw this scene, he would involuntarily think of the scene of himself being torn into pieces by the ferocious beasts, and he would lose his courage before the battle even started. Chapter 43 The First Choice. Although Lin Ming would not be overwhelmed by the evil spirit, he also knew that he could not win. Not to mention the 2 level 2 beasts, he could not handle the 8 little brothers, even at his best. Moreover, He had already consumed a lot of his true energy. He finally understood that, although he had also stepped into the 5th level and seemed to be very close to Lin Ming, who had a 6th grade talent, he was actually far behind. Lin Ming had passed this level 6 months ago. Thinking of this, and looking at the 10 beasts full of evil spirit, Lin Ming sighed in his heart. She was indeed a 6th grade talent, a proud daughter of heaven. If he wanted to pass this level, conservatively speaking, he would have to raise his cultivation to a higher level and reach the peak of the 3rd level of physical training before he could win, and he would have to go through a hard battle. But Lin Ming had passed this level 6 months ago. No wonder the middle-aged examiner said confidently that no one could pass this level. It was indeed impossible to pass. In that case, he would kill as many as he could. Of course, Lin Ming would not surrender. This kind of actual combat opportunity is rare. The real feeling of dying, fighting to the limit of physical strength, and the feeling of fighting in a life or death situation are all rare and valuable experiences. Fight. Seeing the beasts rushing over, Lin Ming shouted and stabbed a silver tiger with a knife. His mind was clear. He could not afford to provoke the 2 level 2 beasts. His target was the 8 minions of the 2 level 2 beasts. He would definitely not be able to deal with them because of their thick fur and flesh. So he chose the 2 silver tigers, which had high attack power, but relatively weak defense. Puff. The knife stabbed the silver tiger's abdomen. At the same time, Lin Ming felt a strong force coming from his arm. It was because of the impact of the silver tiger that his muscles were numb and the short knife almost slipped out of his hand. Oh no. In a flash, a whip-like long beard whipped Lin Ming's lower abdomen. This was the attack of the 2 level 2 beasts. The long beard was as fast as lightning and as sharp as a knife, which could directly penetrate the body of a warrior. Lin Ming twisted his body in midair, but the long beard still rubbed Lin Ming's thigh, tearing the skin and flesh on the spot. At that moment, Lin Ming felt as if his thigh was hit by a branding iron rod, burning with pain. Good man, it was just a rub. It was like this. If it was hit, it would be terrible. In this time, the 8 first level beasts had surrounded him, and instantly surrounded Lin Ming in the middle of the field, and he was trapped in a tight siege. As long as these beasts attacked at once, they could tear Lin Ming apart. Not good. Lin Ming knew very well that, if these beasts attacked together, there would be no place to escape. So at the critical moment, Lin Ming stomped his legs on the ground, holding a short knife in his hand, and rushed towards the silver tiger, striking first. Roar. The silver tiger roared wildly and rushed towards Lin Ming. These beasts in the illusion had no fear at all. Puff. Silver tiger was stabbed in the throat by Lin Ming's knife. However, Lin Ming was also caught by silver tiger's claws, and a large hole was opened in his abdomen. If he had not been in the 2nd level of physical training, and had not been protected by his true energy, this attack would have ripped him open. One is done. Lin Ming covered his bloody abdomen. He was now seriously injured, and his true energy was less than 10%. He did not expect that the difficulty of the 5th level would suddenly increase tenfold compared to the 4th level. Half a quarter of an hour. It's been half a quarter of an hour since Lin Ming entered the 5th floor, and Lin Ming is still holding on. It's incredible. Well, although he may just be running away, there is not much true energy left at this time. It's amazing that he can escape for half a quarter of an hour. I'm afraid that Lin Ming will be recruited by a big force. By the way, Mu Yi, doesn't your marshal's mansion have any interest in this? Mu Yi smiled but said nothing. This group of people didn't know that Lin Ming had a powerful master behind him. He came out this time just to practice his true heart. Maybe soon he would be taken to the mountain by his master to practice intensively. How could their marshal's mansion recruit him? Of course, Mu Yi would not say these words. At this time, an elder named Zhu was playing with 2 balls in one hand, and said slowly, "Elder son, you overestimate him a little. I admit that Lin Ming is good, but after all, he only has a 3rd grade talent. He can reach this point at this age. I'm afraid that he has had some adventure and 8 rare treasures, so his strength increased greatly. As for his future achievements, haha, it's hard to say." What the elder named Zhu said made some sense. Some people were lucky and 8 rare treasures when they were young, and they suddenly became famous. However, as time went by, the advantages accumulated by the rare treasures were slowly worn away, and it was not uncommon for them to become mediocre in the end. Elder Zhu is right. Lin Ming is good, but he will be overtaken by others if he cannot keep up with the speed of cultivation in the future. Several elders followed suit. Mu Yi smiled and said, "There is no point in saying more. Everything will be clear after seeing Lin Ming's performance in the future." As soon as Mu Yi finished speaking, the 5th floor of the Linglong Tower trembled. A figure was thrown out by the formation and fell like a piece of paper. Lin Ming, this kid finally came out. Lin Ming killed a silver tiger on the 5th floor and was seriously injured. However, even so, when he was on the verge of death, he dragged a wind wolf to his death and finally killed 2 first-level beasts. This record is enough to be proud of. You know, it is much more difficult to kill 2 first-level beasts on the 5th floor, surrounded by beasts, than on the 4th floor. From a distance, Lang Yunai watched Lin Ming being caught by the warriors under the Linglong Tower. She didn't know what she felt in her heart. She pursed her lips, did not stop, and turned quietly. Lin Ming, huh? He's awake already? The illusion killing array is a killing array. If a candidate dies in the Linglong Tower and is ejected, he will subconsciously think that he is dead and thus be unconscious for a period of time. However, Lin Ming woke up so quickly, but his face was a little pale, which surprised the elders of the 7 Zuanwu mansion. On the other hand, Wang Yanfeng was still unconscious on the ground. This was obviously the difference brought by the heart of martial arts. This Lin Ming should be the first in this assessment. Elder Sun said. That's what I said, but the reward for the first place is a red gold dragon marrow pill. Don't you think it's a bit of a waste to give it to a kid with a 3rd grade talent? How many points can he absorb? The first place in the annual assessment is not only based on the test results, but also the talent of the candidate himself. After Elder Sun made a suggestion, Elder Zhu's old voice sounded slowly. Elder Sun said, "It is true that talent should be considered, but that is when the difference in scores is not too big." This Lin Ming took first place in all 3 rounds of assessments. If he is not the first in the total score of the assessment, how can he convince others? I'm afraid that the candidates will think that there is something fishy in our selection of the first place, and it is unfair. As for wasting the red gold dragon marrow pill, the purpose of the red gold dragon marrow pill allocated by the sect is just to attract talents to the 7 profound martial palace for the assessment. Don't you think that the sect will hope to use 1 red gold dragon marrow pill to create a core disciple who is expected to be selected into the sect? Moreover, as far as I know, Elder Zhu and the head of the Wang family in Yulu City are old friends. Elder Sun's last sentence was a naked slap in the face. Elder Zhu snorted coldly, "Sun Sifan, I'm just talking about the facts. If you guarantee that Lin Ming will get the first place in this assessment, I have no objection. Then let's see who is stronger between Wang Yanfeng and Lin Ming in half a year, and who enters the heavenly palace first. How about it?" Elder Sun was a little speechless after being provoked by Elder Zhu. He was just doing his job impartially, and he had some disagreements with Elder Zhu, and he couldn't stand him using his power for personal gain, so he had this dispute. But when Elder Zhu really said this, he didn't dare to respond. After all, Lin Ming's talent was limited. It was very likely that he had eaten some natural treasures, as Elder Zhu said, and only then could he achieve what he has today. On the other hand, Wang Yanfeng was a top-level talent of the 4th rank, 1 in hundreds of thousands. In that case, Lin Ming might be left behind. Seeing that Elder Sun did not dare to answer, Elder Zhu sneered. "Why, you don't dare to answer? If you designate Lin Ming as the first, it's fine. Let's make a bet." I remember that Elder Sun has a human-grade mid-level treasure. When Elder Zhu mentioned this human-grade mid-level treasure, Elder Sun's face became a little unnatural. Human-grade mid-level treasures are rare in Cheyenne country, and even tens of thousands of taels of gold cannot buy them. This one is a reward from the 7 Profound Valley, and it is also Elder Sun's most valuable property. How could he use it to gamble, let alone such a slim bet? Seeing that Elder Sun was speechless, Elder Zhu looked pleased. He naturally knew that Sun Sifan did not dare to gamble, and he said this to destroy Sun Sifan's prestige. But at this moment, Mu Yi spoke up, and he said with a smile, "How about I make a bet with Elder Zhu?" Chapter 44 Dissatisfied. But at this moment, Mu Yi spoke up, smiling. How about I make a bet with Elder Zhu? HMM. Elder Zhu was startled. He didn't expect Mu Yi to speak up at this time, and seeing the other party's smiling face, he seemed to be full of confidence. At this moment, Elder Zhu's confidence was a little shaken. Could it be that Lin Ming really had some hidden card that he didn't know about? But he really couldn't think of how he, who had a 3rd grade talent, could beat Wang Yanfeng, who had a 4th grade upper level talent. In addition, he had already said it in front of so many people, and it was difficult to back down. So Elder Zhu gritted his teeth and said, "Okay, what do you want to bet, Mr. Mu Yi?" Mu Yi smiled and said, "This bet is just a casual one. Don't hurt the harmony. I'll bet on a human level middle grade treasure. A human level middle grade treasure. And you still call it casual?" Elder Zhu's mouth twitched. Mu Yi has been an inscription master for so many years, and his assets are the richest among all the people present. Gritting his teeth, Elder Zhu said, "Okay, I'll bet on a lower grade human level Zumi ring. The Zumi ring is a storage treasure that can carry an independent space with you to store items. Because this kind of treasure is difficult to refine, its value is several times higher than that of a treasure of the same level. A lower grade human level Zumi ring is roughly equivalent to a middle grade human level treasure." "Okay." Mu Yi agreed very readily. He always smiled casually, giving people a feeling that everything is under control. Lin Ming's first place is settled. However, the assessment has been going on for a whole day, and it is already late now. The results will be announced tomorrow afternoon. In addition to Lin Ming's first place, the rest of the 2nd to 10th places will also be determined based on the candidates' assessment results, age and own talent. This also requires the discussion of the elders of the 7 Zuanwu mansions before it can be decided. "Xingxun, let's go say hello to Lin Ming," Mu Yi said and stood up. Although Lin Ming had woken up, Mu Yi was sitting with the elders of the 7 Zuanwu mansions, so Lin Ming naturally couldn't go forward rashly. "Yeah." Qin Xingxuan nodded. When Mu Yi talked with the elders of the 7th Profound Martial Palace, Qin Xingxuan rarely interrupted out of courtesy as a junior, and sat quietly aside. But when it comes to the status in the 7th Profound Martial Palace, Qin Xingxuan is on an equal footing with these martial arts elders. Because Qin Xingxuan is one of the few core disciples of the 7th Profound Martial Palace, in the future, if nothing unexpected happens, she will enter the 7th Profound Valley and become a formal disciple of the 7th Profound Valley. This is a great honor. You know, even the eldest brother Ling Sen, who ranks first in the strength of the 7th Profound Martial Palace, has no hope of being selected by the 7th Profound Valley unless he can reach the peak of physical training in a short period of time, the Condensed Veins realm. But it is not easy to break through the Condensed Veins realm in a short period of time. Ling Sen is only at the peak of the 4th level of physical training at the age of 20. That night, Lin Ming talked with Mu Yi and returned to the bedroom prepared by the 7th Profound Martial Palace for candidates who passed the examination to meditate and regulate their breathing. There was no conversation all night. The next afternoon, the weather was fine and the competition field of the 7 Zuanwu houses was full of important figures from the 7 Zuanwu houses. The 53 examinees who passed the test were all standing there. Today was the day to announce the results. After a night of discussion, the results list had been finalized. When Lin Ming walked to the competition field, people around him looked at him frequently. Some were jealous, some were emotional, and some were in admiration. Lin Ming had become famous. His results on the 5th floor of the Linglang Tower had even made some senior students from the Xianxi house secretly pay attention to him. "Congratulations." At this time, a slightly cold voice sounded. Lin Ming looked in the direction of the voice, but saw Wang Yanfeng standing not far away with his arms folded across his chest, with a fake smile on his face. "You are lucky. You have reached the 5th level with a 3rd grade medium talent. Incredible, incredible." Wang Yanfeng spoke loudly, and the people around him naturally heard it. They were very surprised to hear that he had a 3rd grade talent. Although a 3rd grade talent is considered 1 in 100, it is very ordinary in the 7 Zuanwu mansion. They thought that Lin Ming had at least a 4th grade upper class talent, but he only had a 3rd grade medium. What's going on? The people around him talked about it, and Wang Yanfeng smiled. He had specially asked his men to check Lin Ming's talent yesterday. Your name is Lin Ming, right? I don't know what kind of natural treasures you got when you were a kid, but if you think you can beat me with this, then you are dreaming. You are just a little luckier. When you reach the 5th floor, do you think your fighting ability will be stronger than mine? The innate supernatural power is useful against the clumsy beasts in Linglang Tower, but against people, you can't beat people with your straightforward bull moves. In fact, yesterday in Linglang Tower, Wang Yanfeng also killed 2 armored bears on the 4th floor, but he himself was seriously injured and died, so he was reported out, which made Wang Yanfeng very frustrated. As long as he could hold on for a breath, he could also enter the 5th floor. As long as he entered the 5th floor, it would be the same achievement. Wang Yanfeng didn't think that Lin Ming could make any achievements on the 5th floor. Although he learned that Lin Ming persisted for half a quarter of an hour, Wang Yanfeng believed that, if he was not too seriously injured, even if he only had 10% of his true energy left, he could still persist for half a quarter of an hour, or even a quarter of an hour. His mistake was that he was too eager for quick success on the 4th floor, and ended up using desperate moves. If he had slowly worn down the 2 bears at that time, he would not have been seriously injured. And the most important point is that Wang Yanfeng cannot use treasures in Linglang Tower. Once there is no treasure, the power of Wang Yanfeng's family heirloom 9 true words will be greatly reduced, which will also cause his attack power to drop greatly, so it is so difficult to pass the level. If it is a fight between warriors, treasures will not be banned. Treasures, like elixirs, are advantages brought by family background, and family background is also a part of the strength of warriors. Wang Yanfeng touched his sword and looked at Lin Ming with contempt. If I use the 9-word sword, killing you is like killing a chicken, he said to himself in his heart, but did not say it out loud. How can I lose to you? Not to mention the future. Even now, I will definitely win. There was a smell of gunpowder in the air. Lin Ming did not react or refute. He did not want to cause a conflict, and he was too lazy to pay attention to Wang Yanfeng. Stop, my master is talking to you. Are you deaf, and can't you hear me? A follower beside Wang Yanfeng said in a domineering tone. The follower's words were even more unpleasant than his master. Lin Ming paused, turned around and looked at the man coldly, and said, "This is the competition field for the warriors of the 7 Xuanwu mansions. How did you, a servant who is not even at the first level of physical training, get in? You, being called a servant." The man's face turned red because of anger and humiliation. According to the regulations, he was indeed not qualified to come in. Seeing that the atmosphere was about to become tense, at this moment, the elder of the 7 Xuanwu mansion came on stage and said, "Be quiet, and the results will be announced below." Everyone naturally quieted down, and the servant could only curse a few words and kept silent. The elder took out a report card and said, "The results of this assessment are based on the 3 rounds of test scores, age, and talent of the candidates. After discussion among the elders, the top 10 are now determined as follows. 10th place, Zhao Zhengyang, with a prize of 10 Juan pills. 9th place." The test results were announced from the back to the front, and the elder's voice was neither hurried nor slow until the 2nd place was announced. 2nd place, Wang Yanfeng, with a prize of 1 golden snake red gall pill. 1st place, Lin Ming, with a prize of 1 red gold dragon marrow pill. The results are announced as above. Congratulations to everyone. If there are no objections, please invite Elder Sun to present the awards. Wait, I have an objection. Wang Yanfeng raised his hand. Elder Zhu of the 7 Xuanwu mansion was a good friend of his father. He actually knew the report card a long time ago, and it was Elder Zhu who asked him to raise his hand this time. Do you have any objection? The elder in charge of reading the rankings frowned. Wang Yanfeng smiled, walked to the front of the square, and said loudly, "As far as I know, Lin Ming's talent is of the 3rd grade, middle grade, and my talent is of the 4th grade, upper grade." The elders just said that the final ranking will be based on the 3 rounds of test scores, age, and talent of the candidates. However, these scores are only for reference. The final decision is in the hands of the elders. The subjective factors are too great, and I don't accept it. For Wang Yanfeng, the red gold dragon marrow pill must not be given up. With this pill, He is confident that he can break through the 4th level of physical training before the age of 18, and then reach the peak of the 4th level of physical training before the age of 20. With such strength, he may not lose to Ling Sen, the eldest brother of Qianxue Mansion. If so, his position in the family will never be shaken. At this time, elder son snorted coldly and stood up. Are you questioning the evaluation results of the Elders' Council? His cold snort was accompanied by true energy. When he snorted, he felt that the temperature around him dropped several degrees. Wang Yanfeng, who was the first to bear the brunt, could not bear the pressure and took several steps back. Sun Sifan, are you bullying the weak? Elder Zhu also stood up. He had always been at odds with Sun Sifan. At this time, Wang Yanfeng said, Elder Sun, calm down. I did not question the decision of the Elders' Council. I just felt it was unfair. In the 3rd round of the assessment, I also killed 2 beasts on the 4th floor. It was only because I was eager to decide the winner that I was seriously injured. That's why I failed to enter the 5th floor. If I had stabilized my steps a little, I could have reached the 5th floor. So, I don't accept it. I don't think my strength is worse than Lin Ming's. What do you want? It's very simple. I want to fight with Lin Ming. If I lose, I will admit defeat. If I win, then the first place will belong to me. Wang Yanfeng suddenly turned to Lin Ming and said provocatively, Lin Ming, do you dare? Chapter 45 Killing you is just right. It's very simple. I want to fight with Lin Ming. If I lose, I will admit defeat. If I win, then the first place will be mine. Wang Yanfeng said here and suddenly turned to Lin Ming. Provocative. Lin Ming, do you dare? Before Lin Ming could reply, Elder Zhu stood up. He smiled and said, this is a good idea. In fact, the assessment of the Martial Academy tests 2 things after all. One is actual combat, and the other is talent. Wang Yanfeng obviously wins in talent. If Wang Yanfeng also wins in actual combat, then it is reasonable that the first place should belong to Wang Yanfeng. Elder Zhu's words blocked Lin Ming's retreat. However, Elder Zhu felt that this was not enough. He turned to Lin Ming and said with a smile, Lin Ming, a warrior's practice of martial arts is not only to train the body, but also to train the heart. A warrior must first have the belief that he will win. If he is afraid to fight, then his belief in winning will collapse. Such a person will not achieve great success. Elder Zhu's words were indeed true, but his intentions were very vicious. In such an occasion, if he lost, it would be a great blow to his self-confidence, especially since Lin Ming was only 15 years old and was the first to the second. If he lost, the gap would be too big and he might never recover from it. Elder Zhu had already determined that Lin Ming would most likely lose. After all, Wang Yanfeng was 1 realm ahead of Lin Ming, and he was unable to exert the true power of the 9 true words in the Linglang Tower because he did not have a treasure. Martial arts can greatly improve the combat power of a warrior. Sometimes, a high-level martial arts can even allow a warrior to fight above his level. As for Lin Ming's innate divine power, it was useful in the Linglang Tower to deal with slow beasts with strong defense, but brute force was not effective against people. As one side gains, the other loses, so naturally Wang Yanfeng will not lose. Lin Ming glanced at Elder Zhu coldly, secretly noted this account, and then turned to Wang Yanfeng and said, I can compete with you, but no matter how you look at it, I will suffer a loss in this competition. If we don't compete, I will be the first, and once we compete, then I can only be the first if I win, and there will be no other benefits. Once I lose, my first place will be handed over to someone else. What do you think? When Wang Yanfeng heard that Lin Ming had the intention to agree to the competition, his heart was immediately filled with joy. This guy was still bargaining at this time. It seemed that he thought he could win when he reached the 5th floor of Linglang Tower. Humph, what an idiot. I will let you know the power of 9 Dao mantras. Wang Yanfeng smiled playfully. What do you want? Lin Ming said, how about this? If I win, you give me your golden snake red gall pill. If I lose, I'll give you the title of first place and the red gold dragon marrow pill. How about that? Okay. It's a deal. Wang Yanfeng was overjoyed. If he could get both pills, it would be what he wanted. He couldn't wait to say, then I'll start the competition. Well, sure. Seeing Lin Ming agree so readily, elder son and the others shook their heads slightly, not to say that Lin Ming would definitely lose, but the possibility of losing was more than half. Taking an exam was different from fighting with others. Wang Yanfeng was born in a family. When he was a child, there was a special fighting master who taught him fighting skills, and he also knew martial arts. But at this time, the battle was already a foregone conclusion, and they had nothing to say. Wang Yanfeng reached the center of the arena, shook the sword in his hand, and said with full energy, "Come up." Seeing the sword in Wang Yanfeng's hand, everyone present was slightly surprised. Treasure weapon. All treasure weapons are worth more than several thousand taels of gold. Even the children of aristocratic families are often only qualified to own a treasure weapon after reaching the 4th or 5th level of physical training. Unexpectedly, Wang Yanfeng only had the 3rd level of physical training, and it was inscribed. Obviously, Wang Yanfeng was highly respected in the family. People looked at Lin Ming, wanting to know what weapons he could take out. Looking at Lin Ming's family background, it was unlikely that he could take out a treasure weapon. Although this seemed unfair, in Cheyenne country, martial artists competitions have always been like this. You can't ask people to change weapons on the battlefield, because they will definitely not be used to it. Family background has always been a part of strength. If you say that weapons are unfair, then the sudden increase in cultivation brought by elixirs is naturally unfair. It is impossible to ask martial artists not to use the cultivation brought by elixirs during the competition. So Lin Ming had to take this loss. This Lin Ming most likely doesn't have a good weapon. Well, there's nothing we can do about it. A treasure costs thousands of taels, and most people can't get it. I just hope Lin Ming doesn't bring out a piece of inferior equipment, or it will be cut off by a sword. Then there's no fight. While people were discussing, Lin Ming took out his weapon. It was the boning knife he had been using to cut bones and meat into Mingxun. When people saw this knife, their eyes widened. Isn't this a butcher knife? Although they had expected Lin Ming to have no good weapons, they didn't expect his weapon to be so inferior. It was only 1 foot long. As the saying goes, an inch longer is an inch stronger. This 1 foot boning knife would naturally suffer a lot against a 3 foot long sword. And how strong could a butcher knife be? Maybe it would be cut off by a sword. How could they fight? When Wang Yanfeng saw the boning knife, he immediately laughed. You want to compare this with me? This is a butcher knife, right? You are really stupid. Lin Ming was slightly surprised. He said, I didn't realize that you know so much. This is indeed a butcher knife. I usually use it to kill pigs. Today is just right to kill you. Lin Ming's words implicitly called Wang Yanfeng a pig, which made Wang Yanfeng furious. You don't know how to live or die. Lin Ming slowly walked up to the arena. In fact, as soon as Wang Yanfeng drew his sword, he had already used the soul power of the inscription master to observe the sword. Lin Ming was an expert in the understanding of treasures and inscriptions. Wang Yanfeng's treasure seemed majestic, but in fact, in Lin Ming's eyes, it was just an ordinary item, and the inscription on the treasure was not in Lin Ming's eyes. All inscription masters have the art of observing treasures. Inscription masters can use soul techniques to penetrate soul power into treasures, to judge the quality of the treasures. Lin Ming was a disciple of the unknown senior master in the divine realm, so he naturally had his own set of skills for observing weapons. Although he had only studied this skill a little, it was more than enough for him to see Wang Yanfeng's sword. Treasures can indeed greatly improve the combat effectiveness of warriors, but Wang Yanfeng has only just entered the 3rd level of physical training. Without the Yijin and Jianggu, the effect of the treasures he can exert is very limited. Lin Ming is not worried at all. Of course, even if Wang Yanfeng cannot exert the power of this sword, the boning knife in Lin Ming's hand cannot withstand Wang Yanfeng's slash. Although this knife can be considered a good knife, it is after all made of ordinary iron by ordinary craftsmen. However, this does not matter to Lin Ming at all. Lin Ming does not rely on the knife to attack. He relies on his own fists. The Chaos Gang Dao Sutra is a supreme physical training method, which is extremely strong and yang. The bones and muscles of the practitioner themselves are the best weapons. With Lin Ming's martial arts cultivation at the peak of the 2nd level, his punching force was 2,700 kilograms, and he could punch through a piece of iron and wood as thick as a man's arms. If this punch was to hit a person, even a master of tendon and bone strengthening might not be able to withstand it. Chapter 46. Breaking the 9 Mantras. Wang Yanfeng's true energy flowed all over his body. Before Lin Ming could stand firm, he shouted loudly, and bright runes appeared on the 3-foot-long sword. There were 10 runes in total, 9 of which were cyan, condensed from Wang Yanfeng's true energy, and the last one was left by the inscription master. The sword technique of the 9 paths of truth is a unique skill bestowed by the late emperor on the Wang family of Yulu City after the previous head of the Wang family was awarded a title for his military merits. Wang Yanfeng, with his cultivation in the early stage of the 3rd level of physical training, has practiced the 9 paths of truth to the level of transforming into 9 runes. Although it is only the lowest level of cyan runes, it is indeed amazing. The elder who was watching the battle was naturally knowledgeable, and immediately told the origin and level of Wang Yanfeng's martial arts. The 9 mantras can only be performed with the use of a treasure. The children of noble families are indeed different. They have such family martial arts, and they can be equipped with a treasure worth thousands of taels of gold at an early age. This starting point is much higher than other civilian warriors. Lin Ming is in danger. He is a flat-headed boy and definitely does not know any martial arts. What can he use to block the 9 mantras? In the arena, Lin Ming looked at the green runes on Wang Yanfeng's sword with scorching eyes. Before practicing the inscription technique, one must first practice the soul method to condense and control the soul power. Lin Ming practiced the top soul method, Tai soul method. With this, Lin Ming was extremely sensitive to the flow of true energy in the treasure. As long as a soul thought extended over, he could clearly capture it. Although I can feel the martial arts used by Wang Yanfeng, I don't know much about martial arts, and I don't know where the flaws are. However, if we talk about inscriptions and treasures, I'm afraid no one in the entire Xianan kingdom knows more than me. I can clearly find out where the true energy in this treasure is not flowing smoothly. Lin Ming was thinking, and at this moment, Wang Yanfeng had already rushed up with a long sword in his hand. He came up and used the family martial arts 9 true words to defeat Lin Ming in a few moves, so as to establish his prestige. The true energy penetrated the long sword, making a sharp whistling sound. This is the advantage of the treasure. Once the true energy is penetrated, the momentum and power of the moves can be greatly improved. Faced with such power, warriors without treasures often feel powerless to resist, because if they confront with weapons head-on, they may break the weapons. Lin Ming, die! Wang Yanfeng shouted, and the green light on the 9 runes instantly bloomed. The long sword slashed towards Lin Ming's shoulder with unstoppable force. Lin Ming's eyes focused, and he stomped his feet on the ground, and his body flashed out like lightning. Bang! Wang Yanfeng slashed the ground with his sword, and sparks flew everywhere. The bluestone ground was blessed by the formation, and was as hard as iron, but even so, Wang Yanfeng still cut a half-foot-long hole, which shows how powerful this attack was. After the attack missed, Wang Yanfeng was not discouraged at all, but laughed loudly. Lin Ming, do you want to compete with me in speed? I didn't expect that you are not only born with supernatural power, but also fast. What a pity. You don't know the martial arts of body movement. In terms of speed, how can you compare with me? Wang Yanfeng moved his feet, and his body actually left a series of vague after images. 7 steps. The Wang family's body movement martial arts. This is one of the Wang family's unique family skills. Within 7 steps, it can appear and disappear like a ghost, and its speed surpasses that of ghosts and gods. The great family is really enviable. The weapons are restricted, the martial arts are restricted, and the body movement is not as good. How can we fight this battle? While everyone was discussing, Wang Yanfeng took 7 steps in a row, and appeared beside Lin Ming in an instant. The 9 runes on the treasure reappeared with green light, and he slashed at Lin Ming's arm with a sword. Killing is not allowed in the fight of the 7 Zuanwu mansion, otherwise it will be punished by the school, so Wang Yanfeng slashed at Lin Ming's arm. Although this sword will not kill, it can make Lin Ming's arm completely severed. Even if there is a good healing medicine to fix the bones and tendons, this arm is mostly useless, and the future cultivation will be greatly damaged. A vicious sword. Wang Yanfeng smiled grimly. Aren't you a genius? I will cut off your path to genius, and see what you still want to fight with me for. He was determined to win this sword, and he couldn't think of any reason why he would lose. However, at this moment, Lin Ming shouted, turned around, and punched out. It was a plain punch, with nearly 3,000 pounds of force, and it was thrown out without any fancy moves. Bang! This punch hit Wang Yanfeng's sword spine, which was exactly the place where the true energy flow in the treasure that Lin Ming had discovered before was not round. The speed of the long sword was so fast that it was easy to imagine how difficult it was to hit this point. If it weren't for the integration of Lin Ming's bone-breaking skills over the years, and the precise attacks that he had practiced in countless bones and muscles, it would be useless, even if he could sense this point of incompatibility with his understanding of the inscription technique. At that moment, Wang Yanfeng felt a sudden surge of violent true energy, which cut off the energy flow in his treasure. If the true energy he poured into the sword was like a snake, then this punch was like a hatchet chopping the snake's 7 inches, cutting it off in half. What? The true energy stagnated, and Wang Yanfeng's blood surged. Before he could figure out what was going on, Lin Ming kicked Wang Yanfeng in the head. Years of hard training against the iron tree stump, the simple leg technique tempered by the excruciating pain of the iron wire grass, and the terrifying power cultivated by the Chaos Gang Dao Sutra completely erupted in this attack. Lin Ming's leg was pulled down like a dragon's tail. Wang Yanfeng was really capable. When his blood and ki were churning, he used his arm to block Lin Ming's kick. However, when Lin Ming's leg kicked Wang Yanfeng's forearm, Wang Yanfeng felt as if a thick iron rod hit him, and his arm went numb and almost lost consciousness. Wang Yanfeng was shocked. What kind of strange power is this? The change of lightning and flint shocked the elders present. The punch just now was definitely not that simple. Those candidates who were just watching the excitement could not see anything, but they were all masters of the acquired realm, so they naturally caught the secret of the punch just now. How could this Lin Ming do this? Being directly blown away by this great force, Wang Yanfeng found that Lin Ming in his field of vision was instantly enlarged before he could catch his breath. Not good. 7 absolute steps. Wang Yanfeng stepped on the 7 absolute steps, and his body completely violated the rules of physics. He moved sideways and dodged Lin Ming's punch. In this sudden stop and change of direction, coupled with the previous surging of blood and ki, Wang Yanfeng finally couldn't control the restless blood and ki in his body, and blood flowed from the corners of his mouth. At this time, Wang Yanfeng was already horrified. At the beginning of the Linglan Tower, the power of his 9 paths of mantra was greatly reduced, and he had to die with 2 beasts on the 4th floor. If he could use the treasure, he was confident that he could easily break through to the 5th floor, and even kill a few beasts on the 5th floor. But even with his strength, he was forced by Lin Ming. Could it be that Lin Ming could kill people on the 5th floor at that time? The 9 paths of mantra that he was proud of was completely broken, which made Wang Yanfeng feel deeply humiliated. However, this was no longer the time to think about how to retaliate. Lin Ming rushed up again like a maggot on the tarsal bone. This time Lin Ming used a short knife to attack. I'll chop your knife into pieces. Because Wang Yanfeng had used up all his true energy before and only half of it was now raised, he had no time to perform the 9 true words. He could only pour half of his true energy into the treasure in his hand, relying on his physical strength and the sharpness of the treasure to resist Lin Ming's attack. He had already expected that after his sword slashed down, Lin Ming would have to put away his knife, otherwise the knife would be chopped into pieces. However, he didn't expect that Lin Ming didn't put away his knife at all, and let the sword hit the boning knife. Bang! With a crisp sound, in such a fierce collision of true energy, the boning knife was chopped into several pieces. Before Wang Yanfeng had time to be surprised, Lin Ming had already shouted and punched the boning knife into pieces. Puff! The fragments flew out like hidden weapons. Even if Wang Yanfeng had the 7 absolute steps, he couldn't dodge the hidden weapon at such a close distance. After applying the medicine, Elder Zhu looked up at Lin Ming with a gloomy face. You kid, you are so cruel at such a young age. Elder Zhu used his true energy to say this, and every word that came out was like a steel ball falling to the ground, full of momentum. Facing the pressure of a postnatal master, Lin Ming's eyes focused, and he secretly activated the chaos true energy art to resist this pressure. He said expressionlessly, "You said I'm cruel, then what is not cruel?" Should I stretch out my arm to let Wang Yanfeng cut it off? If my punch missed and my arm was cut off, would you come up and say that Wang Yanfeng is cruel? Okay. You dare to talk back? Elder Zhu suddenly stepped forward and a murderosaur burst out of his body. This murderosaur made people feel that Elder Zhu was like a tiger that would choose its prey and pounce at any time. Chapter 47 to top grade pills. Even if ordinary people saw a tiger locked in a chain close to them, they would be overwhelmed by its aura, not to mention that Elder Zhu could attack at any time. However, Lin Ming still did not show any fear. Although Elder Zhu's strength was many times greater than his, Lin Ming had seen many powerful people who could fly into the sky and move mountains and seas in the illusion of the magic cube. Compared with those people, Elder Zhu was just an ant. If he was afraid of an ant, how could he be qualified to pursue the peak of martial arts? Elder Zhu was a little angry when he found that his aura and murderosaur could not suppress Lin Ming at all. He was about to step forward when a shadow flashed and appeared in front of Elder Zhu like a ghost. Zhu Fingyan, are you going to bully the younger generation? You really have the style of master. As Elder Zhu's enemy, Sun Sifan would naturally not let him get his way. He had already stepped in front of Lin Ming. With such an elder standing in front of him, the pressure on Lin Ming was reduced suddenly. From Wang Yanfeng repeatedly using advanced martial arts, as if he was ready to defeat Lin Ming at any time, to the sudden change of the battle situation, Lin Ming seriously injured Wang Yanfeng, to the two elders now appearing on the competition stage, it actually took only a short time. The candidates watching below the stage finally reacted, and the sound of cold air was endless. This Lin Ming is a complete pervert. However, he offended Wang Yanfeng and Elder Zhu at the same time, and his future life may not be easy. Most of the people present were born in civilian families, and they felt a little sympathy and injustice for Lin Ming. After all, they were born in the same family, and some of them had also suffered losses at the hands of those talented and resourceful children of aristocratic families. Seeing Sun Sifan coming up, Elder Zhu snorted coldly, rolled up his sleeves, and directly wrapped up the seriously injured Wang Yanfeng, and wanted to leave. At this moment, Lin Ming said, Elder Zhu, please stay. Huh. Zhu Fingyan frowned. He didn't expect Lin Ming to have the courage to call him. Most candidates would be timid when meeting the elders of the 7 Zuanwu mansion, the real acquired masters. But this Lin Ming, under the pressure of his momentum, actually dared to call him. He was really brave. He said coldly, what do you want to say? Before I competed with Wang Yanfeng, we had a bet. If I won, I would not only keep the first place, but also get a golden snake red gall pill. Now Elder Zhu wants to take Wang Yanfeng away, so when the prizes are distributed later, I think I can directly receive this one. Lin Ming finished his words slowly. This kind of thing must be made clear, otherwise once Wang Yanfeng left, if the prize was withheld and not distributed, then when the notarization of everyone present was lost, the golden snake red gall pill would probably not be available to him. Wang Yanfeng was not unconscious, but he was too embarrassed to wake up. Now he almost vomited blood when he heard Lin Ming's words. How precious is the golden snake red gall pill? The Wang family of Yulu City is indeed a noble family with a deep foundation and countless gold and silver, but the golden snake red gall pill cannot be bought with money. Moreover, Wang Yanfeng has used so many resources over the years, and the Elders Council has long been quite dissatisfied. If the golden snake red gall pill is lost, it will be a major blow to Wang Yanfeng. Damn it. Wang Yanfeng cursed in his heart and looked at Lin Ming with resentment. However, once words were spoken, they could not be taken back in front of so many people. He squeezed out a few words from between his teeth. The golden snake red gall pill is yours. I hope you can bear this blessing. Don't eat it and not be unable to withstand the washing of your tendons and marrow and end up with your tendons and veins broken and dying. Wang Yanfeng's words were a naked threat, and Lin Ming could naturally hear it. I have really offended quite a few people so far. Zhu Yan, Wang Yagao, Wang Yanfeng. These people are all from aristocratic families, and Zhu Yan and Wang Yanfeng themselves are talented warriors. After what happened last time, Wang Yagao was probably completely scared and couldn't make any waves. However, Zhu Yan and Wang Yanfeng may find an opportunity to retaliate when I enter the 7 profound martial mansion to study in the future. Unfortunately, I can't prevent this trouble. It's a taboo to offend people and not clean them up, but if they come to provoke me, I can't just swallow my anger and let them bully me, otherwise my martial arts heart and sharpness will be worn away. In this case, I can only continue. The most important thing is to improve my own strength. I'm definitely not Zhu Yan's opponent now. Not to mention Zhu Yan, I also underestimated Wang Yanfeng before. I thought I could kill 2 beasts on the 5th floor of Linglang Tower, and my strength would definitely exceed this person. I didn't expect that he would increase his combat power so much by using the martial arts handed down from his family with the treasure. If I hadn't been able to see the inconsistency of the flow of true energy on the treasure, I might not have won. Maybe I should buy a treasure. Lin Ming thought of many things in an instant. Tomorrow he will officially enter the 7 Profound Martial Palace, and he will naturally face Zhu Yan. Half a year ago, Zhu Yan was able to enter the Xianzi Palace where genius is gathered with the cultivation of the 3rd peak of physical training. His strength must be extraordinary. Lin Ming certainly would not underestimate the enemy. After Elder Zhu left, Sun Sifan looked at Lin Ming deeply, with a hint of surprise and disbelief in his eyes. If Lin Ming had used gorgeous martial arts to defeat Wang Yanfeng in the previous battle, he would not be so surprised. However, he just used ordinary punches and kicks. However, the punch on the sword spine just now was clearly a bit like hitting the snake at its weakest point, directly cutting off Wang Yanfeng's true energy. To do this, one needs extremely sharp judgment and extremely precise moves. Just punching a specific point on a rapidly swinging longsword is no less difficult than catching an arrow with bare hands. If this can be achieved with solid basic skills, it is understandable. However, how did Lin Ming find the weak point of Wang Yanfeng's true energy flow? This requires strong soul perception and extremely rich experience. In particular, this experience must be accumulated in actual combat. This kid is only 15 years old and cannot have such experience. So is it a talent? Some warriors are geniuses in combat skills. They rely on intuition and demon-like comprehension to counter each move on the battlefield. The gorgeous martial arts are full of flaws in their eyes. You don't even know how their swords appear in front of you. Such people are quite scary. Could it be that Lin Ming is also such a genius? This is a bit outrageous. Elder Sun thought for a moment and said to Lin Ming, "Come with me." Lin Ming found that Elder Sun was not walking in the direction of receiving the award, and he had some doubts in his heart. "Lin Ming, come with me to test your soul talent. Reach the 5th floor of the Linglang Tower and defeat Wang Yanfeng at the same time." In a quiet room, paved with bluestone tiles, Zhu Yan stood on a 1-meter high iron tree stump, naked upper body, revealing a body of solid muscles. Next to Zhu Yan stood a Lin old servant. Although the old servant looked loose, his breathing was even and long, which was a sign of the 3rd level of body training and internal organ training. The servants under Zhu Yan were a world apart from the servants under Wang Yagao. This was not only because the Zhu family was a royal relative and had greater power, but also because Zhu Yan's status in the family was far beyond the comparison of Wang Yagao, a 2nd-generation ancestor. Although Zhu Yan was not present to watch Lin Ming's exam, he had asked the old servant to keep an eye on the exam. So as soon as the competition between Lin Ming and Wang Yanfeng ended today, the old servant came to report the situation. "I didn't expect this little bastard to hide so deeply." Bang! Zhu Yan swung a punch and directly broke the iron tree stump. The iron tree was originally very strong, and this stump was soaked in potion, which was several times tougher than ordinary iron trees. However, it was broken by Zhu Yan's punch, which showed the power of this punch. It must be more than 4,000 kilograms. Although it was a little worse than Ling Sen, it was not much worse. Although Wang Yanfeng is a little arrogant, he still has some skills. As far as I know, his 9 mantras have been practiced to the level of 9 talismans green light, plus the 7 absolute steps. He actually lost to Lin Ming. Could it be that Lin Ming also knows martial arts? The old servant said, "Master, Lin Ming doesn't know martial arts. He only uses fists and feet, punching, kicking, straight back and forth, without any fancy moves." What? How could he win? Zhu Yan was incredulous. This old servant is short-sighted, and I don't know what means Lin Ming used. In the end, he broke Wang Xiao's 9 mantras, and then took the upper hand with one move, chasing and beating Wang Xiao in one breath, and never gave him any chance. Broken the 9 mantras? Zhu Yan was stunned. Every martial art has weaknesses, but it is not something that can be broken just by saying it. Lin Ming is a member of the Lin family's side branch, and his family background is humble. It is impossible for him to know much about martial arts. Without experience, how could he break the moves? Could it be a guess? Zhu Yan found it hard to understand. At this time, the old servant said again, "Master, I have discovered that the true energy in Lin Ming is very pure, unlike that of an ordinary second-level physical training warrior." Zhu Yan said, "I have discovered this a long time ago. It's nothing strange. This kid may have eaten some rare treasures, and with his hard work and practice, he is really lucky." Because of a fortuitous encounter, the strength suddenly increases a lot, and then because of their own lack of talent, they are slowly left behind. There are many such examples. Lin Ming will be one of them, but this kid is really an eyesore. Zhu Yan slowly clenched his fists. He didn't care at all about what Lin Ming once said about catching up with him. He couldn't take a kid who was 2 years younger than him, and had lower qualifications as a competitor. It was just because of Lan Yu that Zhu Yan felt that Lin Ming was an eyesore when he saw him. Chapter 48 Lin Ming's Soul Talent. Testing Soul Talent. Lin Ming looked at the soul testing stele in front of him. The shape of the soul testing stele and the strength testing stele were similar, but the color was different. The strength testing stele was black, while the soul testing stele was red, scarlet, like blood. As a child of the Lin family, Lin Ming had his soul talent and martial arts talent tested shortly after he was born. Both were of the 3rd grade middle level. This talent was considered good. If Lin Ming was born in the direct line, he would be worthy of the Lin family's training. Unfortunately, Lin Ming was in the sideline, and this talent was not enough for Lin Ming to be selected into the direct line as an exception. For a child, the more important of the soul talent and martial arts talent is the martial arts talent, which is related to the martial arts achievement of a lifetime. As for the soul talent, it is irrelevant. This talent is mainly related to the professions that require soul power, such as alchemists, inscriptionists, and equipment refiners. Generally speaking, unless they are too outstanding, such as the 4th grade upper level, or even the 5th grade soul talent, the family will spend a lot of money to train such geniuses into special professions such as inscriptionists or alchemists. Generally, low-level talents will be completely ignored. However, Lin Ming knew that this soul talent was completely useless during the physical training stage, but it gradually became useful when he entered the innate stage, because after the innate stage, he would start to cultivate his soul. In Cheyenne country, most low-level warriors did not use soul power at all. However, some masters who broke through the condensation vein stage would practice some soul techniques practiced by inscription masters, condense soul power, and explore some things, such as the flow of true essence in the opponent's treasure, so that they could see through the opponent's moves and weaknesses. So Elder Sun suspected that Lin Ming was a genius in soul power, so he brought Lin Ming to test. Although you said that you had tested your soul talent when you were in the family, I think it's better to test it again. Soul talent has never been taken seriously. Sometimes it's just a formality. In addition, the stone tablet you use may not be accurate, so it is very likely to be wrong. Elder Sun said, and placed a small true essence stone in the center of the soul testing stone tablet's magic circle. Although the soul testing stone tablet looks similar to the force testing stone tablet, the cost is much higher, and the true essence stone that drives it is also an expensive consumable. Lin Ming placed his hand on the soul testing stele. The moment the magic circle was activated, he saw countless illusions in his mind, like a kaleidoscope world. Then he felt a tingling sensation from the depths of his soul. This feeling lasted for dozens of breaths. Elder Sun said, "It's out." Lin Ming opened his eyes and saw that the light column of the soul testing stele had been lit up to the 4th grid, and it was about 1/3 of the 4th grid. 4th grade elementary talent? Lin Ming was slightly stunned. He had tested it before, and it was clearly 3rd grade medium. How could it have increased so much out of thin air? Is it really as Elder Sun said, that it was a mistake in the last test? Could it be? Lin Ming suddenly had a thought in his mind. Could it be that the change in this talent is related to the magic cube? When he devoured the ownerless soul, the grade of his soul talent rose from 3rd grade medium to 4th grade elementary. Lin Ming knew nothing about the soul, but he knew that in the cognition of Xianan continent, talent is immutable. Whether it is martial arts talent or soul talent, it will not change after birth. I have never heard of any natural treasure that can change talent. As for the memory of the great man, there is no such thing, but because the memory of the great man is originally incomplete, Lin Ming is not sure. Maybe it is really a mistake. If devouring the soul can improve the talent level of the soul, those senior great men living in the god's domain should be able to get some soul fragments to devour, right? Wouldn't everyone have a 6th grade, 7th grade, or 8th grade talent? Thinking of this, Lin Ming subconsciously touched his chest. That was where the magic cube was. Since the last time he devoured a piece of memory fragment, Lin Ming has never been able to enter the magic cube illusion again. Although he did not hold much hope, if he had the opportunity to devour a soul fragment next time, he must test whether his soul talent has increased. Elder Sun naturally did not know what Lin Ming was thinking at this time. He was frowning and looking at the soul testing stone tablet. This 4th grade elementary talent obviously could not satisfy him. He had hoped that Lin Ming might be a rare genius in the soul field, such as a 5th grade or above, or even the legendary 6th grade. In that case, it would be effortless for Lin Ming to learn the art of inscription and alchemy. At that time, the 7th profound martial palace would cultivate Qin Xingxuan and Lin Ming, 2 great geniuses, one in martial arts, and one in soul. Maybe the 7th profound martial palace could be rewarded, and then there would be hope of receiving some spiritual medicines as rewards. However, now, this hope was shattered. Shaking his head and sighing in his heart, Elder Sun said to Lin Ming, "Let's go. I'll take you to receive the prize." Is this the red gold dragon marrow pill and the golden snake red gall pill? Returning to the residence prepared for him by the 7th profound martial palace, Lin Ming looked at the 2 pill boxes on the table and couldn't help but get excited. This time, his harvest was really huge. Of these 2 pills, one is made from the marrow of a red gold dragon, and the other is made from the gallbladder of a 100-year-old red gold snake. The red gold dragon is a 4th level fierce beast, and ordinary acquired strongmen are no match for it. As for the 100-year-old red gold snake, although it is only a 3rd level fierce beast, it is the top one among the 3rd level fierce beasts. In addition, its number is extremely rare, and it is also extremely rare. These 2 pills are priceless, and cannot be bought in Xianan country. Even the royal family would be tempted. After taking these 2 pills, my strength can increase a lot, but it is too wasteful to eat such precious pills directly. In the memory of that senior, the inscription technique can not only be used to increase the power of the treasure, but also to increase the effect of the pill. Why not study it yourself, and refine to inscription runes that increase the effect of the pill, and then take it, after sticking it on. The divine domain has been passed down for tens of thousands of years. Whether it is physical training, martial arts, the use of various weapons, various skills and formations have been developed to the extreme, which is far beyond the reach of Xianan continent. The inscription technique is naturally the same. The inscription technique of the divine realm is divided into 4 categories: inscription on instruments, inscription on medicine, inscription on the body, and inscription on the soul. Inscription on instruments is to inscribe on treasures, which is the most simple. Inscription on medicine is to inscribe on elixirs, to make the effects of elixirs more significant or to remove the side effects of elixirs. Inscription on the body is to inscribe on the body, which requires extremely high attainments in the inscription technique, and can increase the training speed or combat effectiveness of warriors for a long time. Inscription on the soul is to inscribe on the soul, which is the highest realm of the inscription technique. Even the memory of the predecessor about inscription on the soul is blank. Perhaps it is incomplete, or perhaps even the predecessor does not know how to do it. The inscription technique of the Xianan kingdom is limited to inscription on instruments, and most of the inscription masters have never thought that the inscription technique can be used in other places. With Lin Ming's current realm, there is no need to think about inscription on the body and soul, but inscription on medicine, can be studied a little, but these days, Lin Ming is busy with training and does not have enough time, and secondly, he does not have so much money to buy materials, so it has been put on hold. This time, he got 2 elixirs, red gold dragon marrow pill and golden snake red gall pill, so he naturally took this opportunity to study them carefully to maximize the effect of the medicine. At this moment, Lin Ming heard a thunderous knock on the door. If it weren't for the high quality of the door of the 7 Zuanwu Mansion dormitory, Lin Ming even suspected that the door would be smashed. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 49, Inscription Master Assessment. Brother Ming, open the door. Lin Ming laughed immediately after hearing the voice. It was Lin Xiaodong. Wow. Brother Ming, you are my idol. Good guy, first place. You are so strong. Lin Xiaodong was not able to follow up since the second round of exams, so he did not know about Lin Ming's subsequent situation. He just got the news. Well, I played well yesterday, and I have made great progress these days, so I got the first place. Come on, let's go drink. Well, good. But it's not time to eat yet. Let's go buy something first. Lin Ming said, took out a piece of paper, and began to list the materials needed for the medicine inscription talisman on the paper. There are many kinds of medicine inscription talismans in the memory of the great man. Lin Ming chose the simplest one, called low-level spiritual medicine talisman. This kind of spiritual medicine talisman can only be used on low-level elixirs. Of course, the red gold dragon marrow pill and the golden snake red gall pill, which are invaluable in Xiaonan country, can only be regarded as low-level elixirs in the eyes of the great man. With Lin Ming's current martial arts cultivation, drawing this low-level spiritual medicine talisman is already the limit. His true essence is not enough to support the high-level spiritual medicine talisman, and many of the materials of the high-level spiritual medicine talisman are something Lin Ming has never heard of. However, even for this low-level spiritual medicine talisman, many of the materials are extremely rare. Lin Xiaodong saw that Lin Ming wrote a full article. Although he did not understand the inscription technique at all, there were several materials that anyone who could read could recognize, such as level 4 fierce beast blood. Brother Ming, you want to buy level 4 fierce beast blood? No way. You know, the red gold dragon is just a level 4 fierce beast. Level 4 fierce beasts are equivalent to acquired masters. Although the blood of this kind of fierce beast is not completely unavailable in Xiaonan country, it is definitely a sky-high price. Generally, this kind of thing is shipped from abroad, and 1 or 2 taels are worth thousands of gold. Lin Ming continued to write. Many of the materials made Lin Xiaodong tremble with fear. He couldn't help but ask, Brother Ming, do you have that much money? Lin Ming nodded. A few days ago, Mr. Mu Yi left me a gold note worth 15,000 taels of gold, saying that if there are powerful talismans in the future, just have someone give them to him. 1. 15,000 taels. Got. Lin Xiaodong swallowed his saliva. Last time it was 9,000 taels, and this time it was 15,000 taels. He suddenly felt a little numb, as if gold had become just a number. If Xiaonan City sells the most complete inscription materials, it is not Beibao Hall or the auction house, but the Inscription Master Guild of Xiaonan City. There are all kinds of rare materials that cannot be bought anywhere else, and the price is much cheaper. What? There is such a good thing. Lin Xiaodong felt incredible after hearing this information from Lin Ming. This is impossible, unless the person in charge of the Inscription Guild is stupid. If I were the person in charge, I would be lucky not to raise the price. Lin Ming shrugged and said, I heard about it too. They just spent some time to visit several luxury stores and official auction houses. Many rare materials are indeed not found there. Then let's go to the Inscriptionist Guild. Well, this is the only way. Lin Ming suspected that buying things in the Inscriptionist Guild required the identity of an inscriptionist. In the case that his strength and the level of inscription art were not equal, Lin Ming did not want to expose his identity as an inscriptionist, which would cause a lot of trouble and possible danger. Although he had Mu Yi's protection, Lin Ming did not want to trouble Mu Yi too much. Not only do you need inscriptionist certification, but you also need contribution points to buy. After Lin Ming came to the inscriptionist guild, he proposed to buy these rare materials and got this answer from the lady in charge of reception. I said, how can it be so good? Lin Xiaodong spread his hands. This is normal. What is contribution value? Lin Ming asked. Well, your teacher doesn't seem to be an inscriptionist from Xianan country. The receptionist took it for granted that Lin Ming was buying materials for his teacher. Contribution value is a record of the contribution made by the inscriptionist to the inscriptionist guild. For example, you can get contribution value by completing some tasks issued by the inscriptionist guild. You can also get contribution value by holding a certain position in the inscriptionist guild for a long time. Of course, contribution value can also be given and traded, and can be obtained from other inscriptionists. There are many other ways to obtain contribution value. You can go and see the rules of the inscriptionist guild. If your teacher is interested in joining the inscriptionist guild, you are very welcome. The inscriptionist guild is a loose organization. In addition, many inscriptionists are old men who study hard and never leave the house. If some contribution value systems are not established, the presence of the inscriptionist guild will be very weak. It is estimated that there will be few inscriptionists joining. Even if they join, they will rarely come to the guild. Lin Ming looked at the rules of the inscriptionist guild. As long as you join the inscriptionist guild, you can immediately get 100 contribution points. There are also various other ways to get contribution points, including selling rare materials to the inscriptionist guild. Damn, if you have rare materials, of course you use them yourself. Why do you have to sell them to the inscriptionist guild? Lin Xiaodong sneered. Lin Ming said, some materials are useless to me, so it's better to sell them for something useful to me. These ways to get contribution points are not suitable for me. I can only try to complete the task. Lin Ming turned to the receptionist and asked, Miss, where can I complete the task? To complete the task, you have to go to the task hall. However, you can't enter the task hall without the inscriptionist qualification certification. If you are interested, you can come and see it in person. If you join the inscriptionist guild, there are many benefits. The receptionist introduced enthusiastically. Lin Ming thought for a moment and said, can your inscription master guild keep the identities of its members confidential? Of course we can. If your teacher needs it, we guarantee that all information will be kept confidential. Well, then, how did you conduct the assessment? You can take me to participate now. Well, the receptionist's eyes widened. Lin Ming shrugged and said, I'm an inscription master. You. The receptionist looked at Lin Ming from head to toe and asked, excuse me, how old are you? 15. 15. The receptionist was speechless when she heard this age. She guessed that the boy in front of her was probably taught by a powerful inscription master, and he also had a certain talent and achieved a lot of results. However, it was too exaggerated to want to become an inscription master at the age of 15. The record of Xianan country in the past 80 years was only 18 years old. Now, the only ones who have the hope of breaking this record are Qin Xingxuan from the Marshal's Mansion and Wang Yuhan from the Inscription Master Guild. Little brother, you need to prepare your own treasures and materials when you take the Inscription Master assessment. The receptionist kindly reminded that after the inscription rune is made, the effect can only be seen after it is used. Generally speaking, the inscription runes made by junior inscription masters are relatively poor. Inscribing on treasures is a waste of the opportunity to inscribe on treasures. Even if the Inscription Master Association is rich, it cannot withstand such consumption. Therefore, the examinees need to bring their own treasures and materials. This also prevents some half-baked Inscription Master apprentices from coming here to take random assessments to amuse the Inscription Master Association. After all, a piece of inscription material is also worth a lot of money. Well, I know. I think you have prepared experimental treasures. I can pay for them. Lin Ming said, pulling out a few gold notes from his clothes, all of which were worth 1,000 taels. Seeing Lin Ming casually pulling out so many gold notes, the receptionist was a little surprised. This was not a small amount of money. Many children from noble families did not have treasures. Seeing that Lin Ming was not joking, the receptionist said, "Since you insist, then follow me." Lin Ming followed the receptionist into the interior of the Inscriptionist Guild, and Lin Xiaodong followed. Seeing the various complex runes on the walls along the way, Lin Xiaodong was very excited. The decoration of the Inscriptionist Guild was not luxurious, but it was very spacious and grand. There were no decorations such as murals on the walls. Instead, there were all kinds of complex runes. Each rune was a metal carving with a full texture, giving people a mysterious and ancient feeling. "This is it." The receptionist pushed open a door and made a gesture of invitation. "This is an inscription room of the Inscriptionist Guild, which can be used for assessment." "Well, thank you." Lin Ming walked into it. This inscription room was 10 feet square. In the center of the inscription room, there were green inscription stone platforms, and the stone platforms were full of materials. At this time, on one of the stone platforms, a 15 or 16-year-old girl was quickly drawing one beautiful rune after another. The slender jade-like fingers were like nimble jumping elves, and the pair of beautiful eyes stared at the runes. The girl was completely immersed in drawing, and did not notice the arrival of Lin Ming and Lin Xiaodong at all. She drew the runes with great skill, as if she was a skilled musician, and those beautiful runes dancing in the air were the lively notes in her hands. There was also an old man next to the girl, sitting on a throne, seemingly resting with his eyes closed, but in fact Lin Ming knew that the old man's soul power had always been placed on the girl, and every stroke of the girl's drawing was under the control of the old man. Chapter 50, The Buddha Picking Lotus. Such a strong soul power. Lin Ming was slightly surprised. Even Mu Yi's soul power was not as condensed as the old man in front of him. Of course, Mu Yi was mainly practicing martial arts, and being an inscription master was just a side job. The old man in front of him was probably a full-time inscription master. For these full-time inscription masters, practicing martial arts was just to increase their lifespan, so that they could have more time to study the inscription art. Such people's attainments in the inscription art were very terrifying. Lin Ming stopped and watched for a while, and suddenly found that Lin Xiaodong beside him was staring at the girl without blinking, with a pig-like look. Seeing Lin Xiaodong's look, Lin Ming suddenly felt a headache. He elbowed Lin Xiaodong, and Lin Xiaodong came to his senses, and scratched his head embarrassedly. At this moment, Lin Ming noticed a slight fluctuation in the girl's soul power, and then the layers of gorgeous inscription runes in front of her seemed to be stained with sparks of firework, and exploded with a bang, turning into colorful sparks and shooting out. The girl was stunned and sighed in frustration. "Grandpa, I failed again." The old man who had closed his eyes to rest opened his eyes and smiled. "Yuhan, you have done very well. If you keep going like this, you will be able to get the inscription master certification in another year or half a year." Grandpa was already 18 years old when he got this certification. You can be 16 years old or 17 years old at the latest. The girl was Wang Yuhan, the inscription genius of the Inscription Master Guild, and the old man next to her was her grandfather, Wang Zuanji, the president of the Inscription Master Guild. "Well, but I probably can't beat Qin Xingsun. She is half a year younger than me, but her performance in inscription is comparable to mine, and my progress in inscription has obviously slowed down in the past few months. I don't know why. Geniuses always compare with each other." Wang Yuhan believes that she can never catch up with Qin Xingsun in martial arts, but inscription is her main profession and she doesn't want to lose. While Wang Yuhan and Wang Zuanji were talking, the receptionist walked over respectfully and said, "President." "Well, what's the matter?" The receptionist hesitated for a moment, pointed at Lin Ming and said, "That young man is going to take the inscription master examination." Huh? Wang Zuanji was startled and looked at Lin Ming in astonishment. He only had the second level of physical training and was only about 15 or 16 years old. He actually wanted to take the inscription master examination? "What's your name? How old are you?" Wang Zuanji asked. Lin Ming hesitated for a moment. He didn't expect that this old man was the president of the Inscription Master Guild. With his status as the president, he couldn't possibly covet anything from him. As long as he didn't reveal the inscription skills of inscription medicine and inscription body, which Cheyenne country had never had, there would be no problem. "What, Lin Ming? had to guard against those scoundrels and lawless people who would take risks for tens of thousands of taels of gold. As for people like Wang Zuanji and Mu Yi, they would only regard Lin Ming as a genius junior in the art of inscription. Thinking like this, Lin Ming said truthfully, Lin Ming, 15 years old. Hearing the age of 15, Wang Yuan's beautiful eyes turned around Lin Ming several times. Is this boy also a genius? He is younger than herself, and his cultivation is not high. Is he here to make fun of them? However, the Inscription Master Guild does not provide materials and treasures, so no one will spend thousands of taels of gold to come here to make trouble. That would be a fool. You have to prepare the materials and treasures yourself, don't you know that? Yes, I know. I want to buy them from the Inscription Master Guild. Lin Ming took out a piece of paper and listed a bunch of material names on the paper. Lin Ming chose the simplified version of the powerful rune. The simplified version does not require Qianxue silk, and the runes are much simpler, but the amplification effect is naturally worse, and there is no inscription skill. His goal is just to pass the assessment, and it does not need to be so shocking. Moreover, the powerful rune involves some new things that are completely absent in the Xianan continent's inscription system, and Lin Ming does not want to expose these. These are the materials. Thank you. Lin Ming handed the list to the receptionist. The receptionist looked at Wang Zuanji and asked him for instructions. Seeing him nod, she said, okay, what kind of treasure will you use? Just use the sword. By the way, the treasure will still belong to me after I inscribe it. Of course. The treasure and materials are originally bought by the examinees themselves. Please follow me to choose a treasure. Well, okay. After Lin Ming left, Wang Yuan still looked at Lin Ming's disappearing back and murmured, Grandpa, this boy is only 15 years old, and he actually came to take the exam for the Inscription Master. If he takes the exam for the Inscription Master, even Qin Xingxuan will be outdone. Wang Zuanji smiled and said, it's not easy to take the exam for the Inscription Master. But this boy dares to take the exam for the Inscription Master. He must have some skills. He is probably not from Xianan City. He may be the disciple of a hermit master. Because of his outstanding talent and high self-esteem, he came to take the exam for the Inscription Master at the age of 15, thinking of sweeping away the young generation of Inscription Master geniuses in my Xianan City to establish his prestige. However, it's not that easy. Wang Zuanji lit a sound transmission note and sent it to the two Inscription Masters who were usually in charge of the Inscription Master assessment, asking them to come together. Wang Yuan bit her lip and whispered, well, I won't lose to him, nor will I lose to Qin Xingxuan. The Inscription Master Guild has treasures specially used for assessment. Lin Ming picked them casually and chose a very good long sword, saying, let's take this one. This sword is worth 3,600 taels of gold, and it is a relatively expensive treasure in this treasure vault. The receptionist was a little surprised. Generally, warriors who come to participate in the inscription art assessment will choose a relatively inferior treasure. However, this young man chose such an expensive one. It seems that he is either from an extremely wealthy family or has a plan in mind. Lin Ming has his own plan. Since he is going to use a treasure, he naturally cannot waste it. High-level treasures with good inscription skills can also be sold at a good price. Once our treasures are sold, they cannot be returned or exchanged. The receptionist was not very reassured and specifically instructed. Lin Ming took out 4 gold notes and said with a smile, of course I know that. Well, then follow me. After the payment was completed, the receptionist took Lin Ming back to the examination site and left. After returning to the inscription room, Lin Ming found that there were 2 more people in the inscription room. A middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s wearing a green robe, and a fat old man who looked very kind and smiled. These 2 were the examiners in charge of the inscriptionist examination of the Inscriptionist Guild. Wang Zuanji usually didn't care about the examination, but this time, he was very interested in watching. Is it okay? Wang Zuanji asked. Well. Lin Ming nodded, put the long sword on the inscription stone table, and spread out the materials used for the inscription technique one by one. Most of the materials of the Inscriptionist Guild were processed, so Lin Ming didn't need to grind, purify, melt, etc. The middle-aged man in the robe looked at Lin Ming deeply and said expressionlessly, "The time limit for the test is 2 hours. If you fail 3 times in a row, you will be disqualified. If the final product cannot increase the power of the treasure by more than 20%, it will also be considered a failure." "I understand. Okay, then let's start." The middle-aged man reversed an hourglass, and the quicksand passed silently. Lin Ming closed his eyes and rested for a moment, running the true energy in his body to the best state, and then stretched out his hand and a small ball of blue juice jumped into Lin Ming's palm, as if it had spirituality. Just this simple wave. Everyone present immediately felt the rich soul power of the boy wrapped in blue juice. This soul power. I'm afraid it's a 5th grade talent. Wang Zuanji was secretly shocked. No wonder you came to take the exam at the age of 15. You have some skills. The middle-aged man nodded slowly. Wang Yuan pursed her lips. She naturally noticed Lin Ming's soul power. She muttered to herself, 5th grade soul talent? The same as mine. In the past, Qin Xingxuan was the only strong rival. Now, there is one more. 5th grade talent is very rare. Generally speaking, the soul talent and martial arts talent of a warrior will not be too different, but the soul talent is generally lower than the martial arts talent. Therefore, high-grade soul talent is particularly rare. If the 5th grade martial arts talent is seen once every 10 years in China country, then the 5th grade soul talent is seen once every 20 or 30 years. Wang Yuan's martial arts talent is only 4th grade, but her soul talent is higher than her martial arts talent. This is also the reason why she inherited it from her grandfather. Wang Yuan's 5th grade medium talent is definitely a genius inscription master that is seen once in decades. In addition, with Wang Zuanji's hand-in-hand teaching since childhood, Wang Yuan's inscription skills are now almost the same as Qin Xingxuan, whose talent is superior to hers, except that Wang Yuan is a little older. Of course, Lin Ming did not have a 5th grade soul talent, but because the spell he used was from the Taiyi soul art in the divine realm, his soul power was not only condensed and heavy, but also easy to use, which gave everyone this illusion. If the soul power at the beginning only amazed Wang Zuanji and others, then Lin Ming's next move made them unbelievable. When the blue droplets fell on Lin Ming's fingertips, his fingers actually left a series of after images, and the droplets were pulled into a bright blue light in these after images, like a meteor across the sky in the middle of the night. In just a few blinks, a complicated inscription rune was drawn. Wang Zuanji took a deep breath, and the smile on the smiling old man's face also solidified. Ming Buddha picking lotus. Laymen watch the excitement, while experts watch the doorway. Lin Ming's hand movements, which are as smooth as flowing water, have a special term in the inscription master world, called Ming Buddha picking lotus. Ming Buddha is the 1,000-fingered Buddha in ancient mythology. Legend has it that this Buddha has 10 hands and 1,000 fingers. Every year, the water lilies in the back garden of Ming Buddha's palace bear seeds, and Ming Buddha can pick hundreds of lotus seeds at a time. Therefore, there is a saying Ming Buddha picking lotus in religious books, and inscription masters introduced this term to describe the thick finger shadows left by master level inscription masters when drawing inscription runes, because of their excessive speed. Of course, in terms of speed alone, some inscription masters with high martial arts levels can be faster, but it is difficult to maintain the stability of soul power at such a super fast speed, and accurately and evenly transform the inscription materials into inscription runes. This kind of finger shadow cannot be practiced without extraordinary understanding and solid hard work. How old is this boy? Even if he has been practicing inscription techniques since his mother's womb, he will not have such skillful finger techniques. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.